a place where you can come and go as you please. He immediately got angry and shouted, I'm Fei Qi. But Lin Qiu didn't care. Alright, Fei Qi. Suddenly, the dean stepped in front of Lin Qiu, saying, let me handle this. Then he sternly lectured Fei Qi. I think what Lin Qiu said is correct. If this is an academic exchange, how can it simply end with a few matches in the arena? Is that all? We have much more knowledge to exchange. Fei Qi looked a bit worried but still stubbornly said, how can you force us to stay here? Dean Yang didn't bother to save face for him and replied, so what if I force you to stay? Today I declare right here, until the day I see that ton of sky blue spirit ore, none of you will leave this place. But Fei Qi still argued, Dean Yang, you're interfering with our personal freedom. Don't force me to use violence. I admit I'm no match for you, but you should think a bit about your students. Hearing this, the dean immediately asserted his authority. Are you threatening me? His anger flared up fiercely. I don't know if this is your personal opinion or the attitude of Mo country. If it's your personal opinion, I'll kill you right now. If you're representing Mo country, then I'll kill all of you. Fei Qi still tried to save face. Don't think I don't dare. We have 3 Gen Wu on our side. And Qi behind him quickly stopped him. Are you serious? She advised. Ouyang Jai, though a Gen Wu, has killed Ji Zun level experts before. His abilities are not simple. He also felt a bit scared. Suddenly, a large flame appeared out of nowhere. It landed right in front of the dean. A man gradually appeared in the flame. This was one of the 3 Ji Zun. Shen Taisong, Shen Xing's grandfather, had appeared. Oh, how audacious. Grown too big for your boots. Anyone dares to come to Huasha and cause trouble. Shen Xing saw this appearance and happily exclaimed, Grandfather, why did you come here? That guy became worried, thinking this time it's trouble. Even Huasha's Ji Zun has been alerted. He cheerfully replied, this girl always likes to research random things all day and doesn't even visit her grandfather. Hearing this, Shen Xing said, Grandfather is so busy. Even if Zinger wanted to visit, I wouldn't know where to find you. But he looked towards the others. That's right. For now, it seems you all have encountered some trouble. Then he asked, you're Lin Qiu, right? I've watched the match. Your performance wasn't bad. Young man, come here. Lin Qiu was a bit surprised by this. He said, help me translate a bit. I don't understand their language very well. Lin Qiu immediately replied, I'll ensure the task is completed. Fortunately, I've awakened language proficiency. He looked at that group of people. He asked me to interpret for you. Fei Qi, listen. Uncle Shen just said, but Mo country's attitude just now was too poor. Then Lin Qiu rattled off a string of words. Fei Qi, I blah blah blah. Who the hell are you to dare come to our Huasha and cause trouble? He angrily questioned. You skipped over the main points. You only translated the insults, didn't you? Then he said, I don't need your translation. I can understand. But Lin Qiu picked his nose, unconcerned. That's not for you to decide. My uncle Shen told me to translate every word for you to hear. Fei Qi, censored sound, angrily said, I'm grateful to you. No need to repeat it again. Then he looked at him and said, Uncle Shen, please continue. Lin Qiu was very likable in his eyes. This child is very sensible, but we should quickly end this farce. Then Uncle Shen ordered, call your superior. I have something to say to him. He was surprised by this request. He immediately took out his phone and called the mysterious person. Alright. Then he handed the phone to Lin Qiu. The person on the other end was very angry, scolding. Didn't I tell you already? Try to buy time. I'll think of a way here. Hearing this, he immediately handed the phone to Uncle Shen. The opponent's plan is to buy time. It seems Mo country really wants to default on the debt. Uncle Shen exclaimed in surprise. What? Tell him if within a week we don't see the Tianqing spirit ore, we will eliminate the hostages. Then Lin Qiu immediately relayed. This is Lin Qiu. I now represent Shen Taisong, a Ji Zun, speaking to you. If we don't see the Tianqing spirit ore, your students will be in danger. The 3-star general, Mo country's military officer, replied. We need time to prepare on our side. Release the students. We'll bring it over once we're ready. Lin Qiu immediately said. We'll only release the people when we see the ore. He couldn't help but get angry, shouting, this is clearly a threat. Fine, I understand. At most, 1 week. I'll send someone with a ton of Tianqing spirit ore. Having achieved the goal, Lin Qiu asked for another week, then transfer more. Food and accommodation costs for so many people need to be calculated. He couldn't help but get angry, but had to agree. At most, 3 days. No, in 2 days I'll send someone with the ore. Tell your people to be ready to receive it. Lin Qiu maintained his previous attitude. Understood. We'll contact by phone then. After hanging up, he ordered his subordinate Cabela, prepare a ton of Tianqing spirit ore to transfer to the cold country. But Cabela refused to respond. General, are we just giving it to them like this? He replied. What else can we do? They're controlling all the students. Linda and Ya are among them. They're our main force for the world competition. He pointed to the door and continued. Compared to the benefits from the world spirit competition, this Tianqing spirit ore is nothing. Don't ruin the big picture over small matters. Go quickly. The man immediately ran off to prepare, saying yes. Scene change. At this moment, Lin Qiu returned the phone to that person. Then he turned to look at Uncle Shen. It's done. He was satisfied and praised. Well done. As for Fei Qi, tears were streaming down his face. It's over. This time I'm finished. Uncle Shen then said, this matter is generally resolved now. Everyone can disperse. Lin Qiu politely saw Uncle Shen off. Suddenly, Chen Chen sternly questioned Lin Qiu. How did it feel to touch Du's bottom? Lin Qiu, not paying attention to who was asking, casually said, that feeling is indescribable. He was immediately lectured by Chen Chen. You even deliberately savored it. I have some issues I'd like to discuss with you. Only then did Lin Qiu realize it was Chen Chen. She pinched his ear and dragged him away as he kept saying, ow, ow, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Suddenly, Lin Qiu's embarrassed voice echoed, don't touch there. Chen Long and Zhang San couldn't help but blush, secretly envying Lin Qiu's happiness. 2 days later, in the VIP waiting room of Lingwu Shanghai, Fei Qi hugged the phone, praying for the boss to call. The group sat together in a room, waiting for rescue. Masoda, sitting nearby, saw his pale face and asked with concern, do you need to rest a bit first? But Fei Qi replied, I just want to return to our country quickly. Finally, he received the call. Fei Qi immediately answered, yes, the Tianqing spirit ore has been transferred to the cold country. All right, I'll go inform them. His face immediately brightened up. He announced to everyone, great news. We must quickly inform Yu Yanks. This time, we can finally go home. As he stepped out of the room, he felt a dense spiritual energy. Fei Qi was astonished by this situation. Walking down the corridor, he thought to himself, it seems the spiritual energy within 100 miles is gathering here. What on earth has happened? He followed the energy flow and came across a room. After pushing the door open, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Everyone was meditating calmly. This cultivation session could be better than a month of meditation practice. Suddenly, Lin Qiu sensed this dense spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He felt he was about to have a breakthrough. Then, Lin Qiu and others continuously made breakthroughs one after another. Lin Qiu couldn't help but exclaim, thanks to this spiritual energy, we've made breakthroughs again. This is fantastic. Fei Qi, observing from outside, couldn't help but feel angry. Many students from Lingwu Shanghai, relying on the spiritual energy cultivation just now, directly broke through their barriers. The source of all this must be that Yu Yanks. Suddenly, the principal shouted loudly. Lin Qiu immediately recognized it. This is the aura of a supreme master. Mr. Shen, standing nearby, praised, old friend, it wasn't easy. Huh. Lin Qiu also spoke up. Congratulations, Master. On reaching Supreme Master level, you seem to look a bit younger now. The principal, wiping his sweat, said, you little rascal, always flattering, but I like it. Mr. Shen, standing nearby, added, we've gained another Supreme Master position. It's truly not simple. A Supreme Master of the space system. It carries a very special meaning. Congratulations to Principal Yu Yanks for reaching Supreme Master level. Finally, Fei Qi stepped in and announced, our Tianqing spirit ore has arrived. He spoke up. Do you think we can return to our country now? Suddenly, Lin Qiu spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, is this the cold country sending a gift to congratulate my master on his breakthrough? It's truly a double celebration. That guy couldn't help but admire. I also want to break through at this moment, isn't it, just to feel the joy of receiving congratulatory gifts? Then Dean Yu Yanks spoke up, call your people here. Tell me where the celestial azure ore is, I can take you all there. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. The scene changes to a port. Cabela standing there suddenly noticed something. It turns out Yu Yanks, everyone, and that Fei Qi guy had teleported to some port. Cabela, who had been waiting, struck up a conversation. You must be Dean Yu Yang, right? The celestial azure ore has been transferred here. You can check the goods. If there's no problem, then let Fei Qi and the others board the ship. We will return. He then handed over a stack of documents. The dean turned and said to Lin Qiu, son, go check it. He immediately replied, yes. Lin Qiu used his X-ray vision to observe the goods. He could see this time Murky Waters had invested everything to gather enough besides the raw materials. He saw there were also many armor shields made from celestial azure ore that had been brought here. After checking, Lin Qiu signaled that everything was fine, everything is okay. After confirmation, the dean said, you can go now. Fei Qi's group was overjoyed. Great. Then they happily walked back home. Fei Qi immediately approached Cabela and asked, why are you only here now? You don't know what we've been through these past few days. That guy left quite an impression on Lin Qiu, Cabela. He suddenly realized this name sounded similar to the name of the squad leader's enemy, Lin Sung. That's it. He took out his phone and decided to take a photo first. That Cabela guy suddenly noticed his action. Lin Qiu openly raised his camera, planning to wait until he got back to ask Big Brother Lin about it when he had the chance. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and asked, what are you doing? Lin Qiu jumped in surprise and turned around. He couldn't help but complain. You scared me to death. But Jia teased, you're clearly so strong. How could you be scared to death? I'm about to leave. Suddenly, she moved closer and said, I have a few words for you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely cut your fur to make a coat. I guarantee it. But Lin Qiu turned to leave, replying, you won't have that chance. Next time, I'll only be stronger. Surprised, she asked, do you think it'll be just me then? Then she boasted, in the Mist Country, there are many people stronger than me. By then, will you still be able to remain so calm and composed? Without another word, she turned and left. Everyone has finally arrived. I heard there's over 1 ton of materials. The research staff here are all excited to the point of madness. Zhang Chu beside him greeted, hello, Senior Yu Yang from Beiyang, then introduced, this is old Zhang's son, Zhang Chu Gun. The spirit weapon I gave you before was made by him. Lin Qiu immediately took out the gun that Zhang had given him before. Then he handed it over, saying, Big Brother Zhang, this weapon should be returned to you. He smiled and took it. I'll take it back then. After all, this is considered my father's keepsake. It really has a very special meaning. However, Zhang Chu continued, but I won't take it from you for free. Now that we have the materials, wait a bit. I'll make you something that suits you better. Lin Qiu happily replied, then I must thank you, brother. Suddenly, the institute director instructed Lin Qiu, after transferring the goods, do you want to come with me or? But Lin Qiu replied, I want to stay with brother Zhang to research and create spirit weapons for a while. Zhang Chu pulled him into a confusing conversation. What? Suddenly, Zhang Chu showed concern. With those skinny arms and legs of yours, how are you going to do any research or crafting? Be a good boy and go home. If you have any weapon requests, just let me know and that's enough. But he refused. No need. Seeing this, the institute director laughed loudly. Well then, I'll leave my disciple to you. At this moment, Lin Qiu thought to himself, although he hadn't learned forging, he had awakened the crafting skill. Given the chance, he should do some research himself. Being entrusted, Zhang Chu sighed tiredly. Then he put his arm around Lin Qiu's shoulder and said, little brother, follow me. Be careful. Don't touch anything randomly. The crafting room has many dangerous tools. He obediently replied, all right. In the secret room, quite a few heavy weapons were displayed, but none of them appealed to Lin Qiu. Still, he couldn't help but ask in amazement, did you personally make all these weapons? Zhang Chu replied confidently, that's right. What hardness do you want for your spirit weapon? What features do you need? You're in luck now. Then he continued, I'll design and craft one for you. What kind of weapon do you like? Lin Qiu answered without hesitation, although I know many weapons, I like the first one best. Then Zhang Chu picked up a pen and laughed. I'll make you an ACCM 401 or an assault rifle. Lin Qiu, realizing he was misunderstood, objected. No, I mean, he looked gloomy, saying, a long spear that can stab people. The pen in Zhang Chu's hand immediately dropped straight onto the table. Zhang Chu couldn't help but be shocked, stuttering, "Long spear." In Zhang Chu's imagination, it was a very cool long spear, so he said, "That's right. Before, we always thought spirit weapons had to be made into guns. We never considered traditional weapons. A weapon that can attack from afar and defend up close, like a long spear, is really excellent." After saying this, Zhang Chu was very excited. "Now we're going to make one. Little brother, wait for me a moment. I'll go sketch and get the materials." After that, he went to prepare the necessary items to create the weapon. Lin Qiu could hardly believe he was so enthusiastic, that his words had such a big impact on him. "Well, never mind. While waiting for him, I'll awaken a skill," the system announced. "Awakening skill. Please wait." Then another notification sounded. "E-rank forging skill. Congratulations. You've obtained E-rank forging skill." Lin Qiu couldn't help but feel delighted. 9527. What a coincidence. It's like getting a pillow when you're dozing off. Then he teased, "Are you always peeking at me? So when you see I'm lacking something?" 9527 immediately panicked and refuted. "This is due to your luck. I have nothing to do with it." This interesting reaction made Lin Qiu laugh. 9527. "You're really interesting." At this moment, Zhang Chu had returned. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The design sketch and special materials needed are all here." Holding the materials in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Lava steel for the spear shaft, diamond essence for the spearhead. Nothing could be more suitable. However, Lin Qiu was a bit surprised. "Lava steel? Isn't that for making supreme-grade weapons? Giving it to me directly is too much." But Zhang Chu thought, "Consider this as payment. You helped me open up a new line of thinking. That's a great contribution. Getting something good. Why refuse?" Lin Qiu immediately said to him, "If Big Brother says so, I won't refuse anymore. But for the diamond essence, we'll need quite a few things." This made Zhang Chu confused. "Look around. How is that not possible? I've forged diamond essence many times. Everything we need is already here. How is that possible?" Lin Qiu pretended to be clueless. "This treasure can run. It can jump. And finally it must know how to use ice skills." Then he concluded about the ice forging method. "I wonder if Big Brother has heard of it before." Scene changes to a researcher awakening the ice system at the Spiritual Martial Weapons Research Institute. Chu looked at the newcomer and asked, "Have you brought the ice system ability user?" At this moment, Lin Qiu was heating the weapon over a large flame. He replied, "Yes, in a moment. You two follow my commands." Suddenly, Lin Qiu shouted, "Increase the fire." The other two followed the command immediately. The large flame instantly flared up in front of Zhang Chu and the other person. Lin Qiu was relaxed, working while singing Dewey Man's Red and Black Fate. At this point, Zhang Chu was getting anxious, thinking that the diamond essence still needed to be heated. Why is it so normal? In this situation, I would have already taken it out to forge. Just as he thought this, the flame heating the diamond essence spread around. Instantly, Lin Qiu commanded, "The time has come. Now's the moment. Quickly release the ice. Little blonde girl, use ice magic to cool down the slashing spear." A brilliant golden color emerged, looking very beautiful on this weapon. Looking at the result, Lin Qiu couldn't help but praise. "Very well done. But you can stop now. Next, it's time for the small hammer." But for some reason, Lin Qiu used the slashing spear to strike the ground hard. The other two stood frozen, watching Lin Qiu display his talent. Zhang Chu, observing the situation before him, suddenly realized something. It actually works. Under the effect of the ice forging method, the diamond essence became even more solid. The little ice system girl covered her face, thinking to herself, "This young man looks weak, but his striking force is no less than team leader Zhang's." The little ice system girl, captivated by Lin Qiu, thought, "This strong feeling is truly intoxicating." After a long period of diligent work, Lin Qiu raised the finished product and shouted, "Success!" Zhang Chu, who had been watching from the side, immediately approached, saying, "Quick, let me see it." Lin Qiu handed it over. However, an incident occurred, whether accidental or intentional. While handing over the slashing spear, Lin Qiu deliberately let it slip. The slashing spear fell and dropped onto the table, creating a large hole due to its sharpness. It cut the table in half. To Zhang Chu's astonishment, Zhang Chu praised, Little brother, this move of yours was too cool. The spearhead you created is truly excellent, he said with starry eyes. Please tell me the secret behind it, if possible. I want to become your disciple. Seeing him like this, Lin Qiu pouted. The image of Shen Jing appeared in his mind as he thought, oh no. This expression is exactly like when Shen Jing wanted to become my disciple. Then he raised his hand in front, gesturing refusal. Let's forget about discipleship, but the forging knowledge. I can teach you unconditionally. Hearing this, Zhang Chu was delighted. He turned and ran, saying to the girl behind him, great, you go and record little brother Lin's forging secrets. I'll continue making the long spear. She blushed and smiled, saying to Lin Qiu, Master Lin, regarding weapon forging matters, I'll be in your care. With dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept for days, he sighed and said, I have to teach others again. A moment later, Zhang Chu, holding a long golden spear, said with a smile, the Ling Wu long spear is finished. He gripped the spear tightly in his hand, pointed it forward and added, I've tried it out a bit. Its power has increased by about 20%. The thing that looks like a magazine on the spear's body is an energy bar. When spiritual energy is channeled in, it can be charged. Lin Tu took it, examined it seriously and wondered, to even enhance this supreme level weapon, if a supreme level person charges it, wouldn't it be even more explosive? He glanced over the spearhead. The sharp point suddenly made him bleed. He let out a cry. Suddenly, the spearhead emitted a bright glow. Lin Tu exclaimed in surprise, my blood has been absorbed by the weapon. Zhang Chu stared in disbelief, wondering how this could happen. He looked at Lin Tu's injured finger and asked, so, do you feel anything special? He replied, I feel like I like this spear even more now. Lin Tu held the spear imposingly and continued, forget it. No need to think too much about it. If it can absorb blood, let's just call it bloodthirsty. Zhang Chu excitedly replied, little brother Lin, after seeing your technique, I have an unreasonable request. Could you demonstrate some of your exquisite forging techniques so that I and the researchers can learn from you? He immediately agreed, of course, that's not a problem. Compared to this bloodthirsty spear, I consider this a great bargain. Teaching is easy to arrange, he happily replied. That's excellent. I don't want you to teach for free either. If you have any equipment requests, just let me know. He pondered for a moment. Equipment, huh? Then he remembered Qin Zhenchen and said, could you help make a spiritual bow for my girlfriend? Is that possible? Zhang Chu cheerfully put his arm around Lin Thu's shoulder and said, if it's for my future sister-in-law, I'll personally design it for you. He gratefully replied, thank you, brother Zhang. Then the sound of hammering rang out continuously. Sparks from the constant friction kept flashing. It wasn't long before it was finished. It can transform into two forms. When folded, it's very convenient. After that, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Zhang Chu called all the working students over to observe and learn forging knowledge. Lin Tu directly taught them the most important knowledge. His thoughts were still running through his mind. Zhang Chu is progressing very quickly. In terms of overall skill, he's almost catching up to me. Time passed very quickly. A week later, at Ling Wu Shanghai, director Lin Tu, Yu Yanks, and Xu Boyang were standing on the podium. Suddenly, the director spoke. Little Tu, we really thank you for this period. You've helped us a lot. He replied, Uncle Xu, you're being too formal. Brother Zhang even gave me quite a few pieces of equipment. Hearing this, he said, I heard that thanks to your help, the weapons produced by the Research Institute have increased in combat power significantly. Xu Boyang also chimed in, that's right. If you have any requests, you can tell me. I will definitely. From his pocket, he took out the golden spear Lin Tu had before, interrupting him to ask, actually, there is one thing. This weapon of mine, could you trouble you to charge it with energy? He also cheerfully replied, it's just charging energy. That's a small matter. Xu Boyang extended his hand forward. Red and black electric currents appeared, surrounding his hand as he transferred spiritual energy. The spear received his energy, but something didn't seem right. Xu Boyang noticed this and couldn't help but think, the spiritual energy in my body is completely out of control with this spear. What's wrong, Uncle Xu? He panted tiredly, coughing. Then he quickly handed the weapon back to Lin Tu. Warning, this bloodthirsty spear contains something. Hearing this, he immediately replied, that's great. This is a supreme grade weapon. It will consume some spiritual energy. The explanation made him exclaim, no wonder it almost drained me dry. Feeling guilty, he responded, I'm really sorry. I'll cherish this energy. Before leaving, he waved goodbye saying, Alright, you go back first. Then Lin Qiu also said goodbye to Uncle Shu. Right after, Yu Yanks lightly tapped his head and helplessly said, "You little brat, look what you've done. You've worn me out." Lin Qiu happily accepted it and then said, "Master, your disciple has one more request." He smiled again and said, "I've made a few spiritual weapons. Need the elder to charge them with energy." As soon as he finished, the director angrily asked, "What? Aren't you afraid I won't be able to handle it and expel you?" A moment later, in the Lingwu Shanghai spiritual classroom, Zhenchen sat in a corner, intently drawing something. As she sketched, she thought of Lin Qiu with longing. "When will you come back?" While she wasn't paying attention, a black hole suddenly appeared. Lin Qiu emerged from the black hole, excitedly observing the surroundings. Suddenly he spoke, "Zhenchen, are you studying hard?" Startling her, seeing the person she had been secretly longing for appear, she happily asked, "Lin Qiu, how did you suddenly appear?" He confidently replied, "Because you were missing me. Look what I brought back for you." Then he presented a type of weapon. With just a glance, she quickly recognized it as a spiritual bow. "This might not be obtainable even with money." Lin Qiu smoothly replied, "Of course, my feelings for Zhen are priceless." Hearing this, she shyly responded, What's priceless? How can you say such cheesy things right after returning?" Meanwhile, he picked up her earlier sketch and praised admiringly, "Isn't it learning from my wife? Let's see. You've drawn me so handsome." Suddenly her face turned red as she snatched back the drawing, saying, "No, instead of teasing me, you should study diligently. The exam is coming soon." Lin Qiu replied, "Isn't that why I rushed back? To attend lectures. Do you want to make a bet? Let's bet on who scores higher in this exam." Zhen, interested, replied, "Sure, let's compare. I don't believe I can't surpass someone who always skips class like you. What's the prize for the bet?" Suddenly he pointed to his lips and said, "If you win, you get to kiss me twice. If you lose, I get to kiss you twice." This condition made Zhen's face turn bright red. Then she playfully hit him while shyly saying, "How is that any different?" Her cute action made Lin Qiu laugh. "Ha ha ha. Of course, the question is whether you dare or not." As soon as he finished, he proudly thought how clever he was. After all, he had nothing to lose. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Attention all students above platinum level. Please gather at the training ground after hearing this broadcast. Also, first-year student Lin Qiu must also come to the training ground." Hearing this, he thought in surprise, "Why specifically call a gold-level person like me?" Everyone had gathered at the training ground. Yu Yanks stood on the podium. "Students, I have some bad news to share with you all. The Tianqi volcano in Wei province has suddenly erupted. Although the country had arranged for residents to evacuate in advance, below, Lin Qiu thought to himself, it's just a normal natural disaster. They probably won't call on students to participate. Suddenly, the principal emphasized the severity of the issue. However, unexpectedly, this volcanic eruption is unusually violent. There are still some residents trapped, and the damage is immeasurable. The dangers involved need no further explanation from me. Now, we hope for volunteers to sign up for the rescue mission." All the students raised their hands simultaneously, saying me. Lin Qiu also joined in, saying I volunteer. Then Zhen worriedly held his hand, while he thought to himself, so that's what it is. Although I haven't reached platinum level yet, as a space system user, I'm sure I can help. Unexpectedly, the principal slammed the table. That table slam released magic towards the students. Yanks announced, "There will be teachers specifically in charge of registration. All students, follow me first." Suddenly, spatial rifts appeared, in a place filled with smoke. At the Tianqi volcano, on a building's balcony, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. As soon as Lin Qiu arrived, he sniffed and smelled something like rotten eggs. At the foot of the volcano, people were running chaotically, shouting "Save us." Seeing this scene, he thought in panic, what the hell is going on here? Yu Yanks quickly spoke up, "You've all seen the situation. We can't delay the rescue operation. Everyone, form groups of at least 2 people. Search for trapped people. Once you find trapped individuals, evacuate them immediately. Everyone, pay attention to safety." Then Lin Qiu turned and asked curiously, "Master, what about you? the principal replied. For this operation, all of us supreme masters have our own assigned tasks. He continued. This time, only true martial spirit beasts are involved. This is the reason why we didn't bring many people into this chaotic situation. If it affects the spirit beasts in the true martial spirit beast realm, Yanks fearfully continued, the consequences of this could be worse than the volcanic eruption itself. That's how it is. I'm going to meet with the other supreme masters now. After explaining, the principal quickly flew away. Suddenly, Junjen called Lin Qiu, making him turn around in surprise. Meanwhile, Shen Xing beside them was on the phone reporting the situation to someone. My master just received a call. It turns out that 4 small teams were already deployed around here earlier. A moment later, she pointed and said, let's go check out the Vermilion Bird Team's meeting. They're discussing the rescue operation. They've set up a temporary command post on that rooftop over there. Lin Qiu agreed, saying all right. He looked at both of them and said, hold my hands tightly. They flew up together. On one side, Molly, Shu Kai, and Lin Zeng were in a team. Suddenly, Lin Thu's group landed beside them. As soon as he saw Lin Tu, Shu Kai stood still, bewildered. He said, Lin, little brother, you're here too. I actually need your help right now. Seeing him being a bit formal, Lin Tu replied, Brother Kai, just tell me how I can help you. Unexpectedly, he used magic to transform into an eagle, then instructed Lin Tu while moving. It's urgent. Brother Lin, hold on tight. Right after that, the eagle grabbed Lin Thu's clothes and took off with him. Suddenly, he screamed in fear. Hey, I think you misunderstood about sitting. You're clearly carrying me. The group was completely separated in a sea of lava. Coincidentally, Shu Kai had also flown to the spot. Lin Tu, dangling in midair, pointed towards them. There are people over there. He could see the current situation, yet they were in the center of the lava. This situation is too dangerous. They were panicking and screaming for help. Our flying mounts can't be used here. We must avoid the rocks that could fall at any moment. On the other hand, we're also afraid the wind from flapping wings might disrupt the balance of the rock platform. The group at the lava's center was extremely cautious. Shu Kai carefully observed the situation before them. Suddenly, a large rock fell from above at a very high speed. Lin Tu anxiously shouted, watch out, a rock is falling. Fortunately, the rock didn't hit the group. It drifted along with the lava flow. He pointed towards the people on the shore. Brother Kai, go talk to the rescue team over there and get them ready. Lin Tu quickly freed himself from Shu Kai's grasp. He directly fell into a spatial gate in midair. These trapped civilians. I'll be responsible for teleporting them. Before his whole body went through the gate, he announced to everyone, get ready to fly up. From inside the spatial gate, Lin Tu jumped out with a spear in hand, preparing to thrust downward. The people below looked up at him. He used all his strength to thrust the spear down. The moment the spear touched the lava, it created a massive explosion, throwing everyone into the air. They screamed violently. Lin Tu immediately raised his hand to the sky. Ren Yi Men. A spatial gate appeared right where the group was falling. And so, everyone fell through the spatial gate and landed safely. People on the shore immediately rushed over. Great, they've been teleported here. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Shu Kai flew away. He flew to where Lin Tu was standing. Lin Tu, they're safe now. Before he could finish, he panicked. Your feet are in the lava flow, which is emitting deadly heat. Lin Thu's feet were indeed standing in the lava flow, though it didn't feel good. He didn't seem too concerned. It's fine. I have a platinum physique after all. I'm not made of paper. Shu Kai quickly grabbed him and flew out of the lava. He angrily said, what are you joking about? We need to treat this quickly. Shu Kai flew to their teammates. Lin Zeng and Qin Zhen both looked up at the sky. They're back. He supported Lin Tu and helped him walk. Shu Kai also transformed back into human form. Qin Zhen quickly ran to where Lin Tu was lying. Lin Zeng was also standing there. She looked at Lin Thu's wounds with distress. How did you get injured so badly? Lin Tu, however, sat up and said with a smile, it's just external injuries. I'm fine internally. No need to worry. Hearing this, Shu Kai couldn't help but admire him, giving a thumbs up. Lin Tu is a tough guy. Mo Li quickly used her healing ability. Don't worry, Bunny, I'll heal you. Small green lights surrounded Lin Thu's wounded areas. The wounds gradually became less severe. He looked at his legs and praised. Impressive. Fully recovered. Thank you, Sister Mo Li. She happily cupped her face. Bunny, thank me more. You even remembered my name. I'm so happy. Lin Qiu stood up next to Qin Zhen. See, I told you I was fine, didn't I? She angrily punched his shoulder lightly. Really? You should take better care of yourself. As they were chatting happily, Shu Kai interrupted. Brother Lin, what's next? Do you have any plans? Lin Qiu calmly replied. What plans could I have? I'll just go wherever help is needed. Qin Zhen determinedly held onto Lin Qiu. I want to go with you too. This statement surprised him a bit. Lin Qiu seriously said to her, the situation at the volcano is very dangerous. Zhen, you should go with Brother Kai and the others. But she calmly replied, that's exactly why. Qin Zhen, with tears in her eyes, grabbed Lin Qiu's hands. I can't let you face danger alone. He was touched. Zhen, finally, he had to compromise. Stay close to me later. She happily agreed. Okay. Shu Kai tossed him a walkie-talkie. Lin Qiu, you must stay in contact. Whenever we need help on this side, we'll contact you. He caught the walkie-talkie. Understood. Lin Qiu opened a spatial gate. Before leaving, he turned back. Goodbye, Shu Kai. We're off. He could only tell them, be careful and stay safe. His feet had already stepped through the spatial gate. The scene before their eyes was devastating. Destruction everywhere, with fires rising up. Zhen was surprised. Oh my god, it's a sea of fire everywhere. Lin Qiu wasn't much better off. He used his heavenly eye and wind ear to check things out. Damn, the temperature here is really too high. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past. Lin Qiu was a bit confused. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhen covered her mouth and giggled. Hee, I have a useful skill. My ice ability can lower the temperature. At this moment, he relaxed. Acting together with his wife was indeed a wise decision. She was startled. You're not allowed to call me wife. Suddenly, Lin Qiu's expression turned serious as he glanced behind. Pitiful cries rang out. Boo-hoo-hoo. Someone come save us. He tried to listen carefully. I hear crying. Zhen asked curiously. What? Where? Lin Qiu pulled her into a spatial gate. Hold on tight. After stepping through the spatial gate, the two arrived in an area full of heavy destruction. Amidst the ruins, there appeared a child holding a cat. The child cried loudly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Save us. Lin Qiu exclaimed excitedly. Over there. Zhen looked. The scene before them showed fire surrounding the little girl. Here, suddenly, an old wooden beam broke in half. The beam was falling right towards the child's head. He couldn't stand by anymore. Oh no. It's dangerous. Both of them used their abilities simultaneously. Lin Qiu summoned a spatial gate while Zhen created an ice pillar. The ice pillar gradually extended upwards. It passed through the spatial gate, moving to the child's side and catching the wooden beam just in time. Lin Qiu also quickly ran over to support the beam. He asked the girl, worriedly, are you alright? After a long period of time, the number of people with them gradually increased. Qin Zhen's face was smudged, but she continued to use her ice abilities. Zhen and I, we're almost like a rescue team. Her ice has frozen the flowing lava. As survivors were rescued one by one, the impact of the volcano lessened a bit. Time flew by until it was dark. On a tree, Lin Qiu and Qin Zhen sat together on a large branch. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. The rescue work around the volcano had finally come to an end. She shared a loaf of bread with him. Eat something. Seeing the girl in front of him caring for him like this, he couldn't help but smile. No matter what, Lin Qiu didn't forget his mission. He called the system. Today's task is completed. 9527. Awakening today's skill. The system announced. Awakening skill. Please wait. Finally, the awakened skill was divine language. By observing the movement of lips when others speak, one can decode what they're saying. Lin Qiu was speechless looking at the system. A whole day of hard work, and you only give me this. He sighed, picked up the bread and took 2 bites. Forget it. Filling the stomach is most important. Before he could take another bite of bread, he was disturbed by a group of people on the ground. Hey. The leader was Chu Wei, a poison-type ability user, and Chen Kai, a beast transformation ability user. Chen Kai, he casually smiled and asked, friends up in the tree, are you two alright? Chu Wei waved and asked, we're volunteers who came here spontaneously. Are you two staying up there because you're injured? Looking at this guy's face, it seemed he had no good intentions. Lin Qiu also noticed this. They're volunteers. A group of people all so clean like that. How could they be here for rescue? He smiled back. Neither of us is injured. We're just resting now. Lin Qiu jumped down first to assess the situation. Chu Wei continued to ask, "Young brother, are you also here for rescue? How should I address you?" He replied, "My name is Lin Qiu. I don't know how to address you, uncle." He cheerfully shook hands with him. "You're Lin Qiu, the one who helped Ling Wu Shanghai win first place in the Ling Wu competition, defeating the United Three Nations team." Lin Qiu probed. "That's right, uncle. How do you know so much about me?" He introduced himself. "My name is Chu Wei. Those behind me are my disciples. Your fight video is very popular online. You're quite a big celebrity." Lin Qiu laughed pleasantly. "Celebrity? I dare not claim that. I dare not." He suggested, "It's getting late. Are you two preparing to rest? We'll stay here to protect you both." He didn't object. "Then I'll trouble you, uncle." Qin Zhen had also come down. She asked Lin Qiu curiously who they were. He answered, "Probably just some enthusiastic passing volunteers." Lin Qiu's expression was very unpleasant. "Not just enthusiastic. I fear they have bad intentions." They stood guard around them. Lin Qiu and Qin Zhen rested under a tree. He was considering the current situation. He couldn't casually use wind ears and heavenly eyes. These skills all required spiritual energy. If they noticed, it would alert them. Lin Qiu gave a sly smile, but the newly awakened divine language skill came just in time and could be used. 9527. "Did you predict this situation?" The system replied. "This time it's truly a coincidence. Kid, don't mess around anymore." On the other side, Chu Wei whispered to Chen Kai, "Brother, should we make our move now? Our luck is really good this time. Who'd have thought we'd find our target right away? What's the rush? This kid is still quite alert right now. If we startle him, I'm afraid he might slip away." Chu Wei wondered. "We're both true martial artists. Plus we have over 10 diamond-level fighters. How could this kid possibly escape?" Chen Kai frowned. "Don't forget, that kid has spatial abilities, although he's only gold level. Intelligence reports say his combat power is on par with diamond level." On Lin Qiu's side, he had heard everything they said. They indeed had planned this in advance. He felt uneasy, fearing they knew all 4 Supreme Lords were held up by Lin Qiu. That's why they dared to come after him. Lin Qiu touched Qin Zhen's hand. She blushed, thinking, "Why is Lin Qiu suddenly holding my hand? It's embarrassing with so many people watching." Suddenly, she noticed his gesture. He was writing characters on her palm. Her expression suddenly turned surprised. The words Lin Qiu wrote were, "It's dangerous here. You leave first." Qin Zhen's eyes widened in fear. "Are those people all bad guys? There are so many of them." Lin Qiu turned to look at her at the same time, thinking Zhen's intention was probably not wanting to leave him alone. He gently touched her hand again and smiled at her. Zhen looked at him shyly and said, "But." Lin Qiu just kept looking at her without speaking. Suddenly, he pulled her close, embracing her tightly, closing the distance between them. He whispered, "Even so, you can't stay. Go quickly." Zhen kept her head down, saying nothing. She lightly touched his body and wrote with her fingertip, "You buy time. I'll go find reinforcements." After writing this, Zhen turned and left, not letting him say anything more. Lin Qiu watched her back as she left, thinking to himself that now he could act with peace of mind. Chu Wei slightly frowned, turned his head to look behind him, then looked at Lin Qiu and said, "Brother Lin, where is she going? Should I send 2 people too?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qiu interrupted him, saying, "She needs to use the bathroom. Please don't follow her." Chu Wei, hearing this, replied awkwardly, "Oh, I see. We won't disturb her then." Lin Qiu went over and handed them some food, saying, "You guys have been working hard on night duty. Have something to eat." Seeing this, they responded, "Brother Lin, you're too kind." They took the food and started eating with enjoyment. He watched them eat happily and thought, "They still don't know that I've seen through their thoughts." Lin Qiu continued to think to himself, "That's why they can eat the food I gave them so carefreely." He noticed Chu Wei wasn't eating and asked, "Brother Chu, aren't you eating?" He replied casually, "I'm not hungry yet. Want to sit together?" Lin Qiu went over and sat next to him, saying, "That's too bad. The taste isn't bad at all." He took out a stack of papers and replied, "Well, then I must try some. Oh, by the way, Brother Lin." Chu Wei handed them to him cheerfully, saying, "My daughter is a loyal fan of yours. I wonder if you could sign these for her." Lin Qiu, a bit surprised, quickly replied, "Oh, is that so?" But at the same time, he felt a bit angry, thinking, "Your daughter is my fan. Yet you're treating me like this. Don't you feel guilty towards your daughter? He took out some photos and showed them to Chu Wei, saying, signing isn't a problem. I even have some signed photos here. Seeing this, he happily replied, that's great. He handed out a few photos, saying proudly, if you have any relatives who want one, I have plenty more here. Chu Wei silently raised his hand to receive them and thought to himself, what kind of move is this? Carrying signed photos around. This kid is really full of himself. Lin Qiu smiled with great confidence and said, she'll probably like this photo. The photo was actually one of Lin Qiu giving the middle finger, looking extremely provocative. Not long after, somewhere in the forest, Chu Wei frowned and turned to look at Lin Qiu, who was intently using his phone. He thought, his girlfriend said she was going to the bathroom, but it's been 15 minutes. Something's not right. Plus, this kid's attitude. He's clearly discovered something. Chu Wei pointed his thumb towards Lin Qiu to signal the people with him. Everyone immediately understood and turned to stare at Lin Qiu. Chu Wei spoke up. We can't drag this out with him any longer. Everyone immediately surrounded Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu asked, hey, old brother, no more pretending. Do you think surrounding me will have any effect? Chu Wei replied, so you've indeed discovered it. Lin Qiu crossed his arms and asked with a smile, you guessed I was suspicious. So why did you still eat what I gave you? Chu Wei and his people became confused. He suddenly said, you actually used poison. Lin Qiu pursed his lips and replied, do you think the poison would take this long to take effect? Chu Wei sighed in relief and said, that's right. He turned to Chen Kai and said, Chen Kai is the poison type ability user in our team. If there was poison, he would have detected it long ago. Chen Kai shook his head in response. Lin Qiu pointed to the sky and smirked, saying, when did I say I used poison? I just added some traditional Chinese medicine to promote digestion. That's all. It's very beneficial for your bodies. Lin Qiu added a reminder, but I advise you not to use your spiritual power. Otherwise I can't guarantee you'll be able to handle it. Chen Kai pointed at Lin Qiu's face dismissively. Kid, who are you trying to scare? He didn't take those words seriously and directly activated his spiritual power. Chen Kai said, I'm a poison type awakened one. You think I'm afraid of your drugs? Chen Kai clenched his fist and shouted loudly, watch my poison spirit technique. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the sound of his own flatulence. Chen Kai turned pale and quickly ran away holding his buttocks, describing his feeling as I can't hold it anymore. Is there such a move? The feeling just now when it came out seemed to be more than just a simple fart. Everyone standing behind was dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Chen Kai ran away quickly, shouting loudly, ah, it's coming out. I can't stop it. Lin Qiu covered his nose and said with a laugh, this is too smelly. Chu Wei frowned and thought, I can't believe we fell for this kid's trick. But luckily I didn't eat what he gave us. Lin Qiu entered a spatial ring and said, I wish you all a good detox. I'll be going now. Chu Wei quickly activated his spiritual energy and leapt up, trying to stop the stinky kid from escaping. He used a technique called leopard transformation. Chu Wei transformed into a large leopard. Although his speed was very fast, he was a step too late. Lin Qiu had already jumped into the spatial ring. The blonde guy behind groaned, boss, we can't take it anymore. The blonde guy, Wei Chen, activated his energy to awaken his ability to sense true martial arts. The spiritual energy surrounding Chu Wei was even stronger than before. He ordered, you wait here. I'll chase after him. He couldn't have gone far. Chu Wei had already caught Lin Qiu's scent. He exclaimed, got it. Chu Wei leapt quickly and shouted loudly, he's here. He entered an abandoned building. He stopped abruptly in front of someone's shadow. It was Lin Qiu and a corpse lying on the ground. Lin Qiu smirked and said sarcastically, oh, your speed is quite impressive, but unfortunately, I've already taken care of one person. Lin Qiu praised, you're very powerful. You've opened up another space at will. Lin Qiu entered it and said, if that's the case. Chu Wei turned to look at his subordinates. Lin Qiu suddenly appeared behind them from a spatial ring. He swung his weapon and shouted, I'll have to start by taking out these people. Lin Qiu attacked a group of people. They were sitting and dealing with their troubles, unable to react in time, and could only take the full brunt of the attack. The others noticed and hurriedly pulled up their pants. One shouted a warning for everyone to be careful. Another complained, Damn it, I'm not finished yet. Lin Qiu responded. Can't be helped. If I wait for you all to finish detoxing, I'll be in danger. Suddenly, drops of blood in the air surprised Lin Qiu. He thought, the bloodthirsty spear can actually absorb the enemy's blood to restore my own spiritual power. Impressive. Lin Qiu put away the spear and thought, this great treasure with unlimited energy should be preserved well. Then he took out something else. In Lin Qiu's hand were grenades. He said excitedly, let's switch to something more exciting. One of the subordinates stared wide-eyed and shouted in shock, grenades. Lin Qiu pulled the pin and shouted in English, fire in the hole. He threw the grenades forcefully towards the group. The subordinates hurriedly ran to escape the explosion. The short-haired guy frowned and cursed. Damn it, Lin Qiu, I'm going to kill you today. Lin Qiu used his teleportation ability in 8 directions while continuously throwing grenades with force. He laughed and said, I'm waiting for you. Don't run around so much. People below were running in all directions, screams echoing everywhere. Damn it, the short-haired guy, holding his pants, looked towards Lin Qiu who was throwing grenades. He gritted his teeth, thinking, these grenades don't have much killing power, but they're extremely humiliating. If I dodge, my ass won't be able to take it anymore. Lin Qiu covered his nose with one hand and teased, hey, you old brothers, why are you still wearing pants? They're full of shit inside. Isn't it uncomfortable? Also, have you wiped your butts yet? Everyone angrily threatened in unison. If we don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll take your surname. The short-haired guy frowned and said, kid, don't be too arrogant. You're straining yourself using your power to release your senses. He observed Lin Qiu's movements and thought, calculating, Chen brother has arrived. I can lock his teleportation points. The short-haired guy signaled Chu Wei to charge like a leopard. He shouted, you're finished. Lin Qiu heard the shout and paused, puzzled. Chu Wei's claws quickly appeared before his eyes. He yelled, die. Lin Qiu was startled, his mouth agape. He threw a black leopard's paw in front, jumped in surprise. Damn, how did this guy know I'd appear here? A ring of fire appeared behind Lin Qiu. The Ren Yi Gate. Lin Qiu stepped back and fell into the Ren Yi Gate. Lin Qiu's figure disappeared into the Ren Yi Gate. Then he appeared at another location. Did he react too quickly? Lin Qiu was still thinking, waiting, stunned with mouth agape. Looking to the side, the black leopard seemed to know exactly where Lin Qiu would land. It charged towards this direction at extreme speed. Lin Qiu hurriedly jumped to one side, dodging the leopard's powerful pounce. With a loud thud, its 2 front paws, full of sharp claws, slammed onto the ground where Lin Qiu had just stood. Lin Qiu leapt backwards, landing next to a giant stone pillar. He cautiously watched the leopard. His lips tightened. Damn it. Lin Qiu's eyes suddenly noticed something in one direction. It turned out to be him. In Lin Qiu's view, Wei Chen, wearing a black hoodie, was pointing his finger in this direction. Wei Chen's entire body was enveloped in a blue light. A blue beam shot out from Wei Chen's finger, aiming straight at Lin Qiu. The leopard stood on the ground in front of Wei Chen, not far away, its eyes glowing brightly as it followed the guiding blue beam. Lin Qiu held a spear fragment in one hand, the other raised to open a Ren Yi Gate, thinking to himself, he must be able to see the future trajectory of the enemy's actions. The Ren Yi Gate disappeared and reappeared behind Wei Chen. Lin Qiu, holding the spear, charged forward aiming straight at Wei Chen's back. He said, if that's the case, then I'll deal with you first. A powerful thrust struck Wei Chen's left upper arm. Red blood sprayed everywhere. Wei Chen frowned, his mouth open in pain. Agonizing screams rang out simultaneously. Ah! Wei Chen clutched the wound on his shoulder. His face contorted. The companions behind Wei Chen fell left and right. The only one standing was bewildered, mouth wide open. Wei Chen frowned, glancing at his companions behind him. He angrily asked, hurry up and reattach my arm. The companions behind him panicked, looking at the young man with a watermelon-shaped head lying sprawled on the ground, mouth spewing syrup. They reported, Kai Lu is already dead. Wei Chen released his profusely bleeding arm and turned to look, annoyed. Then he said to his companions behind, Chen Kai, go ahead. I'll support you with all my strength. We must catch that brat. Chen Kai stepped forward, replying, the weapon in his hand is not simple. Even a true martial artist like you is severely wounded. Lin Qiu suddenly looked up at the starry night sky. After a moment's thought, the corner of his mouth curled up. Looks like they're getting serious. But today is a full moon. Lin Qiu immediately transformed into his moon master form. 2 rabbit ears grew on his head, and he held a golden spear. Muttering with amusement, This young master will play with you for a bit. Lin Qiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. A strange sound came from Lin Qiu's mouth. Coo coo coo. The Beast King's roar amplified fivefold. Lin Qiu in his Moon Master form charged straight ahead, raising his spear. His fierce aura swept forward like a whirlwind. Chen Kai stood at the front, taking a defensive stance and shouting, "You want to harm our support? I won't let you achieve your goal." Before he finished speaking, Lin Qiu had already leapt over Chen Qi's head, raising his spear high above the crowd. Chen Kai startled, frowning as he looked up at the menacing spear. With a powerful aura, it came down on Chen Qi's subordinates' heads. Bop, bop, bop. The group only managed to groan a few before red syrup sprayed everywhere. Chen Kai was dumbfounded, watching his nearby subordinates get swept across the neck by the spear, falling one after another, their mouths gaping wide, unable to close. What? The subordinate next to him fell face down beside Chen Kai, lying motionless. Chen Kai squatted down, his hand trembling. He reached out to his subordinate's body. The corner of his mouth drooped. These people were all my trusted followers. Each of them died before they could even show their worth. Unforgivable. On his body, Chen Kai erupted with yellow qi, glaring back hatefully. He raised one arm towards Lin Qiu, staring at Lin Qiu with resentment. He said to Wei Qin behind him, "Old Wei, the plan has changed. Today, we must kill this brat." Wei Qin also emitted blue qi, enveloping his entire body, glaring fiercely. "That's exactly what I want." Lin Qiu seized the initiative and charged forward, one hand opening the Ren Yi gate, the other summoning his spear. He thought, elimination. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Wei Qin pointed his finger in one direction, stating confidently, 20 meters ahead, to the right. Chen Kai was startled as he looked at Lin Qiu, who indeed appeared exactly where Wei Qin had indicated, wielding his spear with both hands to attack. Chen Kai looked straight at Lin Qiu's grim face and said, "Kid, your killing intent is very strong." Lin Qiu's eyes were blazing with murderous intent as he looked at his opponent. Inwardly startled, he guessed right again. Lin Qiu's body hovered in midair, his spear sweeping across, drawing a cold, bright arc. Chen Qi's brows furrowed tightly as he scoffed. "At this level, you dare to show off to us true martial artists." As he finished speaking, Chen Kai leapt into the air, striking a palm towards Lin Qiu's back, shouting, "Take this true qi, red and yellow." It shone brightly like fire. Lin Qiu thought to himself, true martial artist. Well, maybe I can test to see what level my physical abilities have reached. Lin Qiu turned around, using palm against palm with Chen Kai. Blue qi and yellow qi clashed against each other. With a boom, a earth-shattering explosion erupted. The two at the center of the blast were momentarily engulfed by a sea of flames. In the bright red flames, two shadowy figures could be seen exchanging palm strikes. Lin Qiu gritted his teeth and grunted. Chen Kai exerted his strength and shouted, seeking death. Then, powerful yellow qi flowed into his palm, sending Lin Qiu flying. Lin Qiu's body slammed hard into the ground, creating a large crater. Spider web cracks spread out from the center of the crater. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring everything. Chen Kai stood upright. He smirked, looking towards where Lin Qiu had fallen, and sneered, "A mere gold-level trash dares to exchange blows with me. This time you're surely dead." Wei Qin beside him also smirked, but as the dust settled, Chen Kai was startled. His thin lips parted slightly as he looked ahead. What? Lin Qiu, holding his spear perfectly, appeared unharmed in the smoke. He raised one hand slightly, wiped his face, and looked at them with disdain. So this is all a true martial artist is capable of. Chen Qi's forehead veins bulged, his face darkening, his hand clenched tightly, trembling as he glared at Lin Qiu. He was incredibly incredulous. Although that punch wasn't my full strength, I'm a genuine true martial artist. How could he possibly? Lin Qiu once again opened the Ren Yi gate, his eyes quietly observing his opponent. He's truly very strong. Recklessness would be difficult. Lin Qiu still showed no sign of fear as he looked at the two. Chen Kai opened his mouth. "Old brother, can you be a bit more patient?" Lin Qiu said, then quickly increased his speed and vanished on the spot. Wei Qin pointed at the empty space ahead and shouted loudly, 1.500 meters behind. To the right, Lin Qiu, hiding in the darkness, frowned and quickly calculated. Another troublesome one with sensing abilities. It seems I need to eliminate this one first. Lin Qiu made his decision. He sped up, running forward, and opened the Ren Yi gate. Wei Qin seemed to sense something. He frowned, looked up and said, "He's above me." But before Wei Qin could do anything, his entire body was wrapped and bound by yellow qi. Unable to move, Wei Qin's eyes showed clear panic, gritting his teeth in anger, but unable to open his mouth. He could only scream internally. This is the aura of a true martial artist. I can't move anymore. At this moment, Lin Qiu had already jumped out of the Ren Yi gate, appearing right above Wei Qin's head. He raised his spear high and struck down. Weapon state, bloodthirsty spiritual martial spear. Blue qi surged and coiled around the spear's body. Lin Qiu let out a loud shout. 10,000 Saints Dragon King breaking spear. The spear struck down like a flowing stream. The blue qi, like a vortex, wrapped around Wei Qin's body. Wei Qin's figure gradually faded. Finally, he dissolved into nothingness. In the space, only blue air remained, swirling. Lin Qiu landed on the opposite position, both hands gripping the spear tightly, its tip pointing straight to the ground. The corner of his mouth curved up, showing Lin Qiu was in a very good mood. How can this move be so powerful? If I had known earlier, I would have used it on Chen Kai. What a mistake. Chen Kai stood frozen, staring at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, having finished off Wei Qin, turned his head to look at Chen Kai. Chen Qi's face was stiff, eyes wide open, mouth stammering. You are a supreme one. Lin Qiu showed a smug smile. You figured it out already. Actually, I've always been hiding my true strength. It's not for any particular reason. I just find it amusing. Zhou Wei, disbelieving and angry, pointed at him. Your words are too deceitful. Lin Qiu, of course, refused to back down and continued to provoke him. If you don't believe me, just try it. He was frightened by Lin Qiu's excessive confidence and started calculating. If he really is a true martial artist, I basically can't escape. But if he's not, then I still have a chance to turn the tables. Zhou Wei immediately rushed forward, causing Lin Qiu to admire inwardly. This guy has some courage. He didn't stand still either and began using his spear, although the spiritual power of the spear was exhausted. But then he aimed at the position where Zhou Wei was standing. Watch my 10,000 Saints Dragon King break. This caused him to suddenly stop. Zhou Wei didn't resist but only tried to run away, while Lin Qiu maintained his fierce appearance chasing after him. His smugness didn't diminish. Indeed, I overestimated him. Such a coward, scared by just a little bluff. Lin Qiu continued to use his spear to threaten him, forcing Zhou Wei to constantly dodge until exhausted. Zhou Wei pieced together everything that had happened and suddenly thought of a possibility. This kid is tricking me. I understand now. He certainly can't use the Supreme One's lethal skill again. He calculated and thought. Moreover, over time, his spiritual energy must be nearly depleted. Zhou Wei continued to dodge and prepared for his counterattack. And then he declared that the situation had reversed. Perhaps things were different from what Lin Qiu thought. After using his power, he didn't have much spiritual energy left. Basically, he could only manage a few more teleportations. What to do now? Zhou Wei began to display his strength. Each vortex intimidated Lin Qiu. Tired already? After all, you're just a golden level little ghost. Those vortexes grew stronger and stronger, creating a hissing sound like a leopard's roar. Zhou Wei spoke up. It's my turn now. Lin Qiu put down his spear. The long spear probably couldn't match a true martial artist after this enhancement. He searched for another weapon in his bag. What he needed was a scaly egg with several sharp points around it. Lin Qiu exclaimed. Got it. This is it. Seeing the object he just took out, Zhou Wei laughed loudly and mocked. Ha ha ha. What's that? Are you only looking for a cure when you're sick? This time, he didn't want to let himself lose again. Let me destroy both you and this nameless thing. Okay. Zhou Wei, with one hand, tried to take away Lin Qiu's precious egg and intended to give him a punch called Spirit Remembrance Dark Abyss. But the hard scales on the egg grazed Zhou Wei's hand. His 5 fingers bled, leaving him gaping in shock, and it absorbed his spiritual energy. Not only did his 5 fingers bleed from the graze, but the fingers on his other hand also showed the same phenomenon, causing Zhou Wei to cry out in terror. My hands, my spiritual energy, why is it gone? After the egg absorbed the spiritual energy, Lin Qiu immediately picked up his spear. He seized the opportunity to firmly grasp his weapon. Lin Qiu, without hesitation, decisively used his spear to stab directly at Zhou Wei. Go ask the egg, will you? Zhou Wei coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lin Qiu showed no sympathy, but instead gave a cold sneer. He pulled the spear out of Zhou Wei's body. Lin Qiu sighed in relief and felt more at ease. Phew, finally dealt with it. At that moment, a girl and another man flew in. Lin Qiu seemed to sense someone approaching, so he turned to look. The man asked Lin Qiu, "Are you alright?" The girl accompanying him was the leader of the Xuanwu squad, Chu Cheng, a true martial artist. He looked around and said, "This doesn't seem quite like what we expected. Did we come to rescue, or to clean up the battlefield?" Lin Qiu scratched his head embarrassedly. "Ha ha ha. I might have been a bit too quick." The man introduced Chu Cheng to him. "That's right. Let me introduce you. This is squad leader Chu Cheng of the Xuanwu team, a true martial artist." He blushed. The Xuanwu squad actually has a beautiful woman as its leader. A staff struck the ground forcefully. Lin Qiu greeted her. "Hello, squad leader Chu. I've kept one person alive. See if you can extract any information from him." The survivor was Chen Ji, who was unconscious. Chu Cheng looked at the motionless bodies. Two true martial artists. Over a dozen diamond level. "Did you handle all these people by yourself?" Lin Qiu didn't hide it. "That's right." Suddenly, a large eagle carrying people flew towards them. One of them was Qin Zhen. She quickly jumped down towards Lin Qiu. She hugged him tightly, surprising Lin Qiu. Zhen. He couldn't finish speaking. "I was so worried about you." Zhen blushed shyly, asking what they had done to him. "Are you hurt? Let me check." Which surprised Lin Qiu a bit. Lin Qiu's next action made her even more embarrassed. "If it's Zhen's order, shall I take off my shirt for inspection?" Zhen closed her eyes and pushed him away. "Stop teasing me. I know you're fine now." But Lin Qiu still took the chance to tease Zhen. "Come on, don't be shy," she angrily reminded him. "Put your clothes back on." He followed Zhen's words. "Alright then." Then he looked towards the man who was giving orders to his subordinates. "You guys clean up the battlefield. Examine these bodies carefully." Once again, Lin Qiu kindly reminded. "That's right. Teammates searching bodies must not be afraid of feces." This made the man feel very confused. Why feces? The squad members assigned to inspect were pulling bodies and shouting, it stinks. Why did all these people defecate in their pants?" Their commander was speechless at this situation. Lin Qiu laughed and suggested the best solution was to find water-type awakened ones to directly spray water and wash it away. A while later, they came to where the egg from earlier was along with several spirit pearls. The man pointed at them and asked, "Were these found on those people? And is that egg yours?" Lin Qiu went over and hugged his egg. "Yes, I was wondering why I couldn't find it." The man explained further. "We found it next to a pool of molten lava. It's quite strange." He recalled when they first discovered it. There was a large pool of molten lava, very hot, but around the egg was all volcanic rock. Lin Qiu looked at the egg in his hand and thought, the molten lava disappeared. Could it be that the dragon egg can absorb volcanic energy? A fire portal called Renyi Gate appeared beside him. Lin Qiu was now surrounded by fire. He placed the dragon egg on the ground. "Let me check and see if it matches what I've guessed." The dragon egg was absorbing the fire's energy. Lin Qiu's hair was blown back by the wind from the energy streams, adding to the appeal of his smug expression. At this moment, it was truly possible to see the molten lava cooling down at a speed visible to the naked eye, directly turning into volcanic rock. After absorbing, the egg grew noticeably larger. The man from earlier, along with Shen Jing and two other teammates, came to Lin Qiu. "Lin Qiu, why did you suddenly run here? Did you discover something?" he said. "It seems I've found a way to solve the volcanic threat this time." He hugged his egg close. "And I can incubate the dragon egg too." The man couldn't wait anymore. "What is it? Tell us quickly." Lin Qiu pointed at the dragon egg. "I discovered that this egg can absorb molten lava. We just need to bring the dragon egg to the volcano's mouth." Just then, someone shouted, "Captain!" It was Lin Song reporting news to him. "It's not good. We just received news from the geology experts. The volcano will have its second major eruption in half an hour." Hearing this, he felt worried. Then there was even more shocking news that hadn't been announced yet. The power far exceeded the first time. Not only he, but even Lin Qiu couldn't believe it. Lin Qiu rested his chin and thought, half an hour until the second eruption. The time should be enough, and my spiritual energy has been fully replenished. Zhao Kai anxiously asked Lin Qiu, "This time is too tight. We should still quickly evacuate the residents." He nodded. "Alright, but I still need to go to the volcano." Besides ensuring the safety of people and property, Lin Qiu will also be affected by the eruption. Lin Qiu's plan frightened him. Pointing towards the volcano, he said, "Brother, are you serious? The temperature and toxic gases, can you withstand them?" He replied confidently, "As for the temperature, I have the dragon egg to ensure a safe standing spot. As for the toxic gases," looking at the girl standing beside him, he smiled. "Shen Jing can come with me," Zhao Kai helplessly explained. Indeed, the H2s and sulfur dioxide in the command center were purified by Shen Jing, but even without toxins, at the volcano's mouth, he reassured, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I won't play with my little life." Then he asked, "What's your answer? This action is very dangerous. You must think carefully." Shen Jing fell into deep thought. Finally, she made up her mind. "I'll go with you, Master." Zhao Kai, standing aside observing, couldn't help but be shocked. He asked again, "You two must be careful. If the situation turns unfavorable, don't be reckless." They shouted. "Yes." Lin Qiu took out the egg and ordered, "Then let's start the operation." Immediately, he used force to throw the egg forward. It flew straight into the hot lava flow. He shouted, "Let's go." The dragon egg sank into the lava, gradually absorbing it. Then he reached out his hand, saying, "Hold my hand tightly. In a moment, when we get there, immediately transform into a demon and absorb the surrounding toxic gases." Shen Jing nodded. "All right." Finally, the egg finished absorbing. She observed from afar. This egg really turned the molten lava into volcanic rock. But on the other side, Lin Qiu kept coughing. Cough cough. Toxic gas. Toxic gas. She laughed. "Oh right." Then she used her transformation skill to become a demon. She instinctively absorbed the toxic gases. Noticing the air had become clean, he happily said, "For now, it seems the plan is working. Let's continue." He threw the egg towards another direction. Then he told Shen Jing, "All right, the standing spot at the next position has been cooled down by the dragon egg." He reached out his hand to her again, saying, "Let's go." She nodded. "Okay." They stepped through the teleportation gate together, but looking ahead, he couldn't help but think dejectedly. Throwing the dragon egg and then teleporting should allow us to quickly reach the mountainside. Looking at the lava flow beneath their feet, he changed the plan again. But as they got closer to the volcano's mouth, the surrounding temperature kept rising. He tossed a water bottle to Shen Jing, ordering, "Take it and replenish your water." She quickly caught it and drank gulp after gulp, but due to the volcano's heat, the water had already been boiled. She screamed, "It's too hot," he remarked. "We can't move step by step upwards anymore. At this rate of water consumption, we can't hold out for long." Finally, he decided, "Let's take a risk." Lin Qiu held the egg and ordered, "Disciple, Master is about to take you up. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to endure to the mountain top." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Master, you want to?" Lin Qiu picked up a bucket full of water and continued, "We don't need the dragon egg to clear the path anymore. Pour this on." Then he poured all the water over Shen Jing. In no time, Shen Jing was soaked like a drowned rat, and let out a surprised awe. Lin Qiu also poured water over his own head, while explaining, "Although the water may evaporate quickly, it can provide whatever protection it can." Both master and disciple looked serious. He held her hand, pulled her in, and reminded her, "In a moment, we'll teleport straight up. Our clothes and skin might get burned." She obediently replied, "It's all right. I'll follow master's lead." They held hands and stepped into the spatial gate. In an instant, they were in a place with such high temperature that sparks were flying everywhere. There was also a stream of lava flowing by. Shen Jing let out a small cry. It's so hot." Lin Qiu also clicked his tongue and remarked, "The temperature is indeed hard to endure." Then they held hands again and stepped into another spatial gate. He hugged the egg and held Shen Jing's hand, teleporting from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Before long, they were standing right above the enormous lava pool. They stood on a nearby rock peak and looked down. Sparks were flying everywhere. She spoke, "We've finally arrived." Lin Qiu looked at this scene with a frown, thinking to himself, "The air is thin here. My energy has also reached its limit." Without saying anything, he immediately threw the egg towards the lava, shouting, "Go! Go swallow the volcano." However, his whole body then began to tremble uncontrollably. Wanting to lunge forward, Shen Jing panicked, ran towards him and shouted loudly. She and Lin Qiu fell straight down below. While in free fall, Shen Jing closed her eyes in despair, thinking her master had fainted. What should she do? Could it really end like this? Suddenly, they both hit something very hard, causing their bodies to shake. He grimaced. She was shocked. She opened her eyes in amazement, wondering, why don't I feel burned? Shen Jing then sat up and looked around. exclaiming in surprise. The molten lava has turned into volcanic rock. Lin Qiu was rubbing his head while coughing a few times. He cried out, "Ouch! It hurts." She immediately rubbed his head, asking with concern, "Master, are you alright?" Suddenly, Lin Qiu's eyes fell upon the alluring sight before him. Embarrassed to the point of blushing, he gently reminded, "Your clothes." Seemingly feeling no issue, he scratched his head, laughed awkwardly, and continued, "It's fine. It's fine." Judging from the surrounding temperature, it seems the plan must have succeeded. Only Shen Jing remained confused. Not understanding anything, the egg's shadow appeared before their eyes, with sparks now flying towards it. She asked curiously, "The erupting lava, has it all been absorbed by it?" Lin Qiu approached the egg, smiling as he answered, "That's right. It's all thanks to this little devil." He picked it up and called out, "Hey, hey, you've absorbed so much." Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from somewhere, and small rocks began to fall. What shocked Lin Qiu was that lava had appeared all around them in no time. Lin Qiu hugged the egg tightly to his chest and cursed in frustration. Damn! The surface temperature was rising rapidly. The volcano was still unstable. Shen Jing also remarked, "It was so hot just now." He looked at the large egg in his hand helplessly and said, "Looks like we still need the dragon egg to continue absorbing its energy." Watching the increasing flow of lava, Lin Qiu thought to himself, "The scale of this eruption is at least equivalent to tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. Fortunately, there's no more, or it would be absurd." Shen Jing also carefully observed the surroundings. She suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Master, it's a helicopter." On the helicopter, the host was still reporting on the situation. "Dear viewers, the time predicted by experts has arrived, but the volcano hasn't shown signs of a second eruption." The cameraman captured every detail clearly. She looked at the camera while pointing at the lava flow and continued, "Currently, no magma is flowing from the volcano's mouth. Oh, at the volcano's mouth, there seems to be a young man in tattered clothes. Next to him is an egg. Is this a celestial being cooking an egg at the volcano's mouth?" At the control station, clear images of Lin Qiu and Shen Jing were displayed on the screen. Two young men watched and discussed. "What's going on? This doesn't match the machine's test results. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Isn't this result even better?" Lin Zeng approached to report. "Lin Qiu has succeeded." Qin Zhen checked her phone and couldn't help but praise emotionally. "That's excellent." The host leaned out of the helicopter to ask, "Do you want to return with us?" He immediately declined. "No, we still have things to do." Lin Qiu looked at the helicopter flying high above and bid farewell, while thinking to himself, "I still need to stay here and incubate the egg." Then he turned to Shen Jing and advised, "We don't know how long this will take. Disciple, you should rest first." She obediently agreed, responding, "Okay." The smoke and fire continued for a while. Lin Qiu quickly fell asleep. Suddenly, the egg made a cracking sound. This noise woke him up. Lin Qiu rubbed his eyes, confused. In an instant, the eggshell cracked open, and a small, clever creature appeared. It jumped towards Lin Qiu. He excitedly called out, "Disciple, the dragon egg has hatched." The little blue-colored creature hugged his arm and playfully called out, "Papa, Papa." Lin Qiu, terrified as if seeing a ghost, shook his arm hard, causing it to fly off, and shouted in fear, "Damn, don't come here. I'm most afraid of snakes." Little Black, feeling rejected, was hurt and let out a mournful cry, meaning, "Papa, don't you want me?" Witnessing the small creature's deep hurt, he quickly explained, "Don't call me Papa. Otherwise, Jen will misunderstand that I've been fooling around. Don't come here. Let me calm down first." Little Blue let out a softer cry. "Okay, I won't call you Papa." Then it went to the sleeping Shen Jing. It looked back at him with a questioning expression. "Gao Gao, is she Mama? Was I born from Papa and Mama incubating me in the fire?" Lin Qiu, stunned by its innocence, reluctantly admitted, "Yes, incubated in fire." However, he showed no affection as he grabbed Little Black by the neck and sternly warned, "I've had enough of you. If you keep talking nonsense like that, I'll spank you." Lin Qiu picked up Little Black and asked, "Don't dragons have 2 horns? Why do you have 3? Little Black angrily replied, "The middle one isn't a horn. I hid it when breaking out of the shell." "Isn't it because Papa didn't help me break the shell?" Lin Qiu felt a bit guilty. He tried to change the subject. "Well, you need to learn to grow gradually. I was afraid if I helped you, your talents wouldn't be prominent enough. Suddenly, Lin Qiu was startled and stood up. Wait a minute. He picked up Little Black and questioned him closely. You can speak human language. Little Black calmly replied. Is this difficult? I can learn it in just 30 seconds. Lin Qiu was delighted. That's good. Let me give you a name. It'll be more convenient for communication. How about Snake Little Black? Little Black angrily shouted. Papa, I'm not a snake. Seeing Little Black keep calling him Papa, Lin Qiu told him, don't call me that anymore. Call me Master instead. Or you can call me Big Brother if you like. Little Black helplessly agreed. Okay, Big Brother. Then Lin Qiu continued. If you don't like the name I gave you, you can name yourself. Little Black puffed out his chest and said proudly, how about Dark Dragon Destroyer? Lin Qiu immediately refused. That name seems too complicated and doesn't suit you. Let's just stick with Little Black. Your current appearance doesn't match such a powerful name. Little Black sighed. I'm only at the first star bronze level now. He then ran towards his eggshell. Wait a moment. I'll give you some energy to upgrade your cultivation. Lin Qiu wondered. After eating, what level will my cultivation be? Lin Qiu wondered. After eating, what level will my cultivation be? Little Black licked his lips and said, according to human terms, it should be platinum. Hearing this, Lin Qiu was a bit skeptical. Why are you still so small if you're at platinum level? I want to be a dragon rider. He then took out a drawing and showed it to Little Black. Little Black assured him not to worry, saying his size could be adjusted at will. Right now, I can grow up to 200 meters long. Lin Qiu was delighted. 200 meters. That's excellent. I'm truly a genuine dragon rider now. Then he thought to himself, although I want to ask Little Black to become a giant dragon, on second thought, it's better not to. It might attract too much attention. Isn't it better to prosper quietly? Then, Lin Qiu asked Little Black to transform into a shape that matched his size so he could see. Little Black immediately agreed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge dragon. Lin Qiu exclaimed in amazement. That's so cool. Then he jumped onto Little Black's back. Little Black, let me ride you for a bit. This is awesome. Little Black promptly agreed. Yes, Big Brother. Lin Qiu, excited, told Little Black to go in that direction. Little Black took off without hesitation. Then Lin Qiu and Little Black flew around together. But since Little Black wasn't used to this form yet, he found it a bit difficult to control. Lin Qiu noticed Little Black trembling and asked, Little Black, what's wrong? As he looked up, he saw they were about to crash into a mountain peak. He panicked and shouted, aha! We're going to hit it. Just as Lin Qiu finished speaking, they crashed into the side of the volcano. As a result, Lin Qiu got a huge bump on his head. He angrily scolded Little Black. A moment later, Lin Qiu rode Little Black to find everyone and saw Shen Ting was lying unconscious next to the volcano's mouth. He immediately jumped down to wake her up. Shen Ting woke up and saw a huge bump on Lin Qiu's forehead. Not only that, there was also a massive dragon beside him, which left her confused. Seeing this, Lin Qiu signaled to Little Black. Understanding, Little Black immediately shrunk in size. Shen Ting exclaimed, how miraculous. It can even shrink in size. Then Lin Qiu told them to quickly descend the mountain to report the good news to the team leader. Even though TV had already reported it, Shen Ting agreed. At the foot of the mountain, Zhen Zhen, Lin Zeng, and Shu Kai were waiting for Lin Qiu. Suddenly, a voice called out to Zhen Zhen. Zhen Zhen said to Shu Kai, just now, I thought I heard Lin Qiu's voice. Shu Kai replied, really? Where is he? Suddenly, Lin Qiu appeared behind Zhen Zhen and covered her eyes, saying, guess who I am? Zhen Zhen turned around excitedly. You rascal. Lin Qiu, you finally. She stopped mid-sentence and burst into laughter. She wondered, why do you have such a huge bump on your head? Lin Qiu replied glumly, isn't it because of him? Then Zhen Zhen went to hug Little Black. How adorable. This little one. She smiled and said, is this the dragon egg that once protected me? It's hatched already, and it can even talk. Little Black happily replied, Lin Qiu saw Little Black keep touching Zhen Zhen's chest and angrily cursed inwardly. This lecherous dragon. Then he said irritably, tonight, I've decided to eat dragon meat. That place I haven't even touched yet. Lin Zeng helplessly told him not to compete with a spirit beast anymore. Then Lin Zeng asked Lin Qiu, Did it really absorb all the energy from the volcano? Lin Qiu confirmed it was true. Shu Kai, who was on the phone, suddenly shouted. It seemed he had heard some shocking news. Shu Kai frowned. The 4 venerable positions and spirit beasts in the Zhenwu spirit domain are fighting. The spirit beasts still seem to want to break out of the spirit domain. Little Black suddenly spoke up. Big brother, take me there. I think I can help them. Lin Qiu replied. You're just a small platinum-level creature. How can you solve the Zhenwu spirit domain's problem? Little Black asserted. Big brother, although my rank might be a bit low, I am the overlord of spirit beasts. My words still carry some weight. Lin Qiu then turned to Shu Kai and said, Brother Shu, let's go find my master. I actually want to see if this little one can really be of help. Shu Kai agreed. At the entrance of the Zhenwu spirit domain, Shu Kai turned to ask a man. Respected seniors, where are the venerables? We have a way to stabilize the spirit beasts in the spirit domain. The man replied, they're still inside. Hearing this, Shu Kai told Lin Qiu to hurry. Then the 2 of them entered the spirit domain. Lin Qiu exclaimed, as expected of the Zhenwu spirit domain, the concentration of spiritual energy is unimaginably dense. Suddenly, a rock flew towards them from somewhere. Lin Qiu was startled by this. As Lin Qiu was about to destroy the rock, Yang Zi suddenly appeared and shattered it. Then he turned and asked why Lin Qiu had come here, saying it was very dangerous. Lin Qiu immediately replied, Master, I've come to solve the spirit domain's problem. Hearing this, Yang Zi scolded him. What nonsense are you up to? Kid, this is not a level you can participate in. But Lin Qiu paid no attention to his words. He looked around and asked, what's the current situation? The situation below is very complex. Everyone is attacking the spirit beast simultaneously. Lin Qiu, confused, asked, Master, hasn't the volcano issue been resolved? Why are they still fighting? Yang Zi coldly replied, isn't it all because of the Zhenwu level spirit beasts? They've fought to the point of ignition. It's not something that can be stopped just by saying so. Hearing this, Lin Qiu turned to Little Black and said, Little Black, didn't you say you could solve the problem? Please, start your performance. Yang Zi, seeing him talking so casually, turned to look. Is this the spirit beast that hatched from the dragon egg? Little Black immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Yi Meng, seeing a dragon suddenly appear, was surprised. Has reinforcement for the spirit beasts arrived? Cao Tai Chong felt it didn't seem quite right. Little Black immediately used dragon's might to subdue and communicate with the other spirit beasts. What's happened? Can't we sit down and talk calmly? A goat then said, but they've killed many of our brothers. A monkey immediately agreed. That's right, that's right. Little Black continued, too noisy. Among you, who's the leader? Have him come out and talk to me. Soon after, a purple dragon appeared. It approached and said, Senior, this grievance I cannot swallow. They've killed many of my juniors. Little Black, hearing this, scolded. Isn't that because you fools kept running around wildly? I've already helped you solve the problem outside. What the hell are you still fighting for? The purple dragon, hearing this, rejoiced. Really? As expected of a senior, if the outside has been stabilized, we don't want to go to that poor spirit domain either. Little Black immediately said, why haven't they left yet? Causing chaos here will only result in greater casualties. Then Little Black told everyone to quickly return. After that, the purple dragon happily asked, may I ask, Senior, how did you transform into a dragon? Becoming a dragon has always been my dream. Little Black then said, ahem, that's because your killing intent is too strong. Then it started to act, explaining various things to the purple dragon. If you want to understand, you must cultivate yourself for a long time. Then you'll have hope of becoming a dragon. The purple dragon, hearing this, happily thanked him. Thank you, Senior. From now on, I will definitely cultivate myself. Do you need me to deal with those people? Little Black was confused by this. It angrily shouted, we just talked about self-cultivation, and now your killing intent is rising again. Leave those people to me for negotiation. The purple dragon, frightened, bowed its head. I understand, Senior. I'm relieved now. May we meet again if fate allows. After saying this, it immediately flew away. Lin Qiu, seeing all the spirit beasts had left, went to praise Little Black for doing a great job. Little Black happily transformed back to its small size. Tai Chong, seeing the dragon perched on Lin Qiu's shoulder, came to ask Little Qiu, is this dragon yours? Before Tai Chong could finish, Little Black immediately spoke. Hello, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, Everyone, seeing that little black could speak, was extremely surprised. This dragon can even talk. Lin Qiu said, "That's right. It's the little one that hatched from the Zoo K team's dragon egg." The dean sighed. Having such a spirit pet is truly a blessing. This time, thanks to it, we were able to smoothly stabilize the situation. Actually, facing Gen Wu level spirit beasts, with 4 positions, it wouldn't have been difficult for us to handle. Lin Qiu replied, "But I'm afraid quite a few Gen Wu level experts would have to be sacrificed." The dean patted Lin Qiu's shoulder and said, "Anyway, you've achieved great merit this time. What reward do you want?" Lin Qiu's eyes lit up as he replied, "I want spirit pearls with beast transformation, spatial, and thunder attributes. Is that possible? I believe with master's abilities, what you give won't be too shabby. Just casually give me a few diamond grade or above pearls, and that'll do." The dean said, "You little rascal, you're really not being modest at all. What do you need so many spirit pearls for?" Lin Qiu replied, "Master, your disciple is about to break through to golden rank. Shouldn't you prepare some gifts?" The dean asked in surprise. "You're about to break through?" Lin Qiu said, "During this mission, whether rescuing people or fighting, I've been constantly using spiritual energy. This has caused gaps to appear in my barriers." The dean watched Lin Qiu circulate his energy and thought, now that the spirit realm is full of spiritual energy, it's the final condition to break through the barrier. This kid is a real talent. Such a fast breakthrough rate. Lin Qiu's eyes widened, and suddenly he let out a shout. The surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl, gathering into Lin Qiu's body. He officially broke through to diamond rank. Lin Qiu came to his senses, feeling as if he'd been reborn after the breakthrough. He was drenched in sweat. The dean quickly came to support him, saying, "Little Qiu, are you alright? Why do you look like that?" Lin Qiu clutched his chest, thinking it was strange. After this breakthrough, the skill he received was a beast transformation skill called Giant Form. What kind of skill is this? Never mind, I'll research it later. The dean said, "Congratulations, Little Qiu. By the way, what did you mean earlier about fighting? Weren't you all supposed to be on a rescue mission?" Lin Qiu replied, "While we were rescuing them, we encountered a strange group of people who attacked us. They have over 10 diamond level and 2 true martial members. Their leader's name is Chen Kai." The dean pondered, saying he had never heard this name before, but the country pays close attention to spirit martial artists above diamond level. The person next to him nodded, saying, "That's right. Where did so many diamond and true martial members come from?" Lin Qiu began to recount the whole incident. The dean stroked his beard, speculating the motives of these people are indeed suspicious. Lin Qiu took out a spear and said, "The reason I'm telling everyone about this on one hand, it's to make you aware, but mainly, I hope Master and the uncles can help me replenish the energy for this spear." The man standing nearby exclaimed, "Let this little guy come again. For your excellent performance this time, I'll charge it for you." The dean patted Lin Qiu's shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard. My son, Little Qiu, come with me. Next, let's discuss a bit. How should we deal with these spirit beasts?" Lin Qiu was suddenly startled, his face turning pale, thinking everyone here is experienced. How should they handle it? Why ask someone who just broke through like me? Shen Taisong stepped forward and said, "The biggest credit for this action goes to you if you don't speak up. We old folks won't have the face to touch anything." The dean also agreed, saying, "That's right, these dropped items. You decide how to distribute them." Lin Qiu took the documents and said, "I only need 2 elemental orbs of my type and some beast meat. The rest, you can distribute. I won't use them." The dean asked, "Just these things?" Shen Taisong brought over some spirit orbs, saying, "Here are 2 more true martial level spirit orbs. You don't need these either?" Lin Qiu responded with a, "Yes, I just hope that in the future, the seniors will take care of this junior more." The 2 replied in unison, "Owing favors is even more troublesome." The dean tapped Lin Qiu's head and said, "You little rascal, you're really not a dim bulb. You've taken all the favors from every Gen Wu expert here." Lin Qiu yelped in pain and said, "I didn't mean to." The dean turned back and said in a serious tone, "If the spirit realm issue has been resolved, let's go meet Chen Kai, the one who attacked you at the building." A voice sighed wearily and said, "This guy is really tight-lipped. He denies everything we ask." Lin Qiu said, "The key is that we don't have any impression of him either. It seems there are hidden forces in the country that we're unaware of." Lin Zeng said, "After all, we're not professional interrogators. Next, let's take him to headquarters and see if we can get anything out of him." The dean said, "That's all we can do." Lin Zeng said, "I'll make the contact." Lin Qiu beside him looked over and suddenly exclaimed, "Phone. That's right, squad leader. See if you recognize this person." A photo of a man appeared on the screen. Lin Zeng exclaimed, "It's him. Where did you get this photo?" Lin Qiu said, "After we defeated the members of the 3 countries earlier, he came to pick them up. I thought the name sounded familiar, so I took a photo." Lin Zeng said, "Alright, I understand." Lin Qiu reminded him, "Brother Lin, Cabela's level has reached Gen Wu. Don't do anything foolish. A gentleman's revenge may take 10 years, but it's not too late. Acting rashly without thinking will only make the enemy look down on us and become more arrogant." Lin Zeng said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to go seeking death. If I were to die so foolishly, I wouldn't have the face to meet Captain Wu." Shen Taisong suddenly ran in and called out, "Yu Yang, quick, come and see. All the students from your school have arrived." The dean exclaimed, "What? Where are they?" Shen Taisong said, "Near the collapsed Tianqi Hotel." The dean said, "Lin Tu, come with me to check it out." With that, the two teleported away, leaving Lin Zeng and Shen Taisong behind. On the other side, the students had all gathered. The teleportation door opened. Seeing the two emerge, everyone called out, "Principal, Big Brother." Lin Tu stood before all the students of the school. He thought, "Wow, the whole school is here." Han Junning said, "Principal, please see if there's anything we can do to help." The dean scratched his head and asked, "Didn't you all see the news on your way here? The problem has already been resolved." Han Junning replied, "We've seen it, but the students still want to come and help." Zhang San also said, "Although the main issue has been resolved, the fire damage to this area is not small. For example, relocating residents and rebuilding their homes. We all hope to do what we can within our abilities." The dean thought, "Truly the future hope of our country. With such a generation, how can we worry about our nation not prospering?" Then he said, "Very well. Students, in the coming days, you must work hard to help the victims. After returning to school, all of you who participated in this activity will receive an extra 2 points on your grades." All the students cheered joyfully. He announced, "The army will arrive shortly. Everyone should follow their commands to carry out the reconstruction work." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Principal, we'll do our best." The dean said, "Little Tu, I need to make a trip to Lingwu capital. What are your plans?" Lin Tu said, "I'll stay here with the others to help. I can't miss out on the action." The dean left, saying before he went, "Well then, be careful. After you're done, return to school with the others." Lin Tu replied, "Have a safe trip, Master." Lin Tu looked up at the sky and saw a giant eagle about to land. Lin Tu called out, "Platoon leader Qin Jaguan." 2 men had just arrived. Qin Jaguan said, "Lin Tu, don't call me Jaguan anymore. Now you're like a godlike existence. I can't accept it. Perhaps because I'm familiar with Lingwu Shanghai. They sent me here to assist the teachers with their work." Lin Tu said, "I see." Qin Jaguan continued, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Lin Zeng pulled Lin Tu onto the beast's back, saying, "I'll take you to the resettlement point. That's where help is needed most." Lin Tu asked, "Just me alone?" Lin Zeng replied, "That's right. Let's head to the resettlement point." With that, the two rode off on the bird. They arrived at the temporary resettlement point. Below were corpses, and injured people were being evacuated. Lin Tu said, "Quite a few familiar faces." A girl using healing type abilities was doing her best to treat the victims' post-traumatic injuries. Lin Tu saw this and exclaimed, "Impressive. With her help, a large number of injured people will be treated." Lin Zeng replied, "That's right." Lin Tu entered a tent, opening the door saying, "What's happened?" Before he could finish, there was a sound of water being spilled inside. Lin Tu, surprised and blushing, said, "Jen Jen." Lin Tu, red-faced, asked with concern, "Tan Jen, Jen Jen, are you alright?" Tan Jen Jen, also blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Lin Tu, it's nothing. I just accidentally spilled some water. Luckily, I didn't get burned." Hearing this, Lin Tu sighed with relief and said, "Phew, that's good." It was then that Lin Tu became distracted. He noticed what Tan Jen Jen was wearing. Lin Tu was a bit surprised and thought, "I didn't notice earlier. Jen Jen looks so cute in that apron." Then Tan Jen Jen looked at her clothes and said, "Being wet is so uncomfortable. I should take this off." When Lin Tu heard Tan Jen Jen say she wanted to undress, he imagined the scene in his head. Tan Jen Jen pulling up her shirt, revealing her slender waist and a glimpse of her alluring chest. Lin Tu had a nosebleed and said with some anticipation, taking it off, "Well, isn't that? Lin Qiu, with a slightly contemptible expression, said to Tan Zhen, let me help you. But just as Lin Qiu finished speaking, someone called from outside. Lin Qiu, Chief of Staff requests your presence over there. Lin Qiu had to leave disappointedly. With a dejected look, he thought to himself, why does it have to be right now? As Lin Qiu went out, he saw a group of people waiting for him. The leader of that group was Cao Kai. They raised their hands in a military-style salute to Lin Qiu, saying, greetings, Commander-in-Chief. When Lin Qiu heard them greet him like that, he was a bit confused, wondering what the hell Commander-in-Chief meant. Cao Kai smiled and said to Lin Qiu, the main force for this rescue operation, apart from the members of the 4 squads, consists of students from various universities. After consideration, we decided, Cao Kai continued, only you can make these people trust and follow you. Not only did you win the Lingwu competition, but you also wrote an encyclopedia on spirit beasts. After hearing this, Lin Qiu replied, don't you all think this is too rushed? Why do I have the feeling that I'm taking the fall for everyone? Cao Kai gave a thumbs up, smiling as he answered, Commander-in-Chief, you're overthinking it. If the operation is successful, the country will surely reward you generously. How could we let you take the fall? Lin Qiu resigned himself to his fate and said, looks like there's no escaping this. Lin Qiu sat down at the table and began to ask, tell me, what's the most urgent issue we need to address right now? Chu Cheng, sitting opposite, answered, the most pressing issue we need to solve now is the housing problem. Canvas tents from nearby areas have been brought here. Chu Cheng continued, but the quantity is still not enough. Now, as we can see, winter is approaching. I'm afraid many victims won't be able to endure the night. After hearing this, Lin Qiu agreed and said, this is indeed a major problem. Can the Earth system create houses for people to spend the night? Chu Cheng shook his head and said, that's not possible. Chu Cheng explained to Lin Qiu, this type of house requires constant Earth system spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is cut off, it will collapse. We've mobilized all Earth system users. The key issue is there are too many people. We don't have that many Earth system awakened. Hearing this, Lin Qiu also found it troublesome and difficult to solve. Someone called out Commander-in-Chief, but at this moment, Lin Qiu's head felt like an overheating CPU about to self-combust. Lin Qiu lamented, thinking he was just a first-year student, and this was too difficult to handle. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, detecting a large number of brain cells of the host dying. This has seriously affected the host's health. Lin Qiu was surprised. The system's voice continued to resound. Forced awakening. E-rank life skill, expert construction, activated. Lin Qiu excitedly exclaimed to the group, Chu Cheng, I've got a solution. Cao Kai and Chu Cheng were amazed by Lin Qiu's words. Lin Qiu quickly ordered, bring me paper and pen, quick. Then, Lin Qiu excitedly drew a map to completely rebuild this place. Chen Baozu looked at the paper Lin Qiu was drawing on and exclaimed, this is. Lin Qiu quickly finished drawing and said, completing houses like this should work. Lin Qiu handed the drawing to them. Someone praised, amazing. Chen Baozu held the drawing and complimented, this idea is excellent. The drawing has no issues. Chu Cheng asked in surprise, really? Cao Kai said. Chen Baozu majored in architecture. His judgment won't be wrong. Then Chen Baozu looked at Lin Qiu again, with a serious expression and asked, the key issue is, with so many materials needed, what should we do? Lin Qiu smiled confidently and replied, I've thought about that too. Lin Qiu pointed to the mountain behind and told them, we'll quarry materials from the mountain. It's right in front of us. Cao Kai hadn't expected quarrying from the mountain. Lin Qiu crossed his arms and smiled in response. Yes, normally it wouldn't be easy, but now we have about 100,000 spirit warriors. Cao Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, indeed, quarrying requires demolition and transport personnel. We have all of that. Chu Cheng and Chen Baozu then said, we'll follow the commander-in-chief's orders. Lin Qiu began assigning tasks to everyone. Cao Kai, you're in charge of gathering spirit warriors with strong attack systems to quarry the mountain together. Chu Cheng, you're in charge of gathering spirit warriors with strength or transportation systems to bring the materials back here for me. They all responded in unison. Yes. Lin Qiu continued assigning tasks. Chen Baozu, take charge of those with Earth-based abilities. Follow the blueprint to speed up construction. Sun Lei, you're responsible for leading those with healing and support abilities to encourage and comfort the people. Everyone saluted and replied, understood. Lin Qiu looked at his phone and said, now, before nightfall, We have 9 hours and 25 minutes left. I hope that before dark, everyone will have a place to stay. Now, let's start. Everyone, immediately go and carry out your assigned tasks. They all responded. Yes, the system said to Lin Qiu. You were impressive this time. Everyone under your command obediently follows your orders. Lin Qiu smiled proudly and thought to the system. Alright, I'll give you half the credit. The system disagreed. Only half. Lin Qiu reassured the system. I'm just joking. 9,527. You know I'm always grateful to you. The system replied. That's better. Someone called out. Commander-in-Chief, Chen Baozu, holding the blueprint, said to Lin Qiu. There are still some issues with the construction. I'd like to ask for your advice. Lin Qiu replied. Sure. Lin Qiu thought about handling this well and then going to other places to see where help was needed. Lin Qiu and Chen Baozu talked for a long time. Until dusk, Lin Qiu said, the houses are no longer an issue. We just need to wait for them to bring the stones here. Lin Qiu stood watching people transporting mountain stones and said, isn't the transportation of these materials a bit slow? Lin Qiu activated Ren Yi Men. Lin Qiu used Ren Yi Men to go to where Chao Kai and Quang Hu were quarrying stones on the mountain. Chao Kai saw Lin Qiu arrive and curiously asked, Commander-in-Chief, why have you come here? Lin Qiu raised his hand in greeting and said, how's everyone's work going over here? Quang Hu punched the rock face with his fist, causing a dent in the rock. Then Quang Hu smiled and said to Lin Qiu, it's a small matter. Lin Qiu saw Quang Hu was about to break the adjacent rock slab. Lin Qiu immediately knocked on Quang Hu's head. You Quang, are you stupid? Lin Qiu angrily lectured Quang Hu. Are you an idiot? What we need are rock blocks, not rubble. Quang Hu cried. Wah, Uncle Lin, I was wrong. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Seeing this, Chao Kai tried to mediate. We can't entirely blame him for this. Lin Qiu knelt on one knee and thought, this nephew seems to be getting more sensible. But with that punch of his, not many usable blocks can be obtained. Lin Qiu said, on one hand, the large rocks are really too heavy, and there aren't many people with strength abilities. Even with spirit beasts, the progress is still slow. On the ground, people were working together to transport large rocks. Spirit beasts were flying in the sky, carrying rocks in baskets. Lin Qiu scratched his head and said, at first, I didn't think this would be a problem. Lin Qiu said to two people who were transporting a large rock, friends, put that rock down for me. The two people heard Lin Qiu and hesitated, asking, just you alone, can you manage it? Hearing their words, Lin Qiu shook his index finger and said, no, no, no. How many times have I said it? Lin Qiu grabbed the large rock and said, men shouldn't ask if they can do it or not. The two people looked at Lin Qiu in amazement as he effortlessly lifted the rock. Lin Qiu immediately put the large rock into his magical bag. The two people stood watching Lin Qiu's actions. One of them recognized the space system. Could you be the student Lin Qiu who defeated the 3 countries? Another person reminded him. We should call him Commander-in-Chief now. Lin Qiu said to the others transporting rocks, leave the relatively large rocks to me. They replied, yes, Commander-in-Chief. One person said, Commander-in-Chief, I failed to recognize Mount Tai just now. Please don't blame me. Lin Qiu quickly smiled and said, it's alright, it's alright. In his heart, Lin Qiu thought, being called Commander-in-Chief by fellow students feels a bit strange. Lin Qiu turned back to remind those who were quarrying rocks, don't just stand there watching. Quickly continue working. Quang Hu immediately started working hard and replied, yes, Commander-in-Chief. Lin Qiu examined his magical bag and said, this bag is almost full. Lin Qiu turned to look at the rock transport team and commanded, everyone who has rocks, follow me to transport them back. They responded, yes. Lin Qiu thought of Dean Yu Yang's. It's a pity my spiritual power isn't as strong as Master's. Otherwise, I could teleport them back. For now, we can only increase speed and make more trips. Lin Qiu led the rock transport team down the mountain, singing as they went. There's no flat road to walk on. Paving the way is even harder. So the people behind sighed. The people at the back, hearing Lin Qiu sing, praised him. The Commander-in-Chief can even sing. It really boosts our spirits. Another person also said, this song about the foolish old man moving mountains fits our situation perfectly. Just like that, everyone's spirits were higher than ever before. It didn't take long for stone houses to spring up at the resettlement site. Upon arrival, Lin Qiu took the rocks out of his magical bag. In no time, stone houses had sprung up at the resettlement site. Though crude, they were enough to shelter from rain and wind. Because of my additional participation, freeing up more labor, the progress increased significantly. Before sunset, everyone had a stone house for temporary shelter. Dusk fell as the sun was about to set behind the mountains. Qin Junzhen handed a bento box to Lin Qiu, saying, "Here." Lin Qiu took the bento box, eating while crying emotionally, saying, "Wow, it's a bento from my beloved wife. I'm so happy." Qin Junzhen said to Lin Qiu, "It's just a bento. Love is really tiring. You've been chattering all day long." Lin Qiu looked at Qin Zhen's worried expression and thought to himself. Junzhen actually noticed. Lin Qiu's face turned serious as he said, "That's right. The greater the responsibility and power, the less freedom one has." Then Lin Qiu smiled and said, "But seeing the lives of the disaster victims improve because of our efforts, I feel it's all worth it." After hearing Lin Qiu's words, Qin Junzhen thought, "He's still the kind-hearted boy I know." Qin Junzhen pointed ahead and said, "Lin Qiu, do you know that from our position, we originally couldn't see the sunset?" Lin Qiu didn't quite understand and asked, "Why?" In front of Lin Qiu and Qin Junzhen was a mountain with its top part excavated. Qin Junzhen hugged Lin Qiu's arm and leaned on his shoulder. She answered, "Because it used to block the view, but now it's gone. We've created a miracle." Lin Qiu was surprised. Lin Qiu said, "We've created this miraculous sunset. It's beautiful." Qin Junzhen replied. Lin Qiu saw a spirit beast flying towards them. "Commander, something's wrong." The spirit beast transformed into human form. Lin Qiu, sitting on a tree, spoke first, asking what happened. The spirit beast, which was Shao Kai, reported, "Due to the volcano, the bridge on the transport route has been damaged." Shao Kai continued, "Supply trucks are stopped at the bridge, unable to cross. If it's not repaired in time, tonight's dinner might not be enough." Shao Kai added, "Experts have determined that the quickest repair would still take 2 days." Hearing this, Lin Qiu immediately worried and said, "That won't do. The students have already worked so hard today, and the victims are exhausted. Going a day without food, I'm afraid they won't make it." Qin Junzhen, who had been silent listening to their conversation, spoke up, "How about letting me try?" Lin Qiu asked Junzhen, "Do you have an idea?" Qin Junzhen replied to Lin Qiu, "Ice magic. If we can mobilize all the ice-type users in the team." Lin Qiu immediately understood. This idea is not bad at all. Then Lin Qiu jumped down from the tree branch and instructed Shao Kai, "Tell all the awakened ice-type and plant-type users to gather at the bridge for me." Shao Kai replied, "Understood." The scene changes to the bridge that needs repair. Lin Qiu looked at the group standing there and called, "All ice-type awakened users, come here. The river before us has blocked our path. Freeze it for me." Chu Cheng, slightly irritated, questioned Lin Qiu, "Listen, Commander, aren't you thinking too unrealistically?" Chu Cheng angrily shouted at Lin Qiu, "The river is so wide. Do you think we're supreme beings?" Lin Qiu covered his ears, saying, "You're shouting so loud, I'm going deaf." After Chu Cheng finished scolding, Lin Qiu wiggled his ears and said with a smile, "What if I could increase everyone's spirit skill power by 50%? Chu Cheng, with a disbelieving expression, said, "Don't exaggerate." Lin Qiu said to Qin Junzhen, "Activate the ice domain." Qin Junzhen immediately activated the ice domain. Chu Cheng and the others felt an abundant source of power coursing through their bodies. Chu Cheng exclaimed in surprise, "This domain actually increases power this much." Lin Qiu smiled smugly and asked, "Squad leader Chu, can you now freeze the river in front of you without any problems?" Chu Cheng laughed and replied, "Forget this little stream. I feel like I could even freeze the Pacific Ocean." Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Lin Qiu laughed. "Ha ha ha. Such enthusiasm is a good thing." Then Lin Qiu reminded them, "But remember, don't freeze to the riverbed. If the river converges or stops flowing, it'll cause more trouble." Hearing Lin Qiu's words, Chu Cheng thought to herself, "This young kid thinks so thoroughly and maturely." Then Lin Qiu called out, "Everyone, let's go." Hearing Lin Qiu's command, everyone eagerly rushed to the riverbank to carry out their assigned tasks. They used ice magic. Then the entire length of the river was frozen instantly. Lin Qiu then commanded the remaining group, saying, "Plant users, arrange vines on the ice bridge surface to increase friction for the wheels. Zhang San, buff everyone." Everyone immediately responded, "Yes." Then all of them worked together to create friction on the tire surface so the convoy could pass. Everyone shouted, "Success." Chen Baozu had been watching Lin Qiu command all this time. Chen Baozu smiled and said, Now I finally understand why the higher-ups appointed Lin Qiu as the overall commander. I feel that none of us could have done better than him. Cao Kai stood behind and agreed. That's right, Cao Kai said. With his incredible skills, it'd be such a waste if this kid didn't join the military. After the mission was completed, everyone had a party at the base. 2 beer glasses clinked together. Someone spoke up. To the successful completion of the mission. Cheers. Lin Qiu and Cao Kai happily responded. Cheers. People split into 2 groups. One sitting around a bonfire and another drinking. Cao Kai turned to ask Lin Qiu, "You guys are returning to school tomorrow, right?" Lin Qiu heard and replied, "That's right. After all, it's almost the end of the term and we need to prepare for exams." Cao Kai turned to look at everyone and said, "Then tonight, let's eat and drink our fill, and have a great time." Everyone responded in unison. Agreed. A brown-haired person approached hesitantly and said, That person led a purple-haired little girl and said. Lin Qiu bent down and said, "We are the victims who received your care. We wanted to come and thank everyone." The little girl looked up with innocent eyes and said, "You are the great heroes who saved us." Cao Kai turned to Lin Qiu and said, "It's all thanks to our commander-in-chief. That's this young man right here." Lin Qiu humbly said, No. It's the result of everyone working together in unity." The purple-haired girl opened her eyes wide and smiled. Small flowers bloomed around her. The little girl said, "Big Brother's ability must be very strong. Can you show it to me, please?" Lin Qiu hesitated and said, "Well, my ability isn't easy to demonstrate." The little girl remembered the image of Lin Qiu with rabbit ears doing a live stream. The girl said admiringly, "We've seen you on the news before. Big Brother is amazing. Known as the strongest rabbit on earth." The little girl pointed at the girls with sparkling eyes behind her and said, "Everyone is looking forward to seeing the hero brother perform. Especially those big sisters over there." Those girls said, "That's Lin Qiu. We can't wait to see him turn into a rabbit." Lin Qiu made a sound and blushed slightly. Thinking if Jen would be unhappy, Qin Junjen noticed Lin Qiu looking at her with a strange gaze. She said, "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Qiu stammered, unsure whether to go or not. "I think it's still Junjen." Seeing him like this, she said, "Go ahead." Lin Qiu looked at Qin Junjen questioningly and made a sound. Seeing this, she replied, "What are you thinking? Tonight's party is to celebrate the birth of this new home. How can you not show off your skills?" Lin Qiu stood up, laughed and said, "That's right." Qin Junjen said. However, she blushed, slightly jealous, saying, "Seeing so many girls like you, I still feel a bit." Lin Qiu blushed and thought to himself, "This is already too cute." Lin Qiu hugged her tightly and said with a smile, "I don't care about others. The only girl I like is Junjen." Qin Junjen shyly said in a low voice, "Everyone is looking at us." Lin Qiu held her hand tightly and pulled her, saying, "Let's go." The purple-haired girl went ahead, happily saying, "Great. Hero Big Brother is here." The moonlight tonight was beautiful. The fire below was burning brightly. Everyone sat close together, looking at Cheng Min standing in the middle. She asked, "Is everyone ready?" Cheng Min turned and gestured to introduce the next act. "Let's invite our commander-in-chief to perform a magic trick for everyone." Everyone sitting on the ground eagerly awaited Lin Qiu's performance. They all said in unison, "Okay." Qin Junjen also smiled at him. Lin Qiu stood twisting his wrist, thinking, "Just right. Let's try out what the giant transformation skill I got earlier does. From the name, it should make him grow larger." Lin Qiu punched the ground. Rabbit ears appeared with electricity crackling around them. He thought, first, the moonlight master form. The girls around held their phones, filming with adoring eyes looking at him. They all exclaimed in unison. Everyone said together, "The rabbit is so cute." Qin Junjen covered her blushing face with both hands. She giggled. Hee hee. "No matter how many times I see it, it's always so cute." Lin Qiu said quietly, "Next, I'll use giant transformation." He made a sound, and a massive power surged around him. Lin Qiu transformed into a giant. The clothes on his body were torn apart, his private area covered by a white tail. Lin Qiu looked down from above, waving at everyone, shocking them all with his muscular, costumed appearance. Qin Junjen below was dumbfounded. "What the? Hey, what kind of move is this?" Lin Qiu was now 10 meters tall. He raised 2 fingers to make a versus sign, smiling as he thought to himself, "The size of this skill can be controlled at will. It could grow up to 50 meters, but this was already quite shocking." Someone below exclaimed in amazement. Wow, it's so big. Lin Qiu sweated, thinking not only his hair had grown, but a certain part had also become larger. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Lin Qiu looked down. The tail was covering his private area. He thought it reduced the embarrassment a bit. A child came forward, pointing at that spot curiously asking, "Big brother, why is your tail tucked in the front?" Lin Qiu blushed and stammered, that. His performance was about to end. He thought if they kept mentioning it, it would be really awkward. Lin Qiu tiredly hunched over slightly, his whole body trembling. He thought, why do I suddenly feel so weak? It seems the giant transformation consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Feeling uneasy, Lin Qiu immediately imagined himself shrinking without any clothes on, being laughed at by everyone, and running away in tears. Lin Qiu startled, thinking to himself, if this continues, I can't transform back. Won't I end up naked in front of everyone? Then, he used the arbitrary gate to escape from the scene. Everyone looked at the space circle before their eyes, asking in surprise, where did the commander-in-chief go? Meanwhile, Lin Qiu was in a tent near the campfire. Lin Qiu was hurriedly putting on a white shirt, saying, quickly teleported back to get dressed. An arm lifted the tent flap. Qin Junzhen entered, saying, you were indeed here. Lin Qiu turned around, looking at her in surprise. He was now wearing pants, but hadn't pulled them up fully, exposing his buttocks. Qin Junzhen, holding a water bottle, screamed in panic. Ah, why aren't you dressed? Lin Qiu cried out in shock. Hearing this, she, still holding some skewers, quickly ran outside. Qin Junzhen fanned her flushed face with her hand. She said, oh my, I really saw it. Lin Qiu poked his head out of the tent and asked Junzhen, did you see everything? She handed him the skewers. He took them happily and stammered, well, I came to bring you food. I didn't see anything at all. Qin Junzhen turned to leave, saying, I have to go now. Lin Qiu stood behind, pouting as he spoke to her. Junzhen, you can't be like this. You're eating and running without paying. He looked at her with teary eyes, saying, you have to take responsibility for me. Qin Junzhen was startled by this. The word responsibility hit her like a ton of bricks. She turned back, ran to Lin Qiu, and shouted, talking like that will make others misunderstand. I only saw your butt, that's all. Seeing she was about to hit him, Lin Qiu turned and ran away. He giggled teasingly. Ah, my innocence is gone now. She yelled, don't talk nonsense. The next day, Lin Qiu said, please don't see me off anymore. I'm sure we'll have many chances to meet again. Chu Kai replied, understood, Commander-in-Chief. Lin Qiu smiled awkwardly and said, don't call me Commander-in-Chief anymore. It's just a title for me. Chu Kai stepped forward, put his hand on Lin Qiu's shoulder, and said, you make a great Commander-in-Chief. I admire you. I hope we can fight side by side again in the future. Chu Kai said seriously. Everyone present, the group stepped forward and gave a military salute. Lin Qiu's mouth gaped open in surprise. Lin Qiu raised his hand to salute back and said, certainly. A voice called out, Commander-in-Chief Lin, it's time to board the vehicle. Lin Qiu blushed and said, it's time to return to school. Don't call me Commander-in-Chief anymore. Zhang San chuckled, while Qin Junzhen and Shen Jing smiled at him. He got into the vehicle. Qin Junzhen said with a smile, this trip is truly a hero's return. Lin Qiu looked at her and replied, didn't all the students from our school come here? Everyone is a hero. Zhang San, sitting in the back, stood up and said, no. Most of the lower-level students weren't approved by the school to join the rescue mission. Zhang San remembered Sima Yan's face and said, and cowards like Sima Yan didn't come either. Lin Qiu turned back to look at Zhang San and said, I see. Well then, you were really brave this time. Zhang San, full of spirit, said, of course, seeing injustice on the road and drawing your sword to help is what Big Brother taught me. Moreover, Lin Qiu thought to himself, this spiritual energy feeling, could it be? Zhang San proudly made a V sign with his fingers and said, during the rescue mission, I also successfully broke through to the golden level. I even awakened a golden skill, damage enhancement. Lin Qiu smiled and replied, really? As expected of my good brother. Congratulations. He thought, he can awaken so many skills that increase his power like that. 9527. Give me a strong one too. The system announced. Drawing skill. Skill is being drawn. Please wait. A line of text appeared. E-rank skill. Mastery of calligraphy, the system said. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the E-rank skill. Mastery of calligraphy. Lin Qiu looked at the E-rank skill and frowned, thinking, I swear, If it's not strong, forget it. 9527. Are you implying that my handwriting is too ugly, aren't you? The system said. It seems you can still be saved at least. You have some self-awareness. Lin Qiu clenched his fist angrily and said, "What did you say?" Qin Junzhen looked at him curiously and asked, "Lin Qiu, what are you gesticulating about?" Lin Qiu stopped his movements, sweating as he looked at her, thinking, "This is bad." Qin Junzhen couldn't see the system. She looked at Lin Qiu suspiciously and said, "Very suspicious. Is there something there?" Just then, the vehicle hit a pothole, causing Qin Junzhen to fall onto Lin Qiu. He was startled and put his hand on her waist. Looking down, he thought, this feeling, could it be? Qin Junzhen blushed and asked, "What's that hard thing poking me?" Lin Qiu blushed, thinking, "I can't let her find out." He suddenly had an idea and said, "It's a brush." Qin Junzhen sat up straight, skeptically saying. He continued to explain, "Oh, so it was here. I couldn't find it earlier, so I was practicing calligraphy in the air." Half an hour later, at Lingwu, Shanghai, Lin Qiu was holding up a brush. Qin Junzhen approached and said, "So your calligraphy is this good? That's impressive." He scratched his nose. On the board, Lin Qiu had written "Heaven's way protects Gen." Qin Junzhen picked it up and said, "Let's frame this." Lin Qiu put his hand on his head and sighed in relief. It seemed Junzhen had believed him. He turned to look at Yu Yongxian, who was reading a book, and thought, "We've been back at school for over half a month. Everyone is working hard to prepare for the exam. Strangely, Master Yu Yang is doing who knows what and hasn't returned yet." Lin Qiu sat cross-legged, forming two blue orbs with his hands. He thought, "During this time, I've absorbed the spirit pearl obtained from the Ling Qiu Zhen Wu." Gaining the lightning skill, Thunder Arc, he clenched his fist and looked down. Lin Qiu pointed his hand, which was emitting a yellow light, at Qin Junzhen. Using the beast system skill, Tracking Mark, Lin Qiu looked down at his hand, pondering. Judging by the name, it must be some kind of tracking skill. The specific effect. I'll try it out now. Qin Junzhen looked at the board and said, "There are no nails." She turned to leave. "I'll go get some." Lin Qiu smiled, thinking, "Not bad. Junzhen's position is very clearly located through the sensing." Suddenly, from the bag worn on Lin Qiu's chest, a blue dragon with 3 horns on its head popped out and said, "Isn't this stalking? You're such a pervert." Lin Qiu stepped out of the room. As he walked, he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just testing a new skill." He pointed forcefully at the head of Xiao He, who continued, "On the contrary, you're the one. A platinum-robbing spirit beast. You haven't even told me about it. Can you only fly?" Xiao He raised his short arms, hugging his head pitifully. "I know a lot of things." Small flames shot out from Xiao He's nose as he said. For example, Xiao He turned his head to look at Lin Qiu. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and spewed a large flame onto his face. Lin Qiu's face turned pitch black. He grabbed Xiao He's neck and lifted him up. Xiao He looked bewildered, tears welling up. He angrily scolded, "Damn you! Are you trying to burn me to death?" Xiao He looked at Lin Qiu grievously and stammered, "But you asked me first. Except for the rare spatial system ability, I have almost everything else." Xiao He smiled and winked at him, saying, "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate the lightning system too." Lin Qiu glared and said, "You dare? Get back in the bag now." Xiao He quickly retreated into the bag. Lin Qiu put his hand to his forehead and sighed, thinking to himself, "My spirit beast is really something else. Breathing fire, shooting lightning. There's nothing it can't do. It's just a bit lacking in the brain department." Lin Qiu closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, and muttered, "Next, I should try out the new skill. Based on the tracking mark's location, Junzhen's position seems to be somewhere I've never been before." He used the random door skill. Lin Qiu stepped in, thinking, the tracking mark plus the random door should quickly bring me to her side. After going through the random door, he appeared behind a curtain. Lin Qiu looked around confused. "Where is this?" "Behind a curtain." Qin Junzhen's voice rang out. "Oh no. Just now I went to the utility room to find nails and got my clothes dirty." He peeked out from behind the curtain, thinking, "No way. Could this be?" Qin Junzhen was taking off her shirt behind the curtain. Lin Qiu saw her hot figure and panicked. Is this the girls' changing room? Shen Jing laughed and said, but at least you found the nails. Now you can hang up the calligraphy your husband wrote. Qin Junzhen blushed furiously. What do you mean, husband? We're still just dating. Shen Jing stepped closer to the blushing Qin Junzhen and asked, isn't that just a matter of time? Tell me, how far have you two gone? She looked confused and blushed at the question. Lin Qiu, sitting on the windowsill ready to escape, thought to himself, this kind of girl talk, it's better if I don't hear it. He misstepped and fell backwards unexpectedly. Oh no. Lin Qiu's fall outside caused a noise that Qin Junzhen and Shen Jing heard. The two turned to look out the window and asked, who's there? Qin Junzhen gasped and said, could it be a peeping Tom? Shen Jing looked out the window and replied, I don't see anyone. Qin Junzhen looked around and saw only trees, but no sign of any person. She said, could the sound have come from somewhere else? The two, Shen Jing and Qin Junzhen, turned back inside and said, that must be it. Let's change our clothes and then go outside to check behind the trees. Lin Qiu's mouth was covered tightly by Zhang San. After seeing the two girls leave, Zhang San released his hand. Lin Qiu let out a long sigh. He turned to Zhang San with a smile and said, you scared me to death. Luckily, Zhang San, you saved me. If it weren't for you. Zhang San spoke up. Big brother. Zhang San looked at him with a disgusted expression and said, I can't believe you'd do something like this. Lin Qiu was shocked and thought to himself, this kid must be thinking in that direction. This is a big misunderstanding. Lin Qiu, furious, with a scary face, said in an angry tone, that's unreasonable. There should be limits. Lin Qiu, furious, with a scary face, said in an angry tone, that's unreasonable. There should be limits. Suddenly, Lin Qiu turned to Zhang San and hit him on the head. With an angry face, he said, remember this. I was just testing out a new skill. I suddenly almost slipped. That's all. It wasn't on purpose. Zhang San, hit on the head by Lin Qiu, cried out in pain. Ouch. Zhang San held his aching head, with a crying expression, recalled the past and said, so that's what happened. Now I'm relieved. When I was looking for you, big brother, I saw you with a red face jumping out of the girls' changing room. Lin Qiu calmed down, looked at Zhang San and said, is that so? I just said it wasn't on purpose. Why were you looking for me? Zhang San stopped crying, smiled at Lin Qiu and said, Dean Yu Yanks has returned. He asked you to meet him in the principal's office. Lin Qiu's face froze upon hearing this, feeling like something was about to happen. Lin Qiu quickly went up to the office. Yu Yanxi's office. Lin Qiu entered the room. He sat politely in front of Dean Yu Yanks and asked curiously, Master, why were you gone for so long? Dean Yu Yanks clasped his hands in front of him, showing a very serious attitude, looked at Lin Qiu and said solemnly, I went to prepare for this world competition. I called you here to inform you that, he continued, after the break, you must train with the other team members. After all, the world competition is only a few days away. Lin Qiu asked Dean Yu Yanks in surprise. So soon? Master, please tell me about this world competition. What is it exactly? Suddenly, Dean Yu Yanks changed his attitude, immediately slamming the table hard. With an extremely angry expression, frowning, he said to Lin Qiu, Xiao Tu, do you know why after learning you're of the space system, many people want to find you and cause trouble? Lin Qiu looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He said in surprise, I don't know. Dean Yu Yanks put his hand on his forehead, with an extremely helpless expression, and said with a tired demeanor, because the venue for the world competition is a diamond-grade spirit realm, and this spirit realm is of the space system. His face suddenly darkened. He continued with a serious tone. The spirit beasts inside are all of the space system. Space system awakeners have a huge advantage there, and the benefits behind the world competition are related to gaining world recognition. Then he continued, it's about dividing the benefits of the only supreme grade spirit realm in this world. Lin Qiu was shocked, and asked Dean Yu Yanks in surprise, is there really a supreme grade spirit realm? Lin Qiu suddenly slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming with a panicked expression, in the textbooks, doesn't it say that the highest level of spirit realm is the true martial spirit realm? Dean Yu Yanks, seeing Lin Qiu so flustered, immediately explained, of course, books can impart knowledge, but they're also a trick to deceive the powerful. Do you think our country really only has 4 supreme positions? He continued to explain with a calm face. Not just our country. Most of the supreme beings in the world are in spirit realms, either cultivating or hunting. At this point, Lin Qiu seemed to understand what he had been wondering about. He said, oh, So that's how it is. Then he continued to ask Dean Yu Yanks, so where is the location of this world competition? Dean Yu Yanks raised his hand and said calmly, don't you know the magical aspect of space system spirit realms is that until the time comes, they won't appear. It opens once every 4 years. He continued, your mission is to go in there and do your best to collect space system spirit pearls. Lin Qiu still seemed to have doubts. Looking at Dean Yu Yanks, he asked again, Master, do you mean winning is based on the number of space system spirit pearls? Dean Yu Yanks displayed an indescribable expression and answered Lin Qiu with a definitive tone. Not the quantity, but the value. Lin Qiu smirked, seemingly understanding Dean Yu Yanks's words. He replied, I understand now. It means getting a bunch of space system spirit pearls doesn't guarantee victory. Even obtaining just one true martial grade spirit pearl could potentially lead to victory. Dean Yu Yanks turned around seriously, looking at Lin Qiu standing beside him and said, that's the principle, but you won't have any thoughts about space system spirit pearls of true martial grade, right? He continued, that would be completely suicidal. This competition is unlike previous ones. Strong countries will send their participants, requiring them to be under 22 years old. Hearing Dean Yu Yanks say this, Lin Qiu laughed loudly and explained, ha ha ha. Master, I was just speaking casually. By the way, who will be participating from our side? Dean Yu Yanks suddenly stood up, turned his head and gestured behind him. He pondered and said seriously, we will have 5 people on our side. It's basically been determined. He continued, there's team leader Chu Chen of the Diamond Grade Ice System, deputy leader Gu Cun of the Platinum Grade Special System, Zhang Li of the Earth System and Lin Zhu of the Fire System, along with Chu Legao of the Special Support System. Then he continued, you know the others already, Quang Hu, Shen Long, Huang Fu Yimeng. And suddenly he paused at the 4th name. Then he turned his head, glanced at Lin Qiu and said, Qin Junzhen. Lin Qiu was extremely startled. The expression on his face at this moment was extremely panicked, mixed with a hint of worry. He exclaimed loudly, asking Dean Yu Yanks again, as if unable to believe the person he just mentioned was Junzhen. After hearing the name Qin Junzhen, Lin Qiu was very worried about this upcoming trip. He immediately ran out of the room of Dean Yu Yanks, quickly running at lightning speed. He went to find Qin Junzhen. With an expression that was worried and panicked, he thought to himself, Junzhen must be nearby. I must quickly persuade her to withdraw from the competition. At this moment, he recalled the scene from earlier when he was in Dean Yu Yanks's office and heard him read out Qin Junzhen's name. He was extremely alarmed, mouth agape, surprised to the point of sweating profusely and shouting loudly, why is it Junzhen? Aren't there many other students who have broken through to platinum as well? Dean Yu Yanks calmly explained Lin Qiu's doubts. Because in our team's field, there's only one diamond grade ice system. With Qin Junzhen's field enhancement, the team's combat power will increase significantly. Back to the present, he still had that expression and was frantically panicked. Running quickly to find Qin Junzhen, he worriedly thought, even so, we can't let Junzhen take such a risk. After running desperately to find Qin Junzhen, he finally found her with Cheng Min. Found her, Qin Junzhen. At this moment, she was still engrossed in an enthusiastic conversation with Cheng Min, unaware that Lin Qiu was frantically running towards her. Drenched in sweat, she said to Cheng Min that she hadn't noticed anyone suspicious. It seems we were being overly cautious. Lin Qiu hurriedly grabbed Qin Junzhen's hand. He said with an urgent tone, Junzhen, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. Qin Junzhen turned to look at Cheng Min with an embarrassed expression, blushing as she said to her, Min, Lin Qiu and I need to talk privately for a moment. Cheng Min smiled and raised her hand, saying okay. Lin Qiu had calmed down a bit. He immediately asked Qin Junzhen numerous questions. Why do you want to participate in the world competition? Do you know how dangerous the competition is? Why didn't you tell me? Qin Junzhen hesitantly said a sentence, but then she continued with a questioning expression. She suspiciously said to Lin Qiu, didn't you also not tell me about it? Without waiting for Lin Qiu to answer, Qin Junzhen turned her back to him, her face showing an extremely hurt emotion. Sadly and hesitantly, she said to Lin Qiu, let me ask you, if I told you not to participate, would you agree? If you don't withdraw, I won't either. Suddenly, she turned around, changing her previous sad attitude. She immediately smiled happily and shyly said to Lin Qiu, I'm very happy that I can participate in this world competition. At least being with you, I'll feel more at ease. At this moment, she put her hand on her chest. Her face had turned red, shyly comforting Lin Qiu. Instead of worrying and being afraid myself, it's better to share the burden with you. Lin Qiu, when he heard her say this, he seemed to have softened. Touched, he said to Qin Junzhen, Junzhen. Suddenly, he shook his head and immediately regained his composure. He thought to himself, I can't, I mustn't soften. Then he firmly said to Qin Junzhen, but the world competition is fiercely competitive, and there are even life-threatening dangers. Seeing Lin Qiu so worried about her, Qin Junzhen smiled with a gentle expression. She reached out her hand towards Lin Qiu, as if asking him to trust her. She said, with you here, I believe I won't be in danger. You'll protect me, right? Hearing Qin Junzhen say this, Lin Qiu had an extremely helpless expression. He looked at her wearily and said, it seems changing your mind is impossible. If that's the case, he immediately pulled Qin Junzhen into his arms, hugging her tightly. He continued in a determined tone, I will protect you. Hearing Lin Qiu say this, Qin Junzhen felt extremely shy and touched. He gently placed on Qin Junzhen's forehead a warm kiss, making Qin Junzhen very embarrassed and shy. He said, anyone who wants to hurt you will have to go through me first. Qin Junzhen shyly looked up at Lin Qiu, her expression now full of joy and happiness. She exclaimed, Lin Qiu, silly Lin Qiu, we'll both be fine. Then Lin Qiu hugged Qin Junzhen tightly, with a serious expression. Using a determined gaze, he said, that's right, we'll definitely be okay. I swear. The scene changes to a few days later. Zhang San is now calling Zhang with an extremely panicked and worried expression, sweating profusely. He immediately said, second brother, about the spirit pearl Lin Ji asked you to buy earlier. How's the progress on that? He needs it urgently now. Zhang on the other end of the line was surprised. He calmly asked, why the urgency? Isn't he supposed to be lying still like salted fish, not needing to make any effort? Zhang San, panicked, replied in an extremely anxious tone, that's right, but recently, I don't know what's happened. Then he looked over at Lin Qiu, who was sitting nearby cultivating, and continued, Lin Ji seems to have been stimulated by something. Suddenly, he's been working hard on cultivation every day. At this moment, Lin Qiu was quietly sitting in cultivation, in an unconscious state, his face expressionless. A huge energy was radiating around him. Lin Qiu remained calm. He was still focused on his cultivation, thinking to himself, the competition is coming soon. There's no time left. I must become stronger. Zhang San, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought. Lin Ji said the spirit pearl only needs to be platinum level or above. Suddenly, Lin Qiu's expression changed and he shouted, ah, finally. Lin Qiu had broken through to platinum 4-star. Zhang San stood watching this scene. His face became worried and he caringly said to Lin Qiu, big brother, you should rest for a while. Even effort must have its limits. At this point, Lin Qiu had collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Breathing heavily, Zhang San quickly brought a towel to Lin Qiu, who was panting. Lin Qiu gratefully said, thank you. I'll be careful. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared with a voice saying, bullshit. Don't blame me for not warning you. If your body's quality can't keep up and you continue to strengthen blindly, it will leave after effects later. Lin Qiu's face darkened. At this moment, he thought of Qin Junzhen. He spoke with determination. I know this. Now, striving to become stronger is also for the world competition. Junzhen will be less in danger. The blue screen sounded again, reminding Lin Qiu, the level limit of spiritual energy your body can withstand is currently platinum 6-star. Arrange it properly yourself. Lin Qiu looked at his phone, his face extremely determined. He said firmly, understood. At this moment, Lin Qiu was texting his master. The phone screen displayed the messages between Lin Qiu and his master. Master, I need spirit pearls. 1 lightning type and 1 space type spirit pearl. I'll try to help you find them. Currently, I have a space type spirit pearl, but its level is too low. The next day, I received the spirit pearl from Zhang. A few days later, I directly broke through to platinum 6-star. He's broken through again. In the house where Lin Qiu was cultivating, a blue flame burst forth, indicating that Lin Qiu had successfully leveled up again. 2 others standing nearby watched Lin Qiu's cultivation with great surprise. In the final exam, because Junzhen and I were both at the platinum level, we directly got full marks and passed the spiritual martial arts test. The 2 left proudly amidst the admiration of others. In the past, Lin Qiu threw papers at the teacher with a smug expression and voiceover, In reality, for other subjects, I always submitted my paper in 10 minutes. Then I would run to the training ground and continue forging weapons with a hammer. The exam ended, followed by a happy holiday. The campus gradually emptied. Lin Qiu proudly said to Zhang San, "Junzhen and I have some business to attend to, so we won't be returning to the city for now." Zhang San put his arm around Chang Min as they left. Turning back to wave at Lin Qiu and Qin Junzhen who were behind them, he said, "Big bro, see you next semester." Lin Qiu cheerfully replied, "Bye-bye, see you later." After saying this, Lin Qiu turned to look at Qin Junzhen and said to her, "Hey Junzhen, you definitely lost this exam. Why don't you fulfill the bet first?" Qin Junzhen replied, "Who won or lost isn't certain yet. Every exam I finished in 10 minutes. They surely haven't checked thoroughly yet." Lin Qiu said confusedly, "But what's the difference?" Qin Junzhen angrily retorted, "Of course there is. How can being active and passive be the same?" Lin Qiu immediately had some dark thoughts. He blushed shyly, thinking boldly, what if Junzhen took the initiative? He then looked at Qin Junzhen and was immediately pulled back to reality, getting a nosebleed and saying, "It seems really different." Qin Junzhen panicked and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Dean Yu Yanks suddenly appeared behind the two. He looked at the two having fun and said, "Are you two ready? I'm taking you for closed training." Hearing this, Lin Qiu and Qin Junzhen said in unison with dissatisfaction, "We're ready." After saying this, Dean Yu Yanks immediately cast a spell towards the two. Then, all three disappeared in a bright red flame. "Alright, let's depart." The three of them together arrived at the special training base of Shanghai Spirit Martial Arts. The three appeared in front of a group of people. Chu Shen said, "Grandpa Yu Yang, everyone has arrived." Dean Yu Yanks continued, replying, "Little Shen, let me introduce you briefly." After saying this, he gestured towards Qin Junzhen and Lin Qiu and introduced them to everyone. "This is Lin Qiu and Junzhen. I believe you've already seen their profiles." As soon as he finished introducing them, Dean Yu Yanks immediately left, saying, "You all chat first. I'll go pick up the others." Lin Qiu replied, "Yes." Then he turned to look at Chu Shen, smiling friendly while thinking to himself, "Looks like he must be Chu Shen." Then he turned to look at Chu Shen again, smiling friendly while thinking to himself, "Looks like he must be Chu Shen." He immediately approached Chu Shen, with a warm expression, extending his hand to shake Chu Shen's and said, "You must be Captain Chu. Right, I've admired you for a long time." Chu Shen also extended his hand, seemingly about to shake hands with Lin Qiu. Suddenly, Chu Shen brushed Lin Qiu's hand aside and moved towards Qin Junzhen. This action left Lin Qiu completely bewildered. He extended his hand, smiling, trying to look cool and using a flirtatious tone, said to Qin Junzhen, "You must be Qin Junzhen. Right, I'm Chu Shen, your team captain. I wonder if this beauty has a boyfriend yet." Hearing him say this, Qin Junzhen froze, not understanding what was happening. He continued in a flirtatious manner, "If not, you could consider me. Your ice domain and my ice skills. We're truly a match made in heaven." Lin Qiu, standing nearby, heard his flirtatious words and was dumbfounded, his expression full of surprise. At this moment, he angrily thought to himself, "Is he trying to steal my girl? And right in front of me?" Completely ignoring my existence, he immediately approached the flirting man, interrupting his conversation with Qin Junzhen, and pushed his hand away with an angry expression. He thought to himself, as a man, how could he tolerate this? Qin Junzhen, seeing Lin Qiu protect her, was deeply moved, thinking Lin Qiu smiled as if he had some kind of plan. He said smugly, "How can you talk to my aunt like that? You really don't know your place." Chu Shen immediately showed his disdain. He quickly brushed it off, saying, "Kid, don't think that just because you did well in the spirit martial arts competition, you can look down on everyone else." He turned to look at the group behind him with an attitude of contempt and disdain, saying to Lin Qiu, "Pick any one of them randomly, and they could crush you. Don't think too highly of yourself. And who's your nephew anyway?" Chu Li, Platinum 8-star, Special Support System. At this moment, the four people standing behind Chu Shen were, in order, Lin Qiu, Peak Platinum, Awakened Simple Ability. Fire System, Zhang Li, Peak Platinum, Awakened Simple Ability. Earth System, Gucun, Deputy Captain, Peak Platinum, Special System. Chu Gaoli laughed heartily. Haha, Captain is really angry now. Then Lin Qiu immediately explained the misunderstanding to Chu Shen. You call my master Yu Yang's grandfather, and I call you Yang's master. So doesn't that make me your uncle? As he said this, he put his hand on Chu Shen's shoulder. He said to him, grandfather, uncle, nephew, master, tell me, am I right or not? Chu Shen was bewildered, thinking to himself, this logic seems to make sense. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Then Chu Shen immediately brushed off his shoulder where Lin Qiu had placed his hand, saying, kid, don't be so arrogant. From this moment, the two of them harbored resentment towards each other. Suddenly, Dean Yu Yanks appeared beside the two, asking curiously, what are you two doing? Dean Yu Yanks looked at them both in confusion. Chu Shen quickly replied, nothing, while Lin Qiu smirked, thinking to himself, HMPH. This little brat also knows that digging corners is shameless behavior. Seeing their responses, the dean didn't ask any further questions and said, alright, now that everyone is here, next, we will conduct a month-long training. He stood in front of everyone and announced, first, we'll have internal matches. You need to understand each other's skills well. Don't lose your life in the spirit realm due to carelessness. He said the match format would be 5 versus 5. Your 5 will fight against their 5. Lin Qiu's team listened silently to the dean. Chu Shen also remained silent without any comments. But suddenly, Lin Qiu raised his hand. Master, fighting isn't a problem. I want to fight Chu Shen. I don't like the look of him. This request surprised Chu Shen, who exclaimed, ah, he said irritably, you're being too arrogant. However, the dean still agreed. Fine. After all, my intention was for you two to face each other. But Lin Qiu must follow 3 rules. 1. You can't use the spirit martial long spear. 2. No spirit martial weapons. 3. You can't use teleportation to escape. The dean carefully reminded him again, but to be clear, you can't use that long spear of yours, can't use spirit martial weapons, and can't use teleportation to escape. Chu Shen stood to the side, listening in confusion. Chu Shen was very confused by these rules. Hey, that's not right. Why are they all restrictions? Shouldn't Lin Qiu be restricting himself? I'm diamond rank. You know. Can't you give me some face? At this point, Lin Qiu responded to the dean. Alright, I understand, but if I win, I want to be the team leader. So, Chu Shen was now thinking to himself, I feel this guy is a bit too arrogant. If he becomes the team leader, I'm afraid he'll get us all killed later. Those rules didn't harm Chu Shen at all, so he confidently spoke up. Lin Qiu, aren't you being too arrogant? If you can beat me, I'll give you the team leader position. But what if you lose? Lin Qiu immediately replied, if I lose, you can continue being the team leader. What else do you want? Hearing this, Chu Shen rubbed his face and answered, I want. Suddenly, he pointed at Chan Chan and said loudly, if you lose, you have to stay away from Chan Chan. Touching on his love interest, Lin Qiu immediately bristled with anger. That's not fair. If you lose, you just lose an empty title as team leader. If I lose, I have to give up my wife. You think you're so clever. You asked what I wanted, so I answered. What's the problem? So Chu Shen angrily shouted. Then what do you want? Suddenly, Lin Qiu pointed at him and replied, I don't want anything if I lose. I'll definitely obediently follow your orders. I'm just asking if you dare. At this moment, Chu Shen rubbed his face, thinking, a diamond rank, but I can't defeat a mere platinum small fry. If I lose, I won't have the face to be the team leader anymore. Then he accepted. I accept your challenge. Finally, the dean spoke up. If that's the case, we can't delay any longer. He announced loudly for everyone to prepare a bit. The team battle will start right now. Group 1. Gucun will fight against Kwang Hu. Both names called immediately stepped forward. Kwang Hu glanced unfavorably at Gucun, and that guy was the same. Clearly a platinum 6-star of the water destruction system. The two now released their power outward, looking at each other with eyes that refused to back down. On the sidelines, Lin Qiu was quietly assessing. Kwang Hu has already advanced to platinum 6-star. It seems during this time, this kid's progress has been quite significant. As soon as the battle started, Kwang Hu felt panicked. This is impossible to fight. The lightning-fast speed of his opponent, Gucun, made Kwang Hu worried. Kid, don't get distracted. I'm about to start attacking. Indeed, his speed was at the divine level. It could be said to be as fast as lightning. Kwang Hu immediately used a spirit skill to focus his attention, not allowing him to get close. Kwang Hu's magic struck out an attack, creating slashes to attack him. But for Gyu's specialty, dodging the opponent's attacks was indeed an easy matter. Kwang Hu took advantage of his speed to launch the second spirit skill, Dark Star, immediately firing it out. This time, Gyu's didn't react in time. This attack, suddenly from a small ball, expanded to an enormous size. Gyu's was hit directly. Kwang Hu wondered, is it over already? But Kwang Hu suddenly realized that was only an external wound. The truly terrifying thing was his destructive power had infiltrated the opponent's body. Suddenly, Gyu's grabbed his own shirt tightly, then quickly tore it off. Not bad, kid. Gyu's looked cooler than a toilet bowl. Then Gyu's smirked and said, it's been a long time since I've been this excited. Kwang Hu immediately realized he had messed with the wrong person. His body was now on fire. Warm-up's over. Now it's my turn, he declared, pulling out a cleaver from behind his back. Everyone couldn't help but wonder about this action. Lin Qiu exclaimed, the Dragon Slayer cleaver. In confusion, he swung the knife a few times, and Gyu's continued, how should I cook you? In this situation, Kwang Hu couldn't let him get close. Kwang Hu launched another Dark Star spirit skill, but he didn't dodge at all. Instead, charging forward madly. Kwang Hu was shocked by this recklessness. He's not dodging again. Gyu's shouted, rushing into the rain of spirit skills. Kid, that move of yours really hurts. He held the cleaver high and jumped, declaring, you should taste what it's like to be wounded too. In this life or death situation, Kwang Hu had only one thought in his mind, I'm going to die. When that knife comes down, I'm dead. In the moment between life and death, Kwang Hu shouted loudly, I surrender. The cleaver immediately stopped right in front of Kwang Hu's eyes. Of course, Gyu's couldn't push it any further. He withdrew his spirit energy and put away his weapon. I've spared you. Then Gyu's walked towards Kwang Hu. He put his hand on his shoulder, saying, your destructive power is quite interesting. But at this moment, Kwang Hu was terrified, realizing that the killing intent wasn't fake. It felt like he was about to be killed. At this time, a melodious sound from a spirit skill to awaken consciousness passed by. Immediately, Kwang Hu felt this mist instantly cleared his mind. It turns out Chu Legao had used his ability. He said, big brothers, don't be so gloomy. Then Chu Legao continued, don't underestimate Gyu's just because his cultivation is lower than Zhu Chen's. If they fought for real, Zhu Chen would have at most a 40% chance of winning. Gyu's just doesn't want to compete for the team leader position. According to them, Gyu's had been training his body since childhood. He likes to travel around challenging experts of the same level. His nickname was given by the martial artists. Chu Legao continued, after awakening his ability, he became even stronger. The number of secret missions he's participated in has also trained his body to be full of energy. Hearing these words, Kwang Hu couldn't help but wipe his sweat. No wonder he had such an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, Lin Qiu teased from the side, with such impressive skills, yet afraid of a cleaver. Are you talking about yourself? How embarrassing. Kwang Hu said dejectedly, slumping to the ground. I can't believe I lost in such a cowardly way. But Chu Legao, sharing the same fate, consoled him. I understand how you feel. I faced Gyu's more than once, and I'm not much better off than you. The principal then officially announced, the first match is over. Then he said loudly, next is the second match, Chu Legao versus Wangfu Yaimeng. Chu Legao, not very interested, replied, alright, holding the flute in his hand dejectedly. Chu Legao complained, oh great, Wangfu Yaimeng. The young lady then stepped into the arena. She appeared in a very fierce female warrior outfit. Looking at Wangfu Yaimeng, Chu Legao spoke up, such a beautiful girl. How can I bring myself to attack? Wangfu Yaimeng coldly replied, stop running your mouth. No more beating around the bush. Chu Legao said, alright, then let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Legao, Platinum 8-star, support system. While playing the flute, Chu Legao said, please guide me more. After the flute sound, a white mist appeared. He gradually sank into that white mist. At this moment, Lin Qiu had a question. He's support. How can he fight? Zhu Chen immediately explained. Just now, Xiao Chu let everyone inhale smoke different from the mist on the field now. Zhu Chen continued. The previous smoke was actually a bronze-level skill to awaken the mind, and Xiao Chu's platinum skill, Calm Awakening. Its effect is to enhance mental clarity, allowing the mind to resist most mental system attacks. Not bad. Back to the match. Wang Fu Yaimeng flapped her wings, dispersing the smoke and revealing Chu Legao outside. Zhu Chen continued. This is also a secret weapon prepared for the American team. It will surely give America a big surprise then. Then both Zhu Chen and Lin Qiu silently observed the fight. Looking at the arena, it was completely covered in mist. Wang Fu Yaimeng gradually appeared from the mist, covering her nose and coughing a few times, thinking to herself, this mist is different from before. Really irritating. She spread her large wings. Chu Legao stood below, looking very displeased, muttering, forgot these girls can fly too. He had originally planned to use the mist and white smoke to defeat her. Seems like that was too simple a plan. Wang Fu Yaimeng raised her sword in the air, preparing to attack him. Her eyes were extremely cold as she swung her hand down. Then she swooped down at a very fast speed towards him. Chu Legao, seeing her charging, shouted loudly, warning her not to come closer. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Wang Fu Yaimeng, still unconcerned, charged forward intending to take him down while quickly dodging. She turned and said coldly, use whatever move you have. He paused briefly and replied in a deep voice, alright, you forced my hand. After speaking, Chu Legao disappeared into the smoke. She thought to herself, he's trying to hide. That's not right. Wang Fu Yaimeng looked around, continuing her train of thought, her breathing heavy. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. Platinum-level spirit skill, harmful smoke absorption. He finally appeared, his body surrounded by gray smoke. She asked worriedly, what is this? Hearing this, he quickly reminded Wang Fu Yaimeng, admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you. Hearing this, she angrily shouted, I will not surrender. Wang Fu Yaimeng, holding her sword with both hands, flew up high, intending to strike him. She swung down forcefully, but unfortunately, Chu Legao's body had already turned to smoke and quickly dissipated. His body split into two parts, merging with the surrounding smoke. The smoke was now gradually gathering, reforming into his shape. He stretched out both hands, absorbing the smoke, saying, now your attacks are ineffective against me. If you continue like this, I'll attack. Chu Legao continued to absorb, drawing the smoke to surround his body. He smugly prepared an attack while saying, you can't defend against this skill. Even flying in the air is useless. His powerful attack rushed down below. Then it created a massive explosion. Lin Qiu and Qin Zhenchen standing nearby were also significantly affected, coughing violently. Zhenchen said, that was too loud. The previous explosion had turned a patch of land into a large crater. He saw the scene before him with great astonishment and thought to himself, wow, are support characters' moves this powerful now? Wang Fu Yaimeng stood in front of the large crater. Her mood was extremely unpleasant. He wasn't wrong at this moment. Even if she used light judgment, it wouldn't have much effect. She was ultimately still. Chu Legao appeared behind her, his body enormously large. He said grimly, you've lost. Wang Fu Yaimeng's wings gradually disappeared. Suddenly, Chu Legao's body began to shrink. When it had shrunk to human size, it stopped, with smoke billowing around his head. Too much. Too good. He inhaled the smoke and coughed violently. Chu Legao complained with great discomfort. This skill is powerful, sure, but the side effects are really unpleasant. The skill's side effect was that after use, smoke would continuously come out of his ears, nose, and mouth. Wang Fu Yaimeng turned to look at him. She reached out her hand to use a healing skill, which helped Chu Legao stop emitting smoke. In an instant, he felt better. Suddenly, he fell for her again and asked, Miss Wang Fu, do you have a boyfriend yet? Someone as beautiful and kind as you, who also has abilities that complement mine. He still tried to hold her back. Miss Wang Fu, please think about it more. Dean Yu Yanks came over and interrupted him. The third match, Chen Long vs Zhang Li. Chen Long was ready to face the challenge. I am Chen Long, Platinum 5-star, Power System. The opponent also introduced himself. Zhang Li, Peak Platinum Esper, Earth System. Lin Qiu, standing outside, also chimed in. I'm Lin Qiu, Peak Platinum, Fruit System. Zhang Li turned around and looked. Why are you here? Even the dean was confused. She approached him coquettishly. Because I want to fight alongside you. But this guy didn't waver at all. He even scolded her for being disruptive. The dean suggested, the purpose of the competition is to familiarize with each other's skills. 2 versus 2 wouldn't affect that. Lin Qiu then turned her gaze towards the dean and Chen Long. He also agreed. I have no objections. Yang Zi looked towards Zhenchen and said, alright then, Qin Zhenchen, you team up with Chen Long. She immediately replied, yes. She introduced herself. Qin Zhenchen, Platinum 3-star, Ice System. Lin Qiu stood behind, cheering. Zhenchen, do your best. He thought to himself, suddenly producing a purple flower from somewhere, and started saying cheesy lines. Sister Zhenchen, I really like you. This rose is for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qiu quickly snatched the flower away. His nephew flew into a rage. You've successfully provoked my anger. I've decided that later I won't go easy on you anymore. He wasn't one to back down either. Who's afraid of whom? The two teams were ready for the group battle. Chen Long spoke up. Please guide us. Zhang Li suggested. You two attack first. They followed his words and coordinated their attack. Qin Zhenchen activated Ice Domain. Chen Long crouched down, smiling and saying, as it happens, I had the same violent idea. He took a deep breath and lunged towards Zhang Li. The Heavenly Monarch 9-peak Zhang Li also took a defensive stance. He unleashed a punch with the spirit skill Earth's Core. The moment his hand touched the ground, an earthen wall suddenly sprouted up, blocking Chen Long's path. He remained unfazed and became even more determined. Chen Long smashed through the earthen wall with one punch. Then he revealed a smug look on his face. Such a small trick. Watch what I can do. His arrogance didn't last long. Countless earthen walls continued to sprout up, this time forcing Chen Long to stop. Why did so many pillars suddenly appear? Qin Zhenchen quickly flew to stand on top of a pillar. I'm here to help you. Stand firm on the ground. She created an ice bow and arrow, aiming directly at Zhang Li. As soon as Qin Zhenchen released her grip, the sharp arrow shot forward. It flew towards Zhang Li at an extremely fast speed. A flame appeared. An arm engulfed in fire punched straight at the arrow, encountering its opposing element. The arrow immediately melted. The one who threw that punch was Lin Qiu. The two looked at each other and smiled. I won't allow another girl to hurt my boyfriend, she said. The ground Qin Zhenchen was standing on suddenly broke into pieces and began to collapse. She exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it's suddenly collapsing. Ah. Zhang Li's entire body burst into bright red flames. He warned, be careful. I'm about to attack. Qin Zhenchen fell. What? Luckily, she managed to regain control of her body and land safely. Lin Qiu and Zhang Li simultaneously charged forward to attack. One unleashed the Phoenix Impact technique. The other used the Spirit Skill Earth's Core. The two powerful techniques combined and fell upon the heads of the two opponents. Qin Zhenchen closed her eyes tightly. This time we're done for. Then the techniques hit the ground, creating an explosive shock all around. Qin Zhenchen didn't feel anything, so she opened her eyes to look. Unexpectedly, she was standing next to Lin Qiu. He asked worriedly, Zhenchen. She was still in a daze. Chen Long also managed to dodge in time. In front of them was an enormous crater. Qin Zhenchen was speechless. Lin Qiu, why are you acting like a hero? He explained. I saw the situation was critical, so I quickly teleported here to save you. Qin Zhenchen wondered, but isn't this match supposed to be? Principal Yu Yanks approached to announce the result of the match. It's clear that both sides have fully demonstrated their skills. He added, by the way, even if Lin Qiu hadn't come to save you, your lives wouldn't have been in danger. Lin Qiu and the others know their limits. Qin Zhenchen sighed. In the end, we still lost. Lin Qiu patted her head. Lin Qiu approached them and said, you were already very impressive. When you opened your domain, I clearly felt my own flames weaken a bit. It's just that my level suppressed yours. Qin Zhenchen was surprised. Oh, is that so? Lin Qiu turned her attention to Lin Qiu. And you must be Lin Qiu, her boyfriend, right? He indifferently asked. Yes. Is there a problem? Suddenly, she moved closer and touched him. I'm very curious about you. Do you normally eat grass? Do you eat rabbit meat? They say rabbits are usually very fast. Are you fast? Lin Qiu was furious. I don't eat grass, he shouted loudly, startling Lin Qiu. I'm just a rabbit shapeshifter, but I do have half rabbit lineage. If you continue like this, I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Qiu turned to Zhang Li's arms. Why are you yelling like that? He was at a loss with this girl. Lin Qiu sighed. Really, if I hadn't stepped up to explain, my reputation would have been ruined in just a moment. Yu Yanks had to step in to mediate. Ahem. Alright, the final match will be Lin Qiu versus Zhu Chen. Gangu said. Lin Qiu, you're our last hope. Qin Zhenchen also cheered. Go for it. He confidently stepped forward. Leave it to me. Lin Qiu approached, pointing at Zhu Chen's face. Don't worry. Taking his head will be as easy as turning my hand. He was shocked by Lin Qiu's statement. Zhu Chen, feeling his pride hurt, angrily prepared his technique. You brat, you'll pay for your arrogance. Lin Qiu also activated his skill before attacking, not forgetting to introduce himself. Lin Qiu, Platinum 6 star, Beast Transformation. I'll attack first. His lightning attack unleashed with immense power, facing the rapidly approaching black lightning bolts. Zhu Chen stood still. He wasn't afraid, on the contrary, he smiled. Zhu Chen, Diamond 1 star, Ice System. As soon as he made his move, he used ice armor, his entire body covered by an ice armor. Lin Qiu's lightning couldn't leave a single mark on the armor. Zhu Chen sneered. It's basically just a tickle. Lin Qiu was thunderstruck. A diamond-level expert is indeed not easy to deal with. This lightning attack didn't cause any damage at all. Zhu Chen raised his hand, creating countless ice shards. He smiled and said, "It's my turn now." From his palm, Zhu Chen launched numerous ice chains. This was the ice chain technique. The chains simultaneously rushed towards Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu couldn't react in time. Very quickly, he was wrapped by the chains. Where Lin Qiu stood turned into an icy area. Before Lin Qiu could do anything, he was completely frozen. Zhu Chen, full of contempt, said, "I thought you were just all talk." Unexpectedly, you couldn't even withstand a single move from me. Qin Zhenchen, standing outside, excitedly shouted. Lin Qiu and Gangu reassured her. Don't rush. His expression became serious. Look carefully at that guy's expression. Qin Zhenchen was confused, not understanding what he meant. Expression. Behind the ice layer. Lin Qiu smiled a smile colder than the ice after using the ice chain technique. Zhu Chen warned. Lin Qiu, while you're still unharmed, quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my next attack. Then he sneered and said, "Oh, I forgot you're frozen. I guess you can't speak, can you?" But Lin Qiu, standing motionless in the cold ice, suddenly spoke. "Oh, on the contrary, I'd like to broaden my knowledge a bit." This unexpected situation shocked Zhu Chen, who shouted, "What? To stay safe?" He fearfully jumped far away. Zhu Chen panicked and said, "Weren't you frozen? How is this possible?" Before he could finish, Lin Qiu interrupted. "Don't be so stupid. You think you're the only one with a shield. Actually, I had many ways to avoid your attack, but I wanted to see what special abilities you really had, so I placed a spatial barrier on myself." The ice chain only surrounded the spatial barrier. Suddenly, a dimensional gate appeared, and he used a transformation technique to emerge from it, leaving Zhu Chen gaping. Immediately, Lin Qiu used Ice Shield. As Zhu Chen dodged, he observed that technique, thinking it must be that guy's dimensional slash. Although the Ice Shield and Ice Armor were used for defense, this was too passive. Seemingly struck by a good idea, she confidently shattered the ice in front of her. Then she used Ice and Snow Heaven and Earth to threaten him. "Aren't you a spatial type? I'll use a wide-range technique. Let's see where you can run." Ice sealed 10,000 miles. Ice spears fell one after another towards him. Unexpectedly, Ice sealed 10,000 miles struck Lin Qiu's hand. He thought this Ice sealed 10,000 miles technique had slowed down his movements. He frowned and gritted his teeth in discomfort, then silently cursed. "Damn it." Seeing his expression, she smiled smugly. A moment later, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Then he started rummaging in his pocket for something. His defiant action successfully made her face show fear. She anxiously asked, "What are you laughing at? What are you trying to take out? Didn't I say you're not allowed to use spiritual weapons?" Lin Qiu quickly took out a large hammer and provocatively replied, "That's right, but using a forging hammer shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhu Chen scornfully pointed at the hammer and said loudly, "You think that can defeat me? You're really underestimating me. Ha ha ha. Actually, this hammer belongs to Zhang Qiu. He personally gave it to me and said, 'It's for you.'" Holding the hammer forged from Xuanwang stone, Lin Qiu thought to himself, "This is not an ordinary hammer. This is the hammer Zhang Qiu used to forge supreme-level weapons." Suddenly, the hammer emitted extreme lightning arcs, making him confidently say, Are you ready? Prepare to face the challenge of the storm nun. Right after that, he rushed towards where she was standing. Zhu Chen, refusing to back down, said, "You think that can break through my shield?" Lin Qiu chuckled and replied, using extreme lightning arcs to enhance speed and increase the hammer's power. As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer struck her directly. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "This is impossible." That powerful strike sent her flying far away. He then rested the hammer on his shoulder, thinking mockingly, even supreme-level weapons can be deformed, so what's a mere diamond-level ice armor supposed to be? Jen, who had been observing from behind, praised Lin Qiu. "Congratulations." Beside her, Kuang Hu also proudly said, "So powerful. I can't believe how quickly the situation changed." Zhu Chen was clearly having the upper hand just now. Noticing something amiss, Lin Qiu spoke up. "Hey, did you guys notice? Lin Qiu won without even transforming. Is he some kind of monster?" Hearing this, everyone showed helpless expressions. He quickly explained, "Oh, looking at the situation, it seems I didn't need to transform." So, before he could finish explaining, Yu Yanks clapped and interrupted. "Alright, matters related to the match. Let's treat Zhu Chen first, then talk. She seems to be seriously injured. After being thrown, she had been lying unconscious." A moment later, Lin Qiu approached and used healing techniques on her. Thanks to its quick effect, she regained consciousness. The dean spoke up, "You're awake." Then Lin Qiu also said with concern, "Glad to see you're alright. I was worried I might have used too much force." As he finished speaking, he thoughtfully handed her a handkerchief, but she thought jealously, "So, Lin Qiu is this strong." She not only showed no gratitude but also snatched the handkerchief away. Then she stood up abruptly, thinking to herself, "This is unacceptable." However, Zhu Chen accepted her fate and said, "I've lost. From now on, you're the team leader." This statement surprised everyone present. Zhu Chen continued solemnly, "There's one more thing." She paused for a moment, then said, "I now understand your true strength. You're worthy of Jen." She then pushed Jen towards Lin Qiu, surprising both of them. Zhu Chen looked at the couple before her, and though not entirely happy, continued, "I'm at ease in trusting Jen to you." Jen leaned against Lin Qiu's chest, blushing, while he was also stunned, thinking, "It seems Zhu Chen isn't as bad as I thought." He had imagined a scenario where she would throw a flurry of punches at him. Lin Qiu felt frustrated with himself. "I thought her personality was terrible, and that she'd say harsh words to me, or even challenge me to a 300-round battle or something." Lin Qiu nodded in understanding and calmly replied, "I'll take your words as they are." But, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, he declared bluntly, "What do you mean by entrusting Jen to me? Jen and you have no relationship. Don't try to act so high and mighty." They quickly shook hands, their attitudes much more amicable. Lin Qiu smiled and politely said, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Yu Yanks, watching from the side, was also surprised, thinking, "I was worried Zhu Chen and Lin Qiu wouldn't get along. It seems I overthought it." He stroked his beard and stepped forward to look at the two young men, then suggested, "Alright, today's competition is over. Let's share your thoughts about it." Zhu Chen smirked, revealing a cunning expression on his face. He replied, "Before, we were like frogs at the bottom of a well, looking down on the heroes of the world." Then his bald subordinate chimed in, saying, "To be honest, before they came here, I looked down on them." Zhang Li also spoke up, "Now I've changed my perspective. I feel they are reliable teammates." Zhu Chen turned to ask Lin Qiu, "What about you guys?" Kuang Hu crossed his arms, then looked indifferently at their group and said, "Our strength still has shortcomings, especially our cultivation level is a bit low." Jen also added, "If the participants from other countries in the world competition are all as strong as them, our chances of survival aren't great." Yu Yanks looked at the young people before him and praised, "Very good. You've not only gotten to know each other, but also understand your own shortcomings." He turned to look at Lin Qiu, who seemed lost in thought, and thought to himself, except for Lin Qiu, this match didn't have much significance for him. Among these students, Lin Qiu is considered an outstanding talent. There's nothing more to discuss. Yu Yanks clapped his hands and continued, "Based on your situations, I will set up professional training for you. Chen Long, Kuang Hu, Jen, and Huang Fu Yi Meng. You four will be arranged to train in a diamond-level spirit domain, unless you face a life or death crisis. Your protection staff will not intervene. They responded. Yes. Lin Qiu was stunned by this and asked, Master, did you forget to mention my name? He looked in this direction and replied, You don't need to go. I have different arrangements for you. Kuang Hu turned to look at his three friends and exclaimed, That's great. I want to go there right now. While he watched their backs, Lin Qiu felt troubled. He thought to himself, I understand Master's intention. Going to the Diamond Spirit Domain now with protection will allow them to experience firsthand the terrifying nature of a Diamond-level Spirit Domain. Remembering the upcoming battles, he shuddered. The arena for the world competition is a spirit domain, the most terrifying spatial system. Plus, the enemies aren't just simple spirit beasts, but also cultivators from all over the world. The danger level compared to normal spirit domains is many times higher. Then he pondered, resting his chin on his hand. But what am I supposed to do? Lin Qiu stepped forward and asked Yu Yangs, Grandpa Yu, what about us? How should we train? He thought for a moment and replied, Your training is actually very simple. Just stay at the base. She said sadly, Staying at the base isn't fun at all. With just these people, it'll be so boring. And if we do that, how can we improve our skills? Yu Yangs pointed at Lin Qiu and explained, What I'm about to say is training with Lin Qiu. You'll fight with him every day. Each of you. Every day. At least 10 matches. Seeing himself treated as a training machine, he exclaimed in shock. What? He immediately questioned. Are you joking? My training is to be their training dummy. He looked at Lin Qiu with a scrutinizing gaze and carefully reminded him, It's all for the world competition. Zhu Chen also spoke up and asked, Isn't this asking for trouble? Lin Qiu's strength, we've all witnessed firsthand. The bald subordinate excitedly said, My battle face is already hungry. Yu Yangs looked at their faces, his eyes narrowing as if calculating something in his mind. He explained, The 5 of you can take turns fighting against Lin Qiu. Don't give him time to rest. How much you can improve depends on yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned towards him. He held his head and cried out in agony. Oh, Mom, Master isn't giving me any way out. Am I about to become a punching bag? In the evening, at a park by the road, Lin Qiu was sitting on a bench with Zhen Zhen. He began, That diamond-level spirit domain is extremely dangerous. She interrupted, Enough. You've been talking about this all night. Then she quickly pinched his cheek, saying, If you tell me not to worry about you, this is a chance for training. Lin Qiu rubbed his sore cheek and then said, I know, but Zhen Zhen, She didn't let him finish, and asked, Do you know why I want to become stronger like this? Lin Qiu wondered. Why? Tan Junju recalled the memory of that day, when Lin Qiu held that victory trophy. She explained with a hint of sadness, I don't want to always stand behind watching you. I want to fight alongside you. So Zhen Zhen, blushing, her voice filled with determination. This time, being able to join you in the world competition. I'm truly happy. Lin Qiu, touched, whispered, Zhen Zhen. Then she turned to look at him, her eyes full of deep affection, saying, Now do you understand? Suddenly, a sweet kiss landed on the beauty's lips. Tan Junju, holding Lin Qiu's shoulders, called his name. In Lin Qiu's subconscious, a long moment later, they finally parted lips. She tried to catch her breath while he softly spoke. I understand. He pulled the person before him closer, quickly continuing, It's because I understand that I worry more. I feel more heartache for you. Becoming stronger isn't an easy thing. Lin Qiu fumbled for something in his bag, rambling on, If you carry this with you, I can feel a bit more at ease. Zhen Zhen let out a confused huh. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion. I can't see anything. Don't pull me. He held Xiao Hei in his hand and instructed, Even if you encounter some spirit beasts, Xiao Hei can communicate with them. If you don't want to fight, you can use it as an interpreter. That's not bad. Zhen Zhen, looking at the small creature that resembled a gecko, cooed affectionately, Xiao Hei. Ah. Then Lin Qiu turned to instruct and somewhat threaten it. Xiao Hei, protect Zhen Zhen well. If I find out you've done anything to wrong me, But this little creature wasn't to be outdone. It teasingly replied, I only saw you two smooching earlier, and did nothing else. Lin Qiu increased the pressure on his hand, seriously warning, Next time, you're not allowed to look. At that moment, the bushes behind them rustled strangely. Don't push me. Wait a moment. 3 figures tumbled out from the bushes. Wangfu Yaimeng awkwardly coughed a few times to cover up. The moon is beautiful tonight. Ah Lam Ju regretfully cried out. What? It's over already. Only Kuang Hu lay sprawled on the ground, pitifully making excuses for the group. We were just passing by. He scratched his head and stood up quickly, avoiding eye contact as he explained, Isn't it almost time to depart for Lin Qiu? That's why we came to find you too. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiu's face darkened as he interrogated. From your posture, you must have been sitting there for a long time. Right. Then he looked at Zhen beside him and continued. Never mind. It's not a big deal. Let's go. Lin Qiu took Zhen's hand and her luggage, smiling brightly. I'll see you off for a bit. She immediately agreed. Seeing his girlfriend so happy, he thought to himself, Zhen looks very happy. I still want to go with them to Lin Qiu. Wangfu Yaimeng was also chatting with her. I brought everything. Use mine when we get to Lin Qiu. At this moment, Zhen suddenly wrote something on Lin Qiu's hand, with just a few words. Don't worry. Wait for me to return. Lin Qiu's face turned bright red. Zhen smiled and replied, that's right. With a wave goodbye, she reminded him not to worry about her. I'm off, by the way. The dean said these people are true martial level experts in charge of protecting you all. Later, they'll tell you what to pay attention to. We can depart now, he replied. Goodbye. But he thought, it seems that in terms of safety, there's really no need to worry. Suddenly, the system chimed in. You should still worry a bit about yourself. Punching bag. Lin Qiu shouted. 9527. Why do you keep popping up like this? It continued. You haven't drawn a skill today, so I appeared to remind you. He shook his head and refused. How about not drawing a skill today? Train tomorrow. I want you to restore my spiritual energy. The system immediately objected. That's not possible. As long as the user's life is not in danger, I cannot restore your spiritual energy. Every second of my energy is extremely precious. Then he agreed. Alright, fine. Let's activate today's skill. The draw effect appeared with a notification. Obtained E-rank life skill, sewing and mending. Congratulations. User has received the E-rank life skill, sewing and mending. Suddenly, an image appeared in Lin Qiu's mind of himself sitting seriously, knitting. This made him angry. He scolded. You're getting more and more deceitful. A passionate youth like me, what use is learning to sew? It immediately replied. It's the skill you drew yourself. Why are you blaming me? While he wasn't paying attention, it added. Not everything will go as you wish. Young man. While he wasn't paying attention, it added again. Not everything will go as you wish. Young man. He silently replied. That's true. The night sky gradually gave way to early morning. The next day, Yang Zi pointed to the person beside him and introduced. Now I'll introduce you to this person before us. He is the most powerful healing awakened one in the country. Hua Xiaoda from the Qinglong squad. From now on, he will be responsible for treating your injuries. The former captain of the Qinglong squad, now retired to the back office. Hua Xiaoda had reached the peak of true martial realm. He added, with him here, as long as you have a breath left, you can be immediately restored to your original state. Zhou Shen asked. This senior is known as the rarest healer in the world, breaking through to the true martial realm. Lin Qiu also couldn't help but marvel. That's amazing. The principal recalled the past to add more context. This is also to prevent Lin Qiu from going too hard and rendering you unable to continue participating. So he invited him here to ensure your conditions are maintained. Later in training, no one is allowed to hold back. Hearing this, Lin Qiu angrily argued. Master, you think you're being so considerate, but don't you feel my training intensity is already too high? He snorted and replied. Oh ho ho. I wonder on the first day how many rounds you'll be able to endure. Finally, Yang Zi asked. The match begins. Who's going first? Jiyu Ziyuan raised his hand. Zhou Shen, standing behind, reminded. No need to be rash. The main goal is to deplete his spiritual energy. Once his energy is nearly exhausted, that's when you counterattack. He nodded. Yes. With a dizzying handspin, Ziyuan quickly formed a layer of spiritual energy surrounding himself. On the other side, Lin Qiu was thinking of how to respond. Want to deplete my spiritual energy? That's exactly what I want today. To figure out how to conserve my spiritual energy to the maximum in this kind of situation. Finally, he also flared up. Warning. Afterwards, I'll beat you guys until even your parents won't recognize you. Using the strength in his legs to create momentum, he activated the Beast King's roar skill and charged straight ahead. Lin Qiu shot forward like an arrow. Ziyuan trembled, thinking, not good. I can't move. Immediately, he closed in on him. He threw a punch that hit him squarely in the face. Then he flew far from the stands, to the astonishment of many. While Xiaoda was continuously healing, Chu Li spoke up. So quickly, the outcome is already decided. Lin Qiu stood in the arena, taunting. Next person. Lin Qiu cried, raising her hand. Let me go. He stood beside her, cheering. Go for it. I'll heal you fully. She stepped forward, pleading. Bunny, I'm just a little girl. Then, acting cute, she said, please go easy on me. You should be gentle with me. Okay. But her tone suddenly changed. Otherwise, her adorable face from earlier was replaced by a savage expression. Lin Qiu, as if going mad, continuously used skills while shouting, I'll get angry. Fire gun fist. Hearing this, Lin Qiu was also startled. Blocking the move, he asked, do all girls say the opposite of what they mean? This contrast is really scary. Then, he closed his eyes and said, can't be too violent with girls either. Better get her out quickly. In a gentle voice, he used the skill space exile. Immediately, Lin Qiu vanished before Lin Qiu's eyes. Everyone witnessing this was shocked, exclaiming, she disappeared. But before they finished speaking, she was seen falling on the side. She cried out in pain. Ah! Zhang Li instinctively shouted, Lin Qiu. He ran to help her up, asking, are you okay? She shook her head, rubbing her bottom. I'm fine. Bunny was already merciful. Luckily he didn't hit my face. Lin Qiu reached into his pocket for an item. Holding it, an object shaped like a hammer, he taunted. One by one is too slow. Two of you come at once. Hearing this, they shouted. What? Zhou Shen gritted his teeth, reminding, we have 1 diamond and 1 top platinum. Aren't you being too arrogant? As soon as he finished, they rushed to attack. Lin Qiu calmly replied, whether I am or not, we'll find out soon enough. Lin Qiu let out a snort. Zhou Shen and Zhang Li were startled and shouted, what? Then they quickly advanced towards him. Instantly, they were sent flying by Lin Qiu's hammer swing. The guy with the bowl cut trembled. He didn't expect Lin Qiu to be so strong and fast. Already taking care of 2 people, he turned his head to see Lin Qiu, brimming with energy, pointing at him. Lin Qiu frowned, beckoning with his hand, saying, next, it's your turn. Kid, come here quickly. Tears streamed down his face, as he reluctantly begged, later, please go easy on me. A moment later, the bowl-cut guy was sent flying, screaming, not much different from the 2 before him. He too was sent soaring with 1 hammer strike. The first round ended within 5 minutes. In the following rounds, Lin Qiu maximized the advantages of his space system. Some people also made rapid progress under his torment. They increasingly understood Lin Qiu's skills and space system better. Additionally, as his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, it became increasingly difficult for him to attack them now. Principal Yu Yanks observed the battle and thought, I originally thought that on the first day, Lin Qiu could only persist for 5 rounds. Unexpectedly, he's already persevered to the 7th round now. As his body gradually felt the fatigue, he calculated in his mind, the spiritual energy in my body is almost depleted. The 8th round probably won't be sustainable anymore. Before he could finish thinking, the next opponent, wielding 2 large meat cleavers, swung them and said, I won't give you time to rest and replenish your spiritual energy. Lin Qiu, annoyed, said, you don't need to come up. Because of insufficient spiritual energy, Lin Qiu had to resort to using sword techniques. Jiyu Ziyuan jumped high, waving his hands, creating bright red energy arcs surrounding him, rushing towards Lin Qiu. But this attack was easily blocked by him. Jiyu Ziyuan exclaimed, I didn't expect your sword skills to be so amazing. Then increased his speed and struck continuously. Lin Qiu's body sustained more and more injuries, struggling to block while thinking. Even though that's the case, his cleaver skills are also incredibly inspired. As if he's one with the blade. I can only use all my strength to avoid my vital points. Lin Qiu's eyes shone brightly as he cheered from outside. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Ziyuan was able to injure Tutu. Zhou Shen was secretly delighted. It seemed Lin Qiu had truly reached his limit, which was great. Lin Qiu struggled to dodge Jiyu Ziyuan's sword techniques while thinking, if this continues, it won't be good. Lin Qiu used his last drops of spiritual energy to use his killing move, Thunder God's Pursuit. Jiyu Ziyuan was terrified. What? You still have enough spiritual energy to launch Thunder God's strike? Seeing him suddenly distracted, he quickly seized the opponent's opening to counterattack. Lin Qiu executed the ultimate sword technique, Heavenly Maiden Scatters Flowers. Jiyu Ziyuan couldn't withstand it, screaming in pain as his 8 cleavers were sent flying. He looked up, startled to realize lightning was about to strike, and said loudly, careless. I'm about to be struck by lightning. A feeling of helplessness suppressed his desire to rise up. It made Ziyuan start to doubt himself, doubting the strength and abilities he had once been proud of. Lin Qiu was already like this, yet he still couldn't defeat him. He raised his face. Taking a deep breath, he stood still in the open, enduring the impending lightning strike. A feeling of misery and humiliation welled up in his heart. It was truly a complete failure. But in that terrifying stillness, something suddenly made him feel strange. This feeling when the lightning struck his body. He immediately felt the impact, but it was different from what he had expected. He raised both hands in bewilderment, his eyes wide with doubt, wondering what was happening. It felt neither painful nor itchy. Was this the weakest lightning strike? In his confusion, before Ziyuan could understand what was happening, he had already raised his sword to Ziyuan's neck. Then he smugly said, "Otherwise, how could it be? I was already so weak. How could I have used Thunder God's pursuit?" Confidently, he declared, "You've lost." At that moment, he could only stand still, motionless. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. I admit defeat, fair and square." After saying this, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhou Shen approached him and spoke. "Next, it's my turn." He flashed a contemptuous smile, his eyes filled with authority and a hint of mockery. His laughter rang out like a challenge. "Lin Qiu, I'm sure you don't have much energy left, right? Then let me finish you off." Ha ha ha. Making the atmosphere more tense, his eyes followed him, gradually becoming dissatisfied with his arrogance. He felt, although we've put aside our past grudges, seeing this exaggerated attitude of yours, I still feel uncomfortable. A spatial gate suddenly appeared, dazzling light shining into the quiet space. It slowly passed through Lin Qiu's body, and in that moment, his eyes became determined, an indestructible resolve clearly visible. "As long as I have one breath left, I will." His words sounded like a powerful vow. With lightning speed, he rushed through the gate, like a shadow gliding through time, and instantly appeared right behind his opponent, shouting loudly as if making a declaration, "I'll deal with you." The sword in Lin Qiu's hand emitted a cold light, moving so fast it was hard to follow. It glided like the wind, lightly touching his back. The surprise made his face turn pale. A panic clearly etched on his previously smug face. His piercing scream suddenly rang out, breaking the silence, carrying with it a rising tide of panic. He turned around, his eyes full of terror, looking at his bleeding back and cried out in pain, "Ouch! Ouch! My waist is injured. That brat of yours is after my waist again." He forced a smile and explained, "It was unintentional." As if struck by an arrow of resentment, he pointed straight at him and yelled, "You despicable villain! My waist!" At that moment, an old man standing nearby quickly approached, trying to calm him down. "Calm down, calm down. Let me heal you." Despite his cursing, he calmly put his sword into the magical bag. As soon as the sword was put away, he spoke again, sighing, "Compared to the long saber, I prefer the long spear even more." His eyes showed some excitement, feeling that if he couldn't use spiritual martial weapons, he'd use the one from chapter 3 instead. Suddenly, Zhang Li appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. He spoke, "So you know how to use a long spear too?" As if on cue, he held a spear in his hand, with a confident demeanor, and boldly challenged him. "Actually, I don't want to fight you right now, but since you also use a spear, how about we compare our spear techniques?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "I had the same idea." His eyes were full of smugness, gleaming with arrogance and disdain for his opponent. The smirk on his face carried a sense of pride, as if he was certain that he held all the power and victory in his hands. Lin Qiu's eyes followed every movement of his opponent. He realized he had no spiritual energy left at the moment. If his opponent used spiritual techniques directly, he would likely lose in an instant, but if they used long spears, however, a thought flashed through his mind, making him raise his head, deciding he could probably hold on a bit longer. His face suddenly lit up with intense focus. Like a warrior ready to face his destiny, he quickly shifted into an offensive stance. Zhang Li, with eyes cold as ice, quickly attacked. He used his spear to thrust straight at him, saying, "I've learned spear techniques since childhood, and I'm incredibly passionate about spear arts. It's rare to meet someone with the same interest." Not letting his opponent dominate, he quickly parried and responded, "Not bad," he admitted. "It's also my first time seeing such a skilled spear user." His eyes gradually became more determined as he thought to himself, "But compared to someone who truly masters spear techniques like me, With unwavering determination, he quickly unleashed a powerful move, while shouting confidently, "You're still far behind." That strong voice was like an affirmation, igniting the fighting spirit and challenging his current opponent. He charged towards him with decisive and powerful movements, like a spear blade cutting through the wind. The opponent quickly parried. His cold eyes clearly showed his concentration. But in that instant, there was a slight wavering that both of them could feel the power of the confrontation. Lin Qiu and Zhu Shen, standing on the sidelines, constantly judged his condition. Lin Qiu, somewhat worried, said, "Tuo Tuo's moves seem very strong." But Zhu Shen also noticed and added, "His physical strength doesn't seem like it can last much longer." The two spears clashed countless times, and time passed after several hundred exchanges. After a series of intense attacks, finally, the spear in Zhang Li's hand was close to his neck, causing him to stand still. Suddenly, he dropped his spear, his tone showing exhaustion. Oh, he was finally defeated and fell down. He lay flat on the ground, panting, each hurried breath echoing in the quiet space. With eyes tightly shut, he shouted, "I'm exhausted. This is really too tiring." Seeing this, Zhang Li approached him. He smiled lightly and admitted, "Your spear technique is very powerful, at least much more powerful than mine." He struggled to open his eyes, and in his exhaustion, panted in reply, "Ah, you want to learn? I'll teach you." From afar, the dean approached and said, "All right, Lin Qiu has lost his fighting ability. Today's training can be considered finished. How does everyone feel?" Hearing this, Zhang Li also sighed. The space system is truly terrifying. He glanced at the two people near Zhu Shen, then scratched his head and said, "We, 1 Diamond 4 and 1 Platinum and above, were dominated by a Platinum 6 star for 7.5 rounds." Lin Qiu also added afterwards, "If this were really on the battlefield right now, we would have died countless times already." She gradually approached, glanced down at him and called out, "Ah, Tuo Tuo." Then she sat down nearby and whispered as if entrusting her thoughts, "In the coming time, you must train as well." Time flew by like a shuttle. From the tense early days, now they had entered a familiar rhythm. From the first day until now, the following days, I accepted all challenges. Then I taught Zhang Li spear techniques. Initially, I thought that after experiencing the first day and getting familiar, sooner or later I would be able to overcome the first 10 rounds. But reality cruelly slapped me in the face. Everyone, after experiencing friction, had improved quite a bit, especially after becoming familiar with my skills. Each person had their own way of coping. But then, amidst those continuous battles, he realized that he himself was also changing. Thanks to their persistence, I also progressed very quickly, increasingly consuming and recovering spiritual power. My rank increased from Platinum 6 star to Platinum 7 star. My physical qualities also increased to Platinum 5 star. The training room was still brightly lit as usual, warm golden light reflecting off the walls. After an intense training session, the dean announced resolutely, "Today's training is over." He closed his eyes, seemingly not very satisfied, thinking to himself, "Today I only managed to persist for 5 rounds again. These kids are improving rapidly." His train of thought was suddenly interrupted when a loud voice called out his name, "Lin Qiu." That powerful voice startled him, his eyes opening, no longer immersed in his worries, but instead filled with curiosity and attention. He instinctively looked towards the source of the call. Suddenly, Zhang Qiu appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight at him, hugging him tightly without saying a word. He stammered in confusion, "Brother Zhang." Seeing his somewhat strange reaction, Zhang let go of him. He immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Qiu also looked confused and asked back, "Huh, didn't Senior Yu Yang tell you?" The dean standing nearby nodded and confirmed, "I indeed forgot to tell you he was coming." Zhang Qiu closed his eyes tightly, appearing to ponder, then said, "I came here, of course, because..." Suddenly, he pulled out a giant hammer from somewhere. Taking an attack stance, he flashed an excited smile and continued with a proud posture, "To reform you all properly, you youngsters, enter into evolution at the speed of light." He stood there, stunned, his eyes fixed straight ahead, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. In that moment, a feeling of bewilderment enveloped him, causing him to blurt out, "What the hell?" Lin Qiu immediately refused. I don't need it. Zhu Shen also felt suspicious. Zhang Chu, seeing everyone reject your kindness like this, he said, embarrassed. Don't say that. Then he went to open the chest. Lin Qiu curiously peeked, and Zhang Chu said, currently, only our country has successfully researched spirit weapons. In this world competition, if we don't take advantage of it a bit, it would be a real waste. Inside that chest are all high-level armor and items. Zhang Chu picked up a piece of armor, smiling as he continued, the weapons are just ordinary. Mainly, I've crafted a set of armor for each person. Lin Qiu asked, armor? Zhang Chu explained, in the spirit realm, attacking is secondary. Being able to protect your own little life is what's important. After saying this, he handed out a set of armor and items to each person. Everyone, please take your own weapons and equipment. Zhu Shen and Lin Ju put on the bracelets and commented, these gloves can enhance skill projection. Zhang Chu explained, Chu Li Gao's flute and Zhang Li's spear have also been developed into spirit weapon versions. The two of them found this amazing. After observing the four people for a while, they turned to the principal and said happily, we'll need to rely on you for energy replenishment. Principal. Yang Zi thought for a moment and agreed. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind Yang Zi. Principal. Me too. It turned out to be a student with 8 arms. He smiled and said, I'll need your help with my weapons too. Yang Zi was shocked and gaped. Replenishing energy for you, kid, will likely drain 80% of my energy. Then he could only sigh and take them home to replenish energy gradually. Lin Qiu examined the armor and thought, the most terrifying thing in the spirit realm's spatial system is the sudden attack of spirit beasts. With spirit combat armor, as long as it's not an overly powerful spirit beast, basically it's like having an extra life, which is great. A moment later, Yang Zi closed the chest. He said solemnly, there are 2 things I want to tell you. First, tomorrow, the 4 people who went for spirit martial training will return. After they come back, you'll all have a week's leave to go home and spend time with your families. Then he reached into his coat and took something out. It turned out to be red envelopes. He smiled and said, I wish everyone a happy new year with your families. Then he handed out an envelope to each person. Lin Ju was very happy to receive a red envelope. Yu Yuan carefully accepted the red envelope and wished Yang Zi a happy new year. Lin Qiu held the red envelope and thought happily, it's been a long time since I received a red envelope. Suddenly, Yang Zi said seriously, I don't want to say anything sad, but, he hesitated for a moment, then continued, everyone, please spend more time with your families. After saying this, he took the chest and left. Hearing those words, Lin Qiu seemed to understand Yang Zi's implication. This world competition would be extremely dangerous. Perhaps not everyone would be able to return. Everyone was just a student. How worried they must be. Then he went over and hit Zhu Shen on the head. Zhu Shen held his head and cried out, ouch. Lin Qiu, you. Lin Qiu calmly said, why so serious? Everyone. He walked to the door and pondered for a moment. Then he turned back with a gentle smile. With me, Lin Mo Ren. Here, however you look when you leave, that's exactly how you'll look when you return. Hearing this, Zhu Shen smiled, and Li Gao said proudly, right, however many of us go, that's how many will come back then. Lin Ju blushed and admired, so cool, it really feels safe going with you. Then Lin Qiu left the school. Zhu Shen called out from behind, Lin Qiu, Happy New Year. Lin Qiu smiled faintly and sighed. It's time for everyone to go home. But how should I spend my new year? He started to think. Going back to B City to visit Sister Li, Zhang San and the others might be a good choice. While Lin Qiu was pondering, suddenly someone covered his eyes. What are you doing here? Lin Qiu turned around and saw it was Zhen Zhen. Seeing him startled, she burst into laughter. Look, you're scared. Seeing Zhen Zhen had returned, Lin Qiu immediately asked her, in just over 10 days, you've broken through to Platinum 5-star. You're not hurt, are you? Zhen Zhen smiled and replied, no, I had it. Xiao He. It was quite helpful in the spirit realm. Xiao He, hearing Zhen Zhen's praise, chuckled. Lin Qiu hugged Xiao He, gently stroking it. Big brother will properly reward you later. Then Lin Qiu turned to ask Yang Zi, didn't you say everyone would return tomorrow? Before Lin Qiu could finish, Yang Zi explained, if they came by car, it would be tomorrow. But just now when I returned home, I received a call from Jen. After learning you were all dispersing to go home, she insisted on coming to find you. So I went to pick her up and bring her here. Hearing this, Lin Qiu was touched. Jen, you came because you wanted to see me. Jen blushed and replied, silly, of course not. I just felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Seeing the two stammering, Yang Zi immediately pushed Lin Qiu towards Jen. She wants to take you home to celebrate the new year together. Jen, embarrassed, said, I'm not forcing you to do this. Lin Qiu happily replied, it's not forced at all. I'm very willing. Then he scratched his head, wondering, but I feel like I'm not quite prepared yet. Going over like this, isn't it too casual? Suddenly, Yang Zi spoke up. As a father figure, I think it's quite appropriate. Hearing this, Lin Qiu was puzzled. Yang Zi explained, a teacher for a day, a father for life. I approve of this important matter of marriage. Lin Qiu was touched. I've always been an orphan. This unexpected familial affection makes me a bit emotional. Jen, embarrassed, stammered, we haven't even talked about marriage yet. Then Yang Zi spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Alright, I'll take you both on a trip. Are you ready? Jen hooked her arm with Lin Qiu's and looked at him. We're ready. Lin Qiu was surprised by her action. Jen, but then he smiled gently, holding her hand tightly. Me too. Yang Zi immediately channeled his energy to depart. Then all three of them instantly disappeared. They reappeared at Jen's home, the Qin family villa. The butler, seeing Jen bring a friend home, immediately went to report to her father and mother. Master, madam, the young miss has brought a young man home. As for Lin Qiu, he was still overwhelmed by Jen's house. He couldn't help but exclaim, your house is really big. Jen shyly replied, not really. Then Lin Qiu suddenly remembered he hadn't prepared any gifts. But Jen's butler had already gone to call people. He immediately turned to Yang Zi for help. Master, please help me out. Do you have anything I can use as a gift for now? Yang Zi patted Lin Qiu's shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha. I'm afraid I can't help you. Little Qiu, from here on, you'll have to rely on your own experience. Then he turned to leave. Do your best. Okay, make a good impression. I'm off now. Lin Qiu anxiously shouted, Master. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zi had vanished. Lin Qiu helplessly cried, help. Coming empty-handed on my first visit. Won't I be kicked out? Who can save me now? Suddenly, the system spoke up. Seems like someone can save you. Lin Qiu was delighted to hear the system appear at the right moment. He was very happy. 9527. Save me. Quick. Activate a useful skill. Or directly give me a New Year's gift. Anything will do. The system replied. Leave it to me. Drawing a skill. E-rank skill. Mastery of Chinese chess. The system immediately announced, congratulations, host has received mastery of Chinese chess. Hearing this, Lin Qiu lost all hope. It's over. My last hope has been shattered. This time, my father-in-law will surely. Suddenly, Shi Han called out from behind. The butler said a young man was here. It really is little Qiu. Then she told him to come inside. Jen's father is waiting for you two in the living room. Lin Qiu heard these words and became confused because he wanted to run for his life. A moment later, Lin Qiu finally agreed to go inside. He sat opposite Jen's father, sweating nervously. Jen's father's name was Qin Zheng. While the two were tense, Jen and Shi Han walked by. Dad, Mom and I are going out for a bit. You and Lin Qiu can chat. Okay. Lin Qiu saw Jen passing by and sent a distress signal, but she just gestured for him to hang in there. Lin Qiu broke into a sweat, not knowing what to do next. Due to extreme nervousness, Lin Qiu accidentally angered Qin Zheng. Hello, little Qin. I'm your Uncle Lin. Qin Zheng angrily shouted. What? Trying to increase your seniority? Huh. You've got guts. Kid, you think you're so grown up. Come here and compete with me. Lin Qiu frantically explained. Uncle Qin, I misspoke. I'm Lin Qiu. Please call me Xiao Qiu. A moment later, Qin Zheng led Lin Qiu into the kitchen and said, listen, kid, if you want to marry Jen, you'll have to pass my test first. Lin Qiu sighed in relief, realizing it was a cooking challenge. His earlier demeanor had scared him to death. Qin Zheng picked up a knife and declared, Jen's cooking is like her mother's, basically inedible. If you want to marry Jen, your cooking must first surpass mine. Then Lin Qiu immediately reached into his pocket for something. He promptly pulled out a large piece of meat. Uncle Chin, I didn't bring any gifts this time. How about we cook with this Gen Wu spirit beast meat? Qin Zheng wondered. How did you get Gen Wu spirit beast meat? Lin Qiu scratched his head and naively replied. It's nothing special. Just some that my master and a few senior uncles gave me during previous hunts. Hearing this, Qin Zheng thought Lin Qiu was showing off. He was determined to crush Lin Qiu later. He then took the meat from Lin Qiu's hand. He loudly announced, let's start cooking. Seeing Qin Zheng's determined look, Lin Qiu sighed. Seems to have sparked his fighting spirit. A while later, the food was served. Zhen Zhen and Shi Han both ate with great appetite. But the problem was, they only ate the dishes Lin Qiu made, while no one touched Qin Zheng's dishes. Seeing this, Qin Zheng tried Lin Qiu's dish. As soon as he tasted it, he cried tears of happiness. This kid, how can he cook so deliciously? This won't do. Then he slammed his hand hard on the table. He glared at Lin Qiu and said, cooking and drinking aren't real skills. Woman, bring out the chessboard. I want to play a game with this kid. Shi Han, seeing Qin Zheng's sudden behavior, scolded the old man. What's wrong with you? A moment later, the chessboard was set up. Qin Zheng grumbled. Kid, if you want my approval, you'll have to beat me. He thought to himself, I might lose at other things, but I definitely won't lose at chess. The reason for Qin Zheng's confidence was that he was the chess champion of the Hao Mei Li district. After playing for a while, Lin Qiu defeated Qin Zheng. Seeing this, he made excuses. This game was just a warm-up. 3 games, best of 2. By the 5th game, Lin Qiu was still winning. Qin Zheng angrily said, damn it, next game I'll play seriously. 11 games, best of 6. By the 10th game, Lin Qiu was still winning. This made the champion furious. He flipped the chessboard and shouted, you rotten kid, don't you know to let me win 1 game? Lin Qiu, startled, replied, if you wanted me to let you win, you should have said so earlier. Shi Han immediately came to comfort Qin Zheng. Alright, old man, be a good sport. But Qin Zheng wouldn't have it. He yelled, leave me alone. I want to keep playing. Lin Qiu cautiously replied, father-in-law, please remember our agreement. Later, Lin Qiu and Zhen Zhen went to the garden and sat on the swing. Lin Qiu turned and asked, Zhen Zhen, how do you think I did today? Zhen Zhen smiled and replied, normal, barely meeting the standard. Suddenly, Lin Qiu remembered something. He turned to Zhen Zhen and said, speaking of meeting standards, we still have a bet. You're not going to back out, are you? Zhen Zhen replied, bring it on. I'm not afraid. She then took out her phone to check the results. Lin Qiu saw his score was higher than Zhen Zhen's and was delighted. Zhen Zhen was embarrassed but still decided to keep her promise to Lin Qiu. A bet's a bet, she said. Lin Qiu then lifted her chin. As they were about to kiss, suddenly Zhen Zhen's father appeared behind them. Lin Qiu and Qin Zhen Zhen were closing their eyes, preparing to kiss each other, when Qin Zheng suddenly appeared. His face darkened, and he pretended to cough a few times. Qin Zhen Zhen turned and asked, Dad, what are you doing? He turned to leave and replied, nothing, just checking on you kids after dinner. I'll head back now. As he left, Lin Qiu blushed and asked, shall we continue? Qin Zhen Zhen hesitantly replied, well. Lin Qiu gently placed his hand on Qin Zhen Zhen's face. He thought to himself, Zhen Zhen is shy, and moved closer to her. Lin Qiu thought, she's really adorable. Suddenly, Qin Zheng returned with a lawnmower. Lin Qiu and Qin Zhen Zhen blushed with embarrassment, and they quickly returned to their seats. Qin Zheng looked at the two of them and laughed loudly, saying, the lawn hasn't been trimmed in a while. Might as well do it now. Lin Qiu thought to himself, this awkwardness is reaching the sky. Looks like there's no chance today. Qin Zhen Zhen turned to one side, ignoring the situation and whistling casually. On New Year's Eve, at Zhen Zhen's house gate, decorations with auspicious phrases were hung, such as peace in the new year, harmony brings wealth, and words bring 100 blessings. Lin Qiu and Zhen Zhen's father stood with arms folded, looking at the gate. Suddenly, Lin Qiu asked, Uncle Qin, how's my calligraphy? He pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, then replied, it's passable, slightly inferior to mine. But in his mind, he was actually impressed, thinking, this calligraphy can't be achieved with just a few years of practice. How is it possible that this young man seems to be good at everything? Then, they opened the door and entered the house. Zhen Zhen's father said, let's go inside. Zhen Zhen's father quickly took out a white bottle of liquor from the wooden shelf. He poured the liquor into a glass. Then he held it out in front of Lin Qiu and said, "Come, let's have a drink. Father and son, we'll chat slowly." Lin Qiu took the glass, feeling relieved, thinking that uncle and he had finally accepted him. Zhen's father gently confided, "Little Qiu, you know, when I learned that Zhen would participate in the world competition, I was so afraid. As a father, I don't want my daughter to participate in such a dangerous competition." As he spoke, he stared at Zhen. At that moment, she was chatting happily with Wen Shihan. Zhen's father continued, "But as a former soldier, I understand the stakes involved and the heavy responsibility you kids are bearing. These past days, we've all been trying to avoid this topic, but I'm truly afraid that this farewell might be sudden." Lin Qiu interrupted him, firmly responding, "Uncle, please rest assured, I will use my own life to protect Zhen." His eyes now blazed with determination. Zhen's father softly said, "This child." He put down his glass forcefully on the table and exclaimed loudly, "Good." Then he hugged Lin Qiu tightly and confided, "Although I wasn't willing at first, after living with you for a few days, I know you're a good kid." Lin Qiu thought to himself, "Does uncle mean?" Zhen's father patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "As long as you both return safely, this marriage I will approve." Lin Qiu exclaimed joyfully, "Father-in-law, please be at ease. Just wait to hold your grandson." He quickly reminded, "Although I've agreed, what grandson are you talking about? You two should at least wait until after graduation before discussing that." Zhen's father grabbed Lin Qiu's collar and threatened, "You little rascal. If Zhen suffers any grievance, in our Qin family, there's no divorce, only widowhood." Lin Qiu quickly raised both hands and replied, "Father-in-law, I will definitely love and protect Zhen forever." Wen Shihan, standing at a distance, witnessed their conversation. She said, "Old Zhang, what are you doing? Come and have dinner with Xiao Chu quickly." He then put his arm around Lin Qiu's shoulder and replied cheerfully, "Coming right away." Seeing them like this, Zhen broke into a happy smile. She thought to herself, "The conversation just now between Dad and Lin Qiu, I heard it all. Thank you both." Thinking of this, she suddenly felt like crying and quickly used a plate to cover her face. Lin Qiu and Zhen were sitting on the porch watching the brilliant fireworks in the sky when she suddenly said, "Lin Qiu, thank you." He turned to look at her and asked in surprise, "Thank me?" Zhen replied, "Yes, thank you for always taking care of me like this." Lin Qiu gently said, "Silly, you're my girlfriend. It's only natural. Actually, I should be the one thanking you." Zhen looked at him with a puzzled expression, looking up at the sky full of fireworks. Lin Qiu smiled softly. He said, "This new year is especially different. It gives me a sense of family." Zhen said happily, "We can spend future New Years together." Lin Qiu gently hugged her and replied, "Of course." Suddenly, the system announced, "Ahem, I don't want to disturb you, but today's skill hasn't been awakened yet." Lin Qiu thought happily, "Haha, 9527. It feels good to see you on New Year's too." The system angrily reminded, "I didn't appear to celebrate New Year's with you. I'm here to draw a skill. Drawing skill now. S-class skill. Stealth. Stealth. The host can enter stealth mode for a maximum of 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Congratulations. Host has obtained the stealth skill." Thinking of the image of girls bathing in the bathroom, Lin Qiu put his hand on his chin and thought happily, "This is the miracle that every man wants to possess. In the future, I can hee. This new year is really too perfect." Before leaving, the system also didn't forget to wish a happy new year. Lin Qiu replied, "Happy New Year." After celebrating New Year at Zhen's home, we and Principal Yu Yang returned to the base. After returning to the training base, we focused on intensive training again. When the team members returned, the intensity of my training also increased. The morning training content was 9 people engaging in combat with me, to quickly adapt to the system's special abilities. The afternoon space was for team training, with the goal of improving coordination. Lin Qiu put his hand on his forehead to greet Chu Shen, then said, "You're trying to kill me, not giving me any chance to survive at all." Chu Shen asked, "Hey, you, do you need to treat us so differently?" Then Chu Shen pointed at Zhen and reminded, "When you hit us, you always aim for the face, but when you hit Zhen, you don't hit her face." Zhen blurted out in confusion, Lin Qiu put his hand over his mouth and pretended to cough a few times. He reminded, "Stop talking nonsense. I've always treated everyone equally." Suddenly, Ouyang Zi approached from behind and called out, "Xiao Chu, come here for a moment. Lin Qiu curiously asked, Master, what's the matter? Ouyang Yangzi took out a round spirit bead containing a luminous pearl with electric light. Its eye-catching jade green color along with powerful electric sparks shining inside. Lin Qiu reached out to receive it and asked, is this a diamond-grade thunder spirit bead? That's great, thank you, Master. Ouyang Yangzi replied. Try absorbing it and see. Lin Qiu held the spirit bead up high and gradually absorbed its power. Shortly after, Lin Qiu's eyes turned white, and he exclaimed angrily, Platinum 7 stars Platinum North Star Spirit Technique. Ouyang Yangzi stood with his arms crossed and said, try it out, see how it goes. Lin Qiu raised his hand and shouted, Spirit Energy. Streams of lightning gradually descended to the ground. Lin Qiu tried to recite the incantation, Heavenly Thunder. Lin Qiu's power enveloped the entire forest. His power covered every treetop. Looking at the phone in Ouyang Yangzi's hand, he counted, 1, 2, 3. Lin Qiu sat down on the ground, completely exhausted. Ouyang Yangzi approached him attentively and instructed, Shao Chu, although this skill is extremely powerful, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Even when using it, be mindful of the spirit energy consumption. Lin Qiu smiled smugly. He thought to himself, if combined with 9527 spirit energy recovery, couldn't I use Heavenly Thunder infinitely to destroy the world, plus the moon rabbit form? After thinking, he replied, yes, Master, this is indeed too powerful. Lin Qiu's face was full of spirit. He said determinedly, then I'll be the one to dispel darkness with thunder and lightning. Ouyang Yangzi then asked, has this kid been getting a bit cocky lately? He approached closer and called softly, Shao Chu. He turned his head and answered, yes. Suddenly, his face became serious. He said, now that you've reached Platinum 8 stars, there are some things you should know. Dean Ouyang Yangzi asked Lin Qiu, do you know how many true martial experts our country has? Lin Qiu shook his head and replied, I don't know about that. Dean Ouyang Yangzi educated Lin Qiu. Currently, there are over 20,000 people recorded as top-tier diamond experts, but only 100 true martial experts. Lin Qiu pondered, resting his chin on his hand, and said, it seems the difficulty to break through to diamond is very high. Dean Ouyang Yangzi used this opportunity to remind Lin Qiu, that's right, so don't think reaching Platinum 8 stars means you can be arrogant. Dean Ouyang Yangzi continued, there's also a second point. The spirit domain has been confirmed to appear near Mount Fuji in Japan, although this is disadvantageous for us. What's even stranger is, Dean Ouyang Yangzi, with a serious expression, asked Lin Qiu, Shao Chu, don't you feel that recently, the forces in that country have been too quiet? Hearing this, Lin Qiu suddenly realized, acknowledging the strange point. Indeed, Jen and I celebrated the new year. Such a good opportunity, yet they didn't make a move. Dean Ouyang Yangzi pondered and said, currently, the other 3 supreme experts are all busy. This is truly too strange. Dean Ouyang Yangzi imagined the worst-case scenario, considering the disadvantages, then said, I suspect that this time, they might send out supreme-level experts. If I'm held up, your safety will no longer be guaranteed. Dean Ouyang Yangzi decided, so I've decided to secretly arrange for you all to depart early. You must disguise yourselves, change identities, and go to Japan first. Lin Qiu was surprised, pointing at himself as if asking, me. The scene changes to a week later. After Lin Qiu relayed Dean Ouyang Yangzi's message to the other team members about disguising themselves to go to Japan, Quang Hu and Chu Chen, along with others, were all very surprised. Chu Chen asked again, disguise. Lin Qiu, holding a makeup brush for Chen Long, confirmed, that's right, we need to disguise ourselves and go there first. Then Master will lead a decoy team there. Lin Qiu felt lucky inwardly, thinking, fortunately, during the national competition before, I drew the disguise skill. Then Dean Ouyang Yangzi arrived. In Dean Ouyang Yangzi's hands was a stack of documents. The materials and ID cards for everyone are ready. Lin Qiu and Chen Junzhen reached out to receive the papers from Dean Ouyang Yangzi's hand. On those document papers were names such as Yamato Mumuguachi, Kuna Iyako, Real Estate Agent Malu Masako, Tanaka Kazuo. Lin Qiu and Chen Junzhen examined the documents. After reading, Lin Qiu remarked with admiration, whoever created these documents is truly a genius at naming. Then, after changing clothes, Lin Qiu said, everyone, please change your clothes too. Lin Qiu was now wearing a smart suit. He raised his hand to adjust his tie and said, "This is my new identity, Mr. Real Estate Agent." Chu Chen resigned himself, saying, "I drew to Kitaro. It feels like there's a lush green field on my head." Kuang Hu also spoke in a dejected tone. "Tanaka Kazuo, I'm not much better off either." Chen Junzhen drew the new identity of Conan Iako. Dean Ou Yongzi pointed to a pile of suitcases, the prepared luggage, and said to everyone, "After everyone is disguised, depart. Once in Japan, keep a low profile and wait patiently for the competition to begin." Lin Qiu confidently replied to Dean Ou Yongzi, "Don't worry, master, we'll all be fine." Chen Junzhen also spoke up, saying, "Goodbye, principal." Then the whole team carried their individual luggage and boarded the plane to Japan. A while later, an announcement sounded on the plane. "The plane will land in 30 minutes. Welcome to Japan." Lin Qiu's group had arrived. They exited the airport gate. Lin Qiu looked around as if searching for someone and said, "Master said he'd send someone in a kipao to pick us up. Where are they?" There were two people, a man and a woman, who seemed to be waiting for someone. The woman had green hair, wore dark glasses, and a kipao. It was Zhu Rong, the intelligence-gathering member of the Blue Dragon Squad. The man standing next to Zhu Rong was the leader of the Blue Dragon Squad's reconnaissance team, Meng Di. Lin Qiu saw the two and thought, "It must be them." Lin Qiu approached and gave the code phrase to Zhu Rong. Ahem. Zhu Rong, Southern barbarians invade. Zhu Rong, standing next to the car, heard the code and turned her attention to Lin Qiu. This was the code that Dean Ou Yongzi had instructed each member to use when meeting other teams for communication. Zhu Rong removed her sunglasses, revealing another pair that seemed to be prescription glasses. Zhu Rong responded to Lin Qiu's code with Elephant Giant. This was the corresponding code phrase. Lin Qiu continued reciting, "I want to search 1,000 miles joy and sorrow or impermanent wild wandering is bitter short moon. White color. You know my heart is like water." Zhu Rong responded with the correct code. Lin Qiu shook hands with Zhu Rong and introduced himself, saying, "I'm a real estate agent. You can call me broker. As for my real identity, I apologize but I can't disclose it." After hearing Lin Qiu's introduction, Zhu Rong said, "Oh, it's not convenient to say your names. I understand. Follow me." Then Zhu Rong smiled awkwardly and said to Lin Qiu, "There's also your code hidden at the beginning of each verse." "Right. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend." Then Zhu Rong gestured to introduce the muscular man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek standing beside her. "It's him. His name is Meng Di. You don't have a chance. I'm afraid." Lin Qiu was surprised to hear Zhu Rong's words. Meng Di crossed his arms and looked at Lin Qiu, saying, "You." Lin Qiu immediately pulled Chen Junzhen to his side and clarified, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I absolutely have no intentions towards her. This is my girlfriend, Kuna Yuko." Hearing Lin Qiu's explanation, Meng Di asked, "Then your code in the first word of each line of the poem is, I want to search 1,000 miles. Joy and sorrow are impermanent. Wild wandering is bitter. Short moon white. You know my heart is like water." Note that the first word of each line put together forms, "I like you." Lin Qiu quickly explained to Meng Di, "The code isn't hidden at the beginning of each line. It's hidden at the end of each line. Note that the last word of each line put together forms, you are an idiot." After hearing Lin Qiu's explanation, Zhu Rong and Meng Di were speechless. Meng Di sighed. This little guy is really something. Then Meng Di returned to a serious expression and said, "It's about to start. Get in the car quickly. There's no more time for explanations." Lin Qiu was a bit confused and thought, how? The competition is still a few days away. Before he could understand the situation, Lin Qiu and everyone else had already gotten into the vehicles with them, a bus and a jeep speeding away. Lin Qiu and Chen Junzhen sat in the jeep with Zhu Rong and Meng Di. Meng Di, who was driving, said to the two, Lin Qiu and Chen Junzhen, "The auction meeting will be held early. It's about to start." Lin Qiu asked doubtfully, "An auction meeting?" Zhu Rong, sitting in the passenger seat, held up a folder of documents and spoke, "The Imamoto family from Japan will be illegally auctioning cultural relics from our country. Our mission is to retrieve these cultural relics." Then Zhu Rong turned her head back, handed the folder in her hand to Lin Qiu and said, "You all are disguised as Japanese people. This is to use that identity to retrieve the cultural relics. Right, here's the information about the auction." Lin Qiu took the folder and said, "Oh, no, Lin Qiu, after seeing the information in the folder, was immediately shocked and thought, how is this possible? These Japanese people weren't planning to sell. They actually want to. Meanwhile, in some secluded place, a man with blue hair wearing a black mask was supporting a girl with short purple hair. The purple-haired girl was holding her stomach, her face covered in sweat. The blue-haired man said, "You're still not used to eating raw food." It seems, these two were the squad leader of the Vermilion Bird team, Lin Qiu, along with Molly. These two were the ones actually carrying out the mission. They were walking, and Lin Qiu asked confusedly, "Where do we need to pick up our contact?" On Lin Qiu's side, Lin Qiu was currently frowning, reporting the situation over the phone to someone back in the country. That's right, Japan is doing this for their American father to see. Lin Qiu, sitting in the auction hall, continued, "No matter how high we bid, they won't sell it to us." Qin Junzhen sat silently beside him, listening to their conversation. Suddenly, a group of people entered the auction hall. Lin Qiu had just finished his phone call when he turned and saw the group that had just entered. They were no strangers. Lin Qiu saw them and thought in surprise, "It's them. Linda and Fei Qi. They've also come to Japan before. And that stranger next to them, the unfamiliar orange-haired young man at the back, whom Lin Qiu didn't know, was actually Antoni. Ability unknown. Antoni suddenly paused, as if sensing someone was looking at him. Lin Qiu watched the backs of that group as they walked forward. Lin Qiu frowned seriously, determining in his mind that this person was not ordinary. An abundant stream of spiritual energy was surrounding Anton's entire body. Then Lin Qiu picked his nose with his pinky and thought, but before the competition begins, it's best to wait and see. This operation clearly led to us being mistaken for people sent on a mission. Zhu Rong, standing beside him, watched Lin Qiu's actions with a slightly embarrassed expression, speechless. Then Lin Qiu ran his hand through his hair and continued thinking, "Out of patriotism, I still decided to come and see. But if Master finds out," the sound of a gavel rang out, and someone said, "Distinguished guests, please pay attention." The host wearing round-framed glasses introduced himself. "I am today's auctioneer, Kotaro Miyamoto. The auction will now begin." A green-haired girl brought out the auction item. The host, Kotaro Miyamoto, introduced it. The first item is a bronze artifact, famous in our country's history. The starting price is 16 million. The item brought out for auction was an ancient round bronze incense burner with paired patterns. Someone angrily spoke up, saying, "What do you mean, your country? It's clearly a cultural relic of our Washa." Lin Qiu was also surprised, thinking about that bronze item. Lin Qiu immediately used his appraisal skill to check the origin of this object. At the same time, the guests attending the auction began to bid, 20 million. Right after that, the Miyamoto family's butler immediately raised the bid to 50 million. The Miyamoto family's butler sneered and said, "Are you Chinese people all so poor that you only have this much money?" The person from earlier, hearing this, became angry and continued to raise the bid to 60 million. The Miyamoto family's butler sat with his legs crossed, smugly calling out 70 million. The price kept rising, 80 million, 85 million. Someone stood up and shouted, "We'll buy it together for 100 million. Lin Qiu's insight ability revealed that the old Miyamoto family butler was very pleased about auctioning this item. The Miyamoto butler thought, "I've still won." Lin Qiu thought to himself, the actual value of that bronze item is only 20 million. Maliciously having their own people raise the price is meant to insult our country. The Miyamoto butler raised his hand with a smug smile, about to call out when Lin Qiu lifted himself from his seat, preparing to stand up, thinking, "It's time to give you all a surprise." Lin Qiu stood up, then patted Qin Junzhen's shoulder and said to her, "You keep watching. I'm going to the restroom for a moment." Qin Junzhen looked at Lin Qiu and replied, "Okay." The scene changes to the cultural relic storage room. Inside the storage room were precious cultural relics. Suddenly, the doorknob moved. The door opened with a clicking sound. Lin Qiu entered the cultural relic storage room and began to use invisibility. Lin Qiu grinned with delight. Then Lin Qiu went to the cultural relic storage room. Immediately, Lin Qiu took all the cultural relics and put them into his bottomless magic bag. In just 1 minute, Lin Qiu had quickly emptied the entire room. With everything done, Lin Qiu promptly left. At the same time, a guard had noticed something rustling. He went to that room to see what was happening inside. But ironically, Lin Qiu had already quickly escaped. Seeing the cultural relics stolen, he immediately notified the patrol team. Everyone, emergency situation. Lin Qiu observed from behind, chuckling. Ah, too late. Everything had gone smoothly. Lin Qiu also returned to his seat. Junjun, seeing Lin Qiu return, asked, "You're back." Suddenly, the earpiece on Lin Qiu's ear rang with a hello. "It's over, broker sir." After half a day without any feedback, sitting down in his chair, Lin Qiu replied, "Don't rush. You two are about to see a good show." At this moment, Kotaro shouted loudly, "This auction has ended successfully. Next, please come to the stage to receive your auctioned items." At this time, a security team member with a panicked face rushed to report the theft situation to Kotaro. "Young master, do you know? Oh no. Our auction items." The wealthy families present were preparing to pay to get their treasures, swiping their cards when suddenly Kotaro turned and slapped the guard. Then Kotaro shouted, "You fool! With so many guards, you're telling me all the cultural relics have been stolen?" These angry words immediately caused a commotion. "Stolen? What about our items? Where's the vase I chose? Damn it, refund." At this moment, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. He then called someone. "General, we have an emergency situation." The voice on the other end replied, "I understand." Kotaro responded, "Could this be a scheme from the cold country?" The voice on the other end replied, "I understand." Kotaro responded, "Could this be a scheme from the cold country?" Director Yu Yanks secretly mocked, "I know instant teleportation. How about that?" Immediately, Kotaro thought, for example, Yu Yanks from the cold country could use instant teleportation to take the cultural relics without causing any disturbance. The person on the other end immediately replied, "It's not him. Yu Yanks is currently doing a live TV broadcast. He hasn't left." Kotaro still insisted, "How is this possible? Besides him, who else could take so many auction items without making any noise?" Suddenly, someone holding a paper shouted, "Everyone, quiet." Lin Qiu, standing among the crowd, said, "According to the contract, if the auctioned items are not delivered, there's a 30% compensation of the value." "Miyamoto, are you trying to cheat?" Lin Qiu's words were like adding fuel to the fire, making the already chaotic atmosphere even more disorderly. "Refund, refund, give me a refund." Then, the crowd rushed towards Kotaro. They gave Kotaro a beating until they felt satisfied. Afterwards, they left Kotaro lying motionless on the ground. That felt good to beat him up. "I've long disliked that guy." Another person chimed in, "If I had known this earlier, I would have bid higher to get more compensation." At this moment, that man asked again, "Kid, you're amazing. How did you do that?" Lin Qiu replied, "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Suddenly, a woman with blue hair approached. She held out a business card and said, "Hello." The blue-haired girl came to chat with the protagonist. "Lin Qiu, I'm XOA. This is my business card. Do you have time to talk?" Then she bowed and continued, "Excuse me, have we met somewhere before? You look somewhat familiar." Lin Qiu was confused about why she came over. Then Lin Qiu replied to this beautiful lady, "You must be mistaken. I'm a real estate broker." Then XOA extended one hand, brushed her hair with the other, and said, "Mr. Broker, your English is so fluent. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to dinner." Zoa's action surprised Lin Qiu. Are all girls so forward these days? Or do they have some ulterior motive? Then Lin Qiu thought, it must be due to my irresistible charm. Jen stood by, witnessing everything with a burning heart. She thought to herself, ahem, he's flirting again. She continued to ask, "Mr. Broker, what's your final decision?" Sensing Jen's murderous aura, Lin Qiu fearfully replied, "About that." Lin Qiu handed his phone to Jen. "You go home first. Take this." Inside was a text message. Lin Qiu left a note saying he was going to gather information. Then Lin Qiu said to XOA, "Beautiful lady, where shall we go for dinner?" Linda also chimed in, "I know a nice restaurant. How about we?" Lin Qiu immediately replied, "I'll follow you too." Then they went to ZMI Dao Luan, a high-end hotel. Lin Qiu was immediately surprised. "The restaurant you mentioned is this one." Suddenly, Linda pushed the two forward. "Don't be shy. This is a respectable place." Linda suddenly slapped Zoe's bottom hard. Then Linda said, "I'll help you test his intentions. Maybe we can even score a victory in one shot." As soon as these words were spoken, XOA immediately looked towards Lin Qiu. Then Linda excitedly said, "Let's go." Just as they were about to enter, a young man shouted, stopping them, "You're not allowed in." This young man with orange hair didn't look at the three of them with any friendly eyes. Lin Qiu looked at Linda puzzled and asked, "Who is this person?" Linda said unhappily, "His name is Anthony. He's the pride of our country. Although only 20 years old, he's already a 5-star diamond." With his keen eye, Lin Qiu immediately realized that he seemed to be Zoe's pursuer. Linda added, "Unfortunately, it's unrequited love." Then Linda continued, "He's unlucky in love, but his abilities are very strong. He has awakened a mysterious mental-type superpower. No one has ever seen him use his full power." Lin Qiu thought to himself, 5-star diamond, mental-type superpower. I need to find a chance to probe a bit. Lin Qiu started to provoke him by hugging XOA. "It's not nice to stand at the door. How about we?" As Lin Qiu thought, Anthony immediately got angry. "You dare, brat." Seeing this, Lin Qiu was secretly pleased. "Your anger is enough." Suddenly, Lin Qiu waved goodbye. "Let's end this pleasant meeting here. Next time we meet, I hope to have a private candlelit dinner with Miss XOA. XOA looked dazed hearing these words. Then Lin Qiu left, leaving the embarrassment clearly visible on Zoe's face. XOA blushed, holding her cheeks. "He's so gallant. I really like this guy." Seeing this reaction, Anthony got angry. He dares to attract Zoe's attention. The scene changes to another place. Lin Qiu went to some alley corner. Suddenly Lin Qiu said loudly, "No need to hide anymore. Mr. Anthony, shouldn't you be chasing after those two ladies?" Anthony immediately appeared. "What I do is none of your business." Hearing this, Lin Qiu deliberately teased, "Then why are you following me? My tendency to like older men is quite normal." Misunderstood. Anthony immediately retorted, "My sexual orientation is also perfectly normal. I just wanted to have a little competition with you." Having achieved his goal, Lin Qiu replied, "A 5-star diamond powerhouse like you isn't ashamed to challenge an 8-star platinum like me." Anthony tried to appear chivalrous, saying, "I can suppress my cultivation to match yours, but if you lose, swear you'll never appear before XOA again." Then Lin Qiu released his power, saying, "Real estate broker, please guide me." Lin Qiu unleashed Thunder Evasion Heaven Punishment, but it seemed to have no effect on Anthony. He sneered, "Is that all?" Anthony confidently declared, "If this is the extent of your skill, there's no need to continue comparing." He smugly unleashed his power. Then Anthony used the spirit technique Star Thrust. He intended to take Lin Qiu down in one move. Lin Qiu looked at the attack and only uttered, "This is truly troublesome." Unexpectedly, Tu Sa's body moved swiftly to dodge. He rushed in and hit Anthony with a Thunder Arc strike. Anthony confidently stood still to block the attack. In an instant, Lin Qiu appeared before Anthony. He was shocked by this power. What? Unfortunately, that strike caused him to fall to the ground. The ground cracked under him. This is called foolish yet still wanting to show off. Anthony angrily stood up amidst the dust. Then he said, "Cough cough. This brat has some skill." Suddenly, Lin Qiu held a large pickaxe and asked loudly, "Hey bro, is this crystal worth anything? Or how about you handle production and I'll handle sales? Then we can split it 55-10. Being mocked like this made Anthony angry. He shouted, "Brat, you've successfully provoked my anger." After saying that, Anthony immediately used the spirit technique Star-Breaking Dragon Summoning. When this technique was cast, he summoned 3 lizards to attack Lin Qiu. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qiu was truly puzzled. What kind of bizarre skill is that? Those lizards rushed to attack Lin Qiu, but couldn't even touch him. At this moment, Little Black crawled out. Lin Qiu asked in confusion, "Little Black, why are you out here?" Little Black obediently replied, "Big bro, do you need my help?" But Lin Qiu considered this a small matter and answered calmly, "These crystal lizards don't require your intervention." Suddenly, one of the lizards opened its mouth, concentrating its power. Streams of purple energy were immediately released by the lizard. It rushed to attack Lin Qiu but failed. At this point, Lin Qiu thought to himself, "The reconnaissance information is enough. It's time to think about retreating." Facing these lizards, Lin Qiu found himself in a difficult situation. What should he do? The little girl named Ya had been standing aside and witnessing everything. Suddenly, Linda, who was also nearby, asked in disbelief, "You really care about that guy? Always following him around?" But ignoring those words, Ya couldn't help but worry about Lin Qiu. "What should we do? Mr. Broker doesn't seem to be a match for Anthony." Finally, Doan made a decision. "No, I must stop them." Anthony heard someone calling his name. Anthony immediately turned to look and exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Don approached to advise, "Stop it, the outcome is already decided." But these words made Anthony even more uncomfortable. "You're worried about that little pretty boy." Just one sentence from Don made him furious, immediately controlling those monsters to slaughter Lin Qiu without mercy. 3 dragon roars. They instantly rushed to pursue and kill. Lin Qiu fled desperately. The firepower has increased significantly. Suddenly, Lin Qiu looked ahead and saw a building. Lin Qiu immediately used his X-ray vision and formulated a battle plan. In progress, analyzing the optimal impact point force, building materials, and structure, Lin Qiu immediately saw through it. Through his architectural expertise skill, he could identify the building's weak point. Suddenly, Lin Qiu had an idea. Got it. Then Lin Qiu rushed upwards. He unleashed a lightning arc strike, enhancing his jump. Immediately, Lin Qiu caused the wall in front to explode. A earth-shattering explosion was created. Seeing the current situation, Anthony angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, how can he be so agile?" Don was extremely panicked. The building is about to collapse. Anthony, only now shocked, turned back to look and exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, Lin Qiu had already used Shadow Step to reach Miss Ja's location. This surprised Ya, who couldn't help but ask, "When did you get here?" However, Lin Qiu wrapped his arm around Ja's waist, saying, "Beautiful miss, hold on tight." Lightning arc strike. It was a technique that helped Lin Qiu escape before the collapse, leaving Anthony behind in that pile of rubble. The scene now was like the end of the world, desolate and ruined, beyond description. Only now could Lin Qiu breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I didn't expect that through the architectural expertise skill, I could use the building as a weapon. Finally dealt with him. At this moment, Ya behind him spoke up. "That was, thank you for saving me." Then, whether intending to repay with her body or not, she blushed and said, "To repay you, how about we?" Lin Qiu interrupted, "It's late, miss. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Suddenly, an arm emerged from the rubble. Ignoring Anthony, Don turned her gaze to Lin Qiu. "Oh, Mr. Broker, you're too kind." Meanwhile, Anthony in the rubble, seeing the person he loved caring for someone else, became furious. Damn it, he's managed to win the goddess's heart. Don't let me see you again. Real estate broker. Time passes to a scene where Lin Qiu reunites with other members of the detective team. One of Lin Qiu's teammates said, "We made a mistake this time." So the person who actually carried out the mission was Lin Zeng. Brother Lin Zeng replied, "That's right." Then Lin Zeng looked towards Lin Qiu and said, "But thankfully this young man stepped in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find a way to complete the mission so perfectly." But Lin Qiu humbly replied, "Brother Lin, you're too kind. It was just luck." Then Lin Zeng, looking gloomy, continued, "Although this time we've dealt a major blow to Water Mist, I feel we can't just let it go like this." Understanding Lin Zeng's meaning, Lin Qiu immediately added, "The greed and crimes of the Miyamoto family won't disappear just because we stole one treasure." These words instantly piqued Lin Zeng's interest. "Oh, do you have a plan, young brother?" As if asking about his specialty, Lin Qiu slyly replied, "I'll need the help of both of you. I want to give them a grand gift." Lin Qiu then took out the photo he was holding and held it up, then said to Lin Zeng and Zhang Qiu, "According to recent news, the Miyamoto family, to compensate for the auction house's losses, will donate cultural relics to the Liqing Ghost Society the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, you two created disturbance at the gate while the person in this photo you're holding is the Supreme Fire General Nobita Miyamoto." The following evening, a red flag was flying on the roof of the Miyamoto house. Liqing Ghost Society. Lin Qiu stood on the roof, carefully observing the surroundings. Large flames engulfed the house, causing people to run in panic. Lin Qiu whispered, "Brother Lin Zeng, they've succeeded." The crowd below, terrified, tried to escape the flames. A blue-haired man shouted urgently, "The main door is on fire. Quickly extinguish it." A white-haired man ran frantically, urging, "We're under attack. Go get help." Lin Qiu raised his hand, creating an electric source. He thought gleefully, "Miyamoto family, your grand gift has arrived." He shouted spirit technique, and quickly leapt down. In his hand was a ball of electricity. He slammed it hard on the ground and shouted loudly, "World-destroying supreme." Thunder and lightning spread around as a result, destroying the flag and everything else. Nobita looked at the scene before him in panic. He shouted loudly, "Catch that guy! Who dares to sabotage the Liqing Ghost Society?" Lin Qiu calmly approached and replied, "Oh, So you're General Miyamoto. Nobita, enraged. You know our family and still dare to act recklessly. I'll make you pay for this. He then extended his hand forward, creating a powerful source of fire. Nobita shouted loudly, "Spirit technique, great fireball technique. Spirit technique, great fireball technique." Many large sparks shot towards Lin Qiu, but he was able to easily avoid them all. As soon as Lin Qiu landed on the ground, the system notified him that his spirit power was depleted. He immediately requested an attack from the Thunder Group, plus the high-speed escape had consumed too much spirit power. Then 9527 requested to restore spirit power. A moment later, the system notified him of full status. It also reminded him that in today's full status, spirit power could not be increased further. It hoped the user would handle it well. Lin Qiu smiled smugly and replied, "This is enough." Then he immediately used Yi Ren Gate, creating a ring that emitted no light, in jade green color. Instantly, Lin Qiu disappeared into the spatial ring. Nobita panicked, wondering where the person went. Could it be a space system? Who on earth was this kid? At this moment, Lin Qiu appeared again on the roof behind him. Lin Qiu raised his hand to create an electric source and shouted "Thunderstrike." Just then, Nobita turned his head. He raised his hand to create a large flame, then angrily shouted, "Die!" The power of the two collided, creating a massive explosion. Nobita wondered where that kid had disappeared to again. Once more, Lin Qiu appeared on the roof. He quickly replied, "Hurry, hurry, your breath cultivation kung fu isn't working anymore." Nobita was surprised and wondered, "What?" His face darkened. His arms spread wide, creating a spark. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Nobita used the spirit technique, heaven and sea devouring. His flame suddenly flew up into the air. Lin Qiu stood silently watching as the flame moved. Suddenly, the system announced that the plan was approved. Lin Qiu softly said, "Objective achieved. Time to withdraw." But just as he jumped over the roof, Nobita immediately chased after him and ordered his subordinates, "Mobilize the entire Miyamoto clan. Search everywhere for spirit energy fluctuations. Act immediately." The henchmen hurriedly chased after Lin Qiu, shouting to each other, "Target spotted. Kill him. Don't let him escape. Quickly inform the clan leader." Lin Qiu hurriedly called out to the system, "Damn it, these guys are chasing too fiercely. I'm almost out of spirit power from constant teleportation." A moment later, the system announced, "Detected host in extreme danger. Forcibly awakening night level skill. Absolute stealth. Entering absolute stealth mode, completely suppressing host's aura. With current cultivation, host can maintain this for a maximum of 2 minutes." Lin Qiu excitedly replied, "I love you. This is really too convenient." The system then said, "Activating stealth. Activating absolute stealth." Immediately, a spatial ring appeared for Lin Qiu to step into. He didn't forget to turn back and stick out his tongue to mock the crowd. Miyamoto clan's lackeys. Nah nah. Nobita looked around, not seeing him anywhere, and asked, "Where is he?" A subordinate hurriedly replied, reporting, "The enemy's spirit energy fluctuations suddenly disappeared within a 10-mile radius." Nobita angrily roared, "Arg! The Miyamoto clan will destroy him." Watching the situation through the projector screen, Uyangzi said, "Because the Ghost Society was destroyed by a surprise attack, the Miyamoto clan's plan to transfer antiques had to be terminated." He turned back with satisfaction and continued, "Young man, I've heard you've done well at school." Lin Qiu modestly scratched his head and replied, "Master, don't blame us. We did our best." Uyangzi put his hand on his shoulder and then happily praised, "You didn't even have time to react. You were all disguised on missions outside, not knowing who was causing trouble." Lin Qiu then suggested, "No need for praise. Just give me some money or spirit pearls as a reward." Uyangzi quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Next, there's something more important about the world competition that I want to instruct you on." The screen displayed world competition. Uyangzi pointed to the text Spirit Master Strategy World Competition. Characteristics of the first Spirit Beast Wave. He then said, "Large numbers. The competition starts in 2 days. According to survivors from the previous round, as soon as you enter the spirit realm, you'll immediately face danger. The first wave of spirit beasts isn't too high level, but their numbers are vast. The highest number of survivors after this wave is 50%. In severe cases, the wave could eliminate up to 70% of participants." He looked at his students and continued, "After the first spirit beast wave, you may get a brief rest for a short time. The The second wave mainly consists of diamond-level spirit beasts. This stage has the highest chance of obtaining spirit pearls. Also, because Xiao Chu has storage space, you can collect a large number of rare minerals inside. Next is also the most difficult period. The final wave is the time to hunt true martial-level spirit beasts. At this point, Ouyang Zi's face suddenly darkened. He held up 3 fingers and continued. Previously, 2 true martial-level spirit beasts were discovered, one of which is the ruler of the spirit realm, the Void Heart. Therefore, my advice for you is very simple. It's all on paper. Saying this, he handed the paper to his students. On the paper, there were complete instructions to survive the rounds, avoid the first spirit beast wave, attack with full force in the second wave, and for the third demon dragon wave, do as you see fit. Ouyang Zi kindly reminded. Finally, I must warn you all, be careful of team members from other countries. Each round, 10% die at the hands of humans. Holding the instruction paper, Lin Qiu replied, understood. If we encounter foreign enemies, we absolutely won't show mercy. Ouyang Zi crossed his arms and instructed. Good. Everyone rest well today. Once in the spirit realm, you won't be able to rest whenever you want. All the students replied in unison. Yes. On the day of the spirit realm opening, all the students had gathered. Lin Qiu looked around and exclaimed, so many people. Jen replied, yes, and there are quite a few familiar faces too. Suddenly, she saw someone and thought to herself, it's them. A blue-haired girl with a frown glanced at her. She raised her hand to her neck, signaling a past grudge. This time, I'll definitely pay you back double. Lin Qiu thought, how scary. This girl's attitude towards the broker I disguised as clearly shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a man walked up and bumped into him. 2. Lin Wei raised his hand to his head and said, sorry, I bumped into you. This man was the team leader from the country of Auto Space System. He smiled slightly and asked, it's okay, you're Lin Qiu, right? Good luck. He then waved goodbye to Lin Qiu and left. A moment later, a vortex appeared at the foot of the mountain. Everyone exclaimed, the spirit realm has appeared. From within the vortex, a powerful light emerged, illuminating everyone. Everyone's face was filled with surprise and wonder. The blonde man exclaimed in astonishment, it's open, it's open. Anthony immediately suggested, how about our country goes in first? The red-haired man angrily shouted, on what grounds? The blonde man bravely stepped forward. He said solemnly, if none of you want to be the first team to enter, then our Italian team will go in first. The purple-haired guy immediately cheered enthusiastically. Captain, you're so cool. Just like that, the orange-haired guy strode towards the circle. A woman reminded Anthony, let's go in together. Watching them gradually leave, Lin Qiu crossed his arms and said, half the people have gone. We should go in too. Ouyang Zi replied, the first to enter was Auto Space System from the country. He's a strong enemy of yours. Lin Qiu turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Ouyang Zi explained, the others don't need it anymore. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, you all must survive and return. Lin Qiu answered firmly, we will definitely return. He excitedly cheered, let's go. Everyone, don't stray too far from me, or I won't be able to watch over all of you. Lin Qiu approached the vortex. He carefully stepped 1 foot inside. As soon as he entered, Chen Zhen heard a piercing scream. She quickly covered her mouth to avoid making noise. In front of them now were corpses strewn about, and fierce leopards with bloodshot eyes waiting for a chance to attack. The entire group panicked. This is Lin Qiu's group. Upon arrival, they encountered a pack of tigers blocking their path. The lead tiger approached him, growling as a threat and signaling to its pack, more have come to die. We can enjoy a good meal now. Lin Qiu warned Chen Zhen and the boy behind him. Everyone be careful. These tigers have their eyes on us. Immediately after, 2 tigers pounced forward. Another young man spoke up. Leave it to us. A large rock appeared behind them, called a shield. However, this didn't stop the tiger's hunger. Another tiger broke through part of the large rock and jumped into the position where everyone was standing. Chen Zhen took a defensive stance. Watch this move. The middle-aged man beside her suddenly grew more arms. With one strike, he immediately took down the fierce tiger. Continuous fiery punches advanced, leaving the remaining tiger unable to counterattack. Wow! Both of the fierce beasts from earlier now lay defeated in pools of blood. Another one howled in pain. Chen Long looked at the orb and said cheerfully, Is that all? Their space system skills are nothing compared to Lin Qiu's. Slightly displeased with his joke, he replied, "Am I really that scary?" The people in his group thought, "If you continue like this, there will be too many casualties." Others agreed, "We should unite. As citizens of country Y, we and the heroes should fight together." Their leader began to arrange defensive and offensive positions. "Everyone, listen to my commands and stand in the right positions." Lin Qiu was cautious. This guy putting his own countrymen in the inner circle is too cunning. He looked at the group from country E and continued to assess. But finding allies is indeed quite stable. Our country and country E are considered good friends. We might as well team up with them. A young, muscular man spoke up, encouraging everyone. "You scum spirit beasts, prepare to face the challenge of our people. Come fight us." That was Ilya, the diamond rank team leader from country E. Everyone responded enthusiastically. A group of large spirit beasts, like bears but with pig snouts, roared, "Hula hula hula." Lin Qiu was amazed by their tactics. They're going straight through. How can they be so tough? The remaining tigers also lost their initial courage. The tiger pack made way for the new spirit beasts charging forward. Hula hula ba. Lin Qiu, Chen Zhen, and the girl next to them were shocked by the recent action. Is that even allowed? He found it puzzling. Why aren't they being attacked by the spirit beasts? The man named Thilawa, team leader from country A, couldn't stay quiet. If country E can do it, there's no reason a strong country like it can't do the same. They formed a combined spirit formation, using the motorcycle parade skill to show off their strength. "You scum, prepare to face the challenge from country A." However, before they could show their strength, they were attacked by a bear. The previous arrogance was replaced by fear. Lin Qiu watched the people from country A being attacked by spirit beasts and found it strange. Why did the spirit beasts attack them but not the people from country E? Lin Qiu suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because of beast transformation? Just then, Chen Zhen said, "Lin Qiu, we can't hold on much longer." He couldn't let his teammates suffer either. "Follow me," he said, looking at the system in front of him. The squad's special training test was almost complete. The remaining part needed to be verified by himself. They moved to another location 6.000 meters away. He said to Chen Long, after continuous teleportation, "We've finally arrived. You said it should be temporarily safe here, right? Those spirit beasts won't catch up so quickly." Chen announced that they had caught up. Lin Qiu gestured to his teammates. "You guys find a hiding place first. I'll go meet them." She reminded him to be careful. Lin Qiu began his beast transformation and reassured everyone. "Thanks to the hint from country E's team, I thought of this good idea." He looked towards the spatial rifts. "They're here." From one rift, a lion's paw with sharp claws stepped out. However, it wasn't just one. Many more lions appeared. The lead lion spoke to him. "Hey kid, have you seen a group of humans?" After his beast transformation, Lin Qiu became someone who could understand spirit beast language. He replied to the spirit beast, "Of course I've seen them." "Ha." He pointed in a different direction. They ran that way. This confirmed Lin Qiu's thoughts. Indeed, they couldn't distinguish humans after beast transformation. The lion happily said to him, "Come with us. There are quite a few humans nearby. We'll protect you." He shyly scratched his head. "Thank you, big brother." It immediately changed its attitude towards Lin Qiu. "Don't call me big brother. Call me little sister. I'm a female lion. You know." Lin Qiu didn't believe its appearance. "Sister, do you think I've never seen animal documentaries? Female lions don't have such thick manes." This hurt it deeply. "Don't doubt me. I'm absolutely a female lion, just lacking in romance. So my hormones are a bit messed up." It seemed to like him. Lin Qiu said, "I believe with your help, I can adjust quickly." But he didn't care about these things. "Hey, little sister, shouldn't your focus now be on those humans?" To it, that wasn't important. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Compared to you, everything else is just passing clouds. The other female lions also supported it. "Big sis, don't worry. We'll stand guard. We guarantee that within 2 hours, no spirit beast will come here to disturb you too." Lin Qiu was startled, raising his hands to shield his chest, his face full of panic. "Little sister, we're not suitable. Your body is too big." The female lion, blinded by love, pounced towards him. "Little bunny, the more you resist, the more excited I get." Lin Qiu couldn't bear it anymore and made his move. "I can't take it anymore. The decision is yours. Go." Little Black, a large dragon appeared, blocking the female lion and roaring, "Gru, you're not allowed to be reckless with Big Brother." It saw Little Black and cowered in fear. Different from its pouncing behavior earlier, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lin Qiu achieved his goal. Alright, little black, you can go back now. I'll have something for it to do. The female lion obediently said, I will serve you devotedly until death. Even if it's serving in bed, I won't have any objections. Lin Qiu was startled and shouted, if you dare mention serving in bed again, I'll tear you apart right now. Elsewhere, deep in the spirit realm, a dragon woke up and roared. It seemed to have sensed something. This dragon, after hearing Little Black's roar, said, the roar of this dragon has a very pure aura. It seems the time for my true martial breakthrough has come. In another place, the sky was still as blue as ever. At the entrance of the spirit realm, a group of people from elsewhere were trying to fight the spirit beasts. Anthony said to his teammates behind him, everyone, hang in there. We're almost done dealing with the spirit beasts here. Female lions appeared from a gap, growling. Anthony was shocked. Why is there another wave? Lin Qiu also came out. You do whatever you want. I'm going to collect the spirit pearls of our fallen brothers. We absolutely can't let them fall into human hands. Be careful of the lion pride. Defend quickly. Anthony was a bit surprised to see him appear. Why is Lin Qiu appearing there? Lin Qiu was focused on picking up large, colorful stones and considered it a big harvest. You despicable rabbit. We risked our lives for these spirit pearls. He noticed something strange. Wait, why aren't these spirit beasts attacking Lin Qiu? Could it be because of beast transformation? Anthony said to his teammate, Castor, try beast transformation. Castor started to comply. Yes, it was a tiger beast transformation. Castor was the water element team member. Lin Qiu watched as Castor transformed into a tiger and ran off. He gave an order to the lioness. Little lion, go over there for me and confuse the spirit beasts. What is it, my lord? He pointed towards the spirit beasts. Those are humans. Are you all blind? The lioness spoke up. That's not one of our kind. Lin Qiu persisted. Go catch him and see if he knows the spirit beast language. You'll know right away. He started to entice her. Also, look, his strong body is very suitable to help you solve your hormone imbalance issue. Hearing this, she agreed. Yes, my lord, I'll go catch him. Castor thought. The captain was right. Just by transforming, those spirit beasts won't know I'm human. The lioness pounced on the tiger. Ooh, hee hee, tiger bro, I'm coming for you. Castor screamed. Anthony, save me, he said. Everyone, listen to my command. Use all your spirit skills to break through the encirclement. Otherwise, none of us will escape. His group charged forward to fight. Charge. Kill them. A big explosion occurred. The lioness happily sought Lin Qiu's praise. My lord, should we continue the pursuit? Suddenly, Lin Qiu decided not to pursue further. The lioness was delighted to hear this. Then can I have some alone time with the cutie? Her eyes gazed lovingly at Castor. Then she wrapped her tail around his body and pulled him away. Come, my little darling, Castor cried, not wanting to go. No. Cries for help echoed through the forest. Help, save me. A while later, two happy lions sat close together. Lin Qiu wondered at this point. Damn, is this guy a werewolf? Then he stepped out, folded his arms, looked at Castor and said, Castor, right, if you want to leave, I can let you go. He replied, the moment Anthony and the others abandoned me, we were no longer teammates. Sometimes humans are worse than animals. But he turned to look at the lioness with affectionate eyes. Now that I've experienced this, it doesn't feel so bad. The lioness sincerely thanked Lin Qiu. Thank you, my lord, for letting me find true love. As Lin Qiu prepared to leave, he didn't forget to say, haha, blessings to you both. Oh right, there are some matters I still need your help with. The lioness replied, no need to be formal. All our brothers will follow you. Behind her were dozens of lions. Lin Qiu rode a black bear, accompanied by the pride of lions. He asked the little lion, the spirit realm has been activated so many times. Why haven't you tried to go outside? The lioness answered, you don't know, my lord, because it's forbidden. No spirit beast below the supreme level can go outside. She continued, but the demon dragon boss, at the peak of true martial level, seems to really want to go out. Lin Qiu was surprised. Demon dragon. Lin Qiu pondered silently. A diamond-grade spirit realm having true martial level spirit beasts is normal, but peak true martial is too exaggerated. In front of them now were tents. The pride of lions and Lin Qiu slowly approached. Yuan saw Lin Qiu and the lions approaching and reminded old Yu, a herd of spirit beasts is coming. Cabela was also surprised. Then he told him to go report to everyone to prepare for battle. Qin Junzhen shouted, prepare to attack. Yuan also shouted to boost morale. Come on. Lin Qiu saw them and was surprised. With a hint of confusion he said, everyone, don't attack. It's our own people. The three of them were surprised to see Lin Qiu and jumped. Lin Qiu jumped down from the bear's back. The lioness asked curiously, my lord, are these humans? He laughed and replied, haha, they're all monkeys. Just that they've lost all their fur. After some time, they'll return to normal. Hearing this, Qin Junzhen was speechless. Is this even allowed? Lin Qiu stood by the campfire and said, it's getting late. Let's eat and rest early. He held a few spirit pearls and told them, I'll absorb the spirit pearls we got today first. I'll come help you guys later. Lin Qiu nodded and replied, leave it to us. Team leader. Lin Qiu entered a meditative state, breaking through to platinum, 9-star. After a while of roasting meat, the lioness came to ask, my lord, what's this? It smells so good. Lin Qiu thought to himself, this is the meat of your own kind. How can I answer like that? After a while, the meat was cooked. The lion took a large piece and ate it, praising, it's so delicious. I feel like I've been living in vain all this time. The small animal also praised, such a delicacy. It's too good. He smiled awkwardly. I'm glad you like it. After eating, the lion looked at something in the fire and asked curiously, by the way, can this thing be used like this too? I've seen it before, but didn't know what it was used for. Lin Qiu immediately asked, do you know where to find this? One from the pride answered, of course. There's a big pile near our home, in all colors. He thought, besides spirit pearls, it also knew the location of other minerals. Lin Qiu then approached and said, can you take us there tomorrow? I'll make sure you have plenty of roasted meat tonight. The lion replied, of course, my lord. Don't worry. He secretly rejoiced. Hee hee, I'm about to get rich. Suddenly, the system appeared. You can't get rich without me. I always contribute. Lin Qiu said to it. 9527. Why don't you contribute today? The system announced. Drawing skill. Congratulations. You've received the E-rank skill, mining. Lin Qiu was so happy he wanted to hug it and praise. 9527. You really are the one who loves me. The system spoke. Don't flatter me, you fox. Then it disappeared. Lin Qiu, still happy, hugged the air and fell to the ground. His strange actions made the lions curious. Early the next morning in the mountains, Lin Qiu had just woken up and called out, good morning, little lion. Let's set out to mine. The lion saw Lin Qiu and alarmingly shouted, enemy. Seeing the lion freeze, he asked, what's wrong with you? The lion immediately pounced to attack. How dare a human like you appear here, seeking death? Lin Qiu's jaw dropped in panic, thinking, oh no, I forgot to transform into an animal. Lin Qiu smacked the lion's head and shouted loudly, calm down. The lion, hit by a painful blow, felt dizzy. In a daze, Lin Qiu quickly used his animal transformation ability. He touched his ears and nose, then said with a smile, now it's just an illusion. I transformed into human form so quickly that you didn't recognize me. The lion stared in amazement and replied, wow, it's the rabbit. You can even transform into a human. Lin Qiu climbed onto its back and instructed, from now on, when not in combat, I'll always transform into this form. Don't be surprised. The lion obediently replied, understood, my lord. Lin Qiu pointed forward and said, how about the spirit ore search I asked you about yesterday? If there's no problem, let's set off. The lion immediately obeyed. I'll take you there. Someone was lurking in the bushes behind them. It was a man with a scar near his right eye. He watched Lin Qiu's back and thought, he's leading a group of spirit beasts. What is he up to? Then, Scarface turned to report to the people behind him. Shortly after, Lin Qiu was standing on a spirit ore mine. He rubbed his chin, thinking. Suddenly, Lin Qiu had an idea. He immediately deployed a series of spatial rings and said, all of you, transfer all the spirit coal. Tonight, I'll treat you to a feast of grilled meat. The subordinate lions quickly moved the spirit coal and excitedly shouted in unison, we'll complete the mission for the grilled meat. After a while, all the spirit coal had been harvested. Someone announced, this area has been completely mined. Lin Qiu smiled happily and ordered, brothers, let's move to the next location. Lin Qiu and the lions ran together swiftly forward. Scarface followed, hiding behind bushes. He marveled to himself, there's even this kind of operation. Many eyes watched Lin Qiu laughing gleefully while holding a pile of pure ice ore and middle-grade salt ore. Lin Qiu looked at a piece of flowing spirit gold ore in front of him and said, this is the last spot in this area. Once we're done mining, we'll head back for grilled meat. The subordinate lions excitedly replied, awesome. Let's speed up. Speed up. Lin Qiu examined the spirit stones in his hand and thought, tomorrow, I'll bring Kuang Hu and the others here. First, to witness this scene. And second, more people means greater strength. Scarface thought angrily. Damn it, it's really infuriating, making me jealous to death. He recalled his own team and calculated, one team will be difficult to deal with. Looks like I need to find a way to talk to Anthony. Time passed to the next day at some spirit stone mountain. Lin Qiu looked at the spirit stones before him and exclaimed, could it be? He held up a blue spirit stone and shouted excitedly, we've struck it rich. It's actually diamond essence. Kuang Hu then asked, Uncle Lin, it's just a piece of ore. Do you need to be so excited? Lin Qiu interrupted. You don't know shit. This is supreme grade spirit ore. The bloodthirsty sword is made from this very material. Kuang Hu stepped back and exclaimed in awe. On the other side of the mountain, across a crevice, a voice spoke up. Well, what do I hear? They've actually found diamond essence. It was Scarface's team. He held up 5 fingers and said, Hey, we agreed on 50-50. Don't even think about hogging it all. Anthony replied, I know. That's why we invited you and your people to join forces. They all charged forward together. Anthony said dismissively, dealing with them will be as easy as turning over my hand. The girl in front activated her spirit technique. She leapt forward and shouted, Spirit binding domain. Lin Qiu quickly reacted. He and the others, along with the lions, became alert. The group appeared before Lin Qiu. He asked in surprise, loudly, how did they get here already? The spirit beast, along with Zhen and Lin Qiu, were surrounded by a circle of spirit energy. Sensing something was wrong, the spirit beast spoke up. This is bad. Why has the spirit energy disappeared? Zhen, standing nearby, frowned and said, we can't use any skills. Seeing their situation, Anthony approached and taunted. Damn it, these people dared to ambush us. Lin Qiu, looking at him, thought the same thing. Damn it, these people dared to ambush us. Immediately after, he threatened, then tell them to remove the domain first. Anthony's face darkened as he replied, do you think we're all fools? Removing it is impossible. Hearing this, Lin Qiu explained to him, those things are all in the storage space. How can I take them out without removing the domain? This reasonable explanation left Anthony speechless. At this moment, Zi Yuan spoke up. No need to remove the domain. Doa beside me can use a spell to dispel the spirit energy. Suddenly, he ordered, we'll keep these people as hostages. Lin Qiu, you alone go out of the domain to get the spirit stones. Hearing this, he was stunned and didn't respond. Then he raised his hand and said, I'll stop pretending and show my hand. Immediately, Lin Qiu pointed directly at him and said, you're all surrounded. Hand over all the valuable items on you, or face the consequences. Then the descendant quickly threw a knife to him. Zi Yuan also spoke up. Haha, you're killing me. I'll show my hand too. Quickly hand over your stuff, or I'll use force. Lin Qiu's face darkened as he pointed the knife at him. Warning, I'll say it one more time. Whoever moves dies. You can bet on whether the knife in my hand has bullets or not. Hearing this, his group laughed loudly in glee. He taunted, I'll move then. What can you do to me? He immediately activated the knife. A blue light emanated from around the knife. Suddenly, the knife flew quickly, giving him no time to dodge. It pierced Zi Yuan's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. This situation shocked Anthony, who thought, so fast, could this be a spirit weapon? Suddenly, Lin Qiu asked him with concern, Anthony, do you want to try a little bit? He fearfully shook his head in refusal. A moment later, a sword and a strange gun appeared on the ground. He stood facing Zi Yuan and ordered, the domain disappears. Now everyone line up. Those people obediently formed 2 lines. He continued, hand over all valuable items. If I find out you're hiding anything, you know the consequences. Then Lin Qiu stepped forward, put the knife to Zi Yuan's throat, and said, oh, I remember you're a space type. Take out all the treasures from your storage space. Don't think about escaping. You can try to see if you can teleport faster than my knife can move. Hearing this, he cried and said, boo-hoo, my fortune. He stood aside observing and praised. As expected of a diamond-level powerhouse, this space is big enough and has plenty of items. At the same time, he turned to the others and said, thank you for your trouble. You've come thousands of miles to give me gifts. Except for XOA, everyone else can leave. Surprised at being mentioned, she asked confusedly, huh, me? Anthony angrily shouted, why are you keeping XOA? Don't go too far. He immediately threatened, too far. If you don't comply, I won't hesitate to send you on your way with a stab. He fearfully turned to the others and said, damn it, let's go. His action disappointed XOA, who said, what a coward. Suddenly, Linda affectionately put her arm around Lin Qiu and said, Bunny, if you're keeping XOA, keep me too. Ra stood behind, trying to stop Linda. Why are you being so foolish? She gently explained. Hee. Ra, don't you think it's safer to go with Lin Qiu? Then she poked his lips and said, I understand some of your culture. You surely want Ra to be the main wife. I can be the concubine. Those words made him dumbfounded, replying, what the hell? The scene of Lin Qiu with two shy girls made Jen irritated. She said, how fortunate. Ah, Lin Qiu. Then he thought to himself, it's over. Lin Qiu, frightened, quickly retorted, shut up. How can your thoughts be so dirty? I'm not that kind of person. Right. Jen, though embarrassed, still said boldly, don't worry, I'm not jealous. I know why you're keeping her here. But before she could finish, Lin Qiu interrupted Jen. Then he went to hug her, comforting, don't worry, in this life, I only have you. You don't need to be jealous. She stammered, who's jealous? A moment later, he ordered the spirit beasts behind along with XOA and Linda, go back to the camp, eat barbecue, and divide the spirit pearls in the hut. Linda, while examining the inside of the hut, praised, this bed, this sofa. You guys really didn't come here for a vacation. Someone spoke up to inform, there are thousands of spirit beasts guarding around. You can rest assured. Suddenly, Lin Qiu handed her a small pouch. Inside were all kinds of snacks. Linda looked at them longingly and said, bye-bye, diet, hello, barbecue party. XOA and Linda enjoyed them and praised, so delicious. We'll follow you from now on. He pondered to himself, only 3 more days until the diamond-level spirit beasts appear. With Zoa's help, their battle will be much easier. To be sure, in the coming days, he must recruit as many spirit beast allies as possible. Before the 3rd day, the day for the diamond-level spirit beasts to appear had come. A spirit beast growled, meaning those big shots are coming soon. Lin Qiu, puzzled, crossed his arms and asked, what are you afraid of? It quickly replied, sir, you may not know. When these diamond-level bosses move, not just humans, even we are their targets. Right after, he turned to address the spirit beasts. Brothers, the diamond-level bosses are about to come out to hunt. Are you content to sit and wait for death? To watch helplessly as you or your loved ones and friends fall into their mouths? The mother-child pair sobbed quietly, meaning we don't want that. He said loudly, where there's oppression, there's resistance. As long as we unite, we can destroy those diamond-level spirit beasts. Tonight's dinner will be barbecued meat from the spirit beasts that come to invade us. Do you all believe it? This encouragement sparked courage in them, and they replied, oh, Rabbit is right. Let's fight them. Suddenly, a spatial hole appeared in front of Lin Qiu. Some spirit beast slowly emerged from it. It was a diamond-level spirit beast. Seeing it, everyone panicked and took defensive stances. He immediately turned to comfort them. Don't be afraid. I'll go first. You follow behind. As Lin Qiu charged forward on this side, Jen and Kuang Hu joined forces to use magic to block it. The spirit beast wore a fierce expression and thought to itself, a bunch of trash. Just watch me teleport. Then it was shocked and thought, why can't I teleport? Suddenly, XOA appeared and used the spirit binding domain technique. Their attacks converged on it, causing it to cry out in pain. Au, au, au. Lin Qiu charged forward with his spear and said, good teamwork. Now's our chance. As soon as the spear made a few strikes, it caused the beast to lose control, and then it collapsed to the ground. He quickly turned and said to the spirit beasts, brothers, now that we've subdued it, let's finish it off. They immediately revealed their wild nature. Charging forward with loud growls, they joyfully roared, row, 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 meaning we've won. Looking at the spirit beast lying limp on the ground, and then at them noisily growling, he spoke up to remind them, shut up, will you? If we attract a group of diamond-level spirit beasts here later, I can't guarantee your safety. Hearing this, the spirit beasts voluntarily fell silent. Lin Qiu continued, although I said we might attract a group of spirit beasts, you don't need to be that scared. Suddenly, another spatial hole appeared behind him. He turned around suspiciously to look at it. It turned out the immortal demon apes had appeared. 2 large apes strode forward fiercely. 9-star carefully counted. 1, 2, 3, 4 brothers. So much food. 7-star curiously asked, "Dear, can we eat our fill today?" Qin Zhen nervously spoke up to ask Lin Qiu, "What should we do?" He quickly explained, "The big one is Diamond 9-star. The small one is Diamond 7-star. Spirit weapons can still cause some damage to Diamond 7-star, but they're not enough for Diamond 9-star. Looking at the 2 giant apes standing imposingly before them, Lin Qiu felt worried. Moreover, the range of Zoa's domain couldn't cover both spirit beasts simultaneously. Even if he led everyone to escape, they couldn't outrun the 2 spirit beasts with diamond-level spatial abilities. Seeing the tense situation, Lin Qiu shouted, "Let's take a risk and retreat first. Later, everyone attack the smaller one. I'll draw aggro and block the bigger one." Zhen, hearing this, panicked and said, "No, it's too dangerous for you alone." He immediately created a spatial circle, while silently calculating in his mind, "We can't handle so many right now." Right after that, Lin Qiu appeared right on 9-star's shoulder. He used a megaphone to shout, "Hey, Demon Ape Brothers, how about we develop peacefully together?" 9-star acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Without mercy, he used his hand to swat him away, causing him to fall down. 7-star, seeing this, curiously asked, "Dear, what's wrong?" 9-star immediately replied, "Nothing. Just now an insect fell from my shoulder." Where he fell, dust billowed up. Lin Qiu struggled to stand up and said, "An insect? Let me show you how formidable this insect can be." As he finished speaking, he raised his weapon and aimed at the big ape's leg, striking with a swoosh. Blood immediately spurted out. A series of lightning bolts gathered on the spear. 9-star angrily roared, "You're seeking death." Then he used his hand to strike at the side where Lin Qiu had just attacked. He quickly dodged and shouted, "I'm avoiding." Then he appeared right on 9-star's head, gathering energy to deliver a second blow. The spearhead pierced through the thick fur and into the flesh, causing blood to gush out again. 9-star watched him attack and dodge repeatedly, and angrily shouted, "Where did you come from? Brat, watch me kill you." Lin Qiu heard this and sneered, then taunted, "Hee, can't hit me, can't hit me." So frustrated, then he shouted loudly, "Take this." At the same time, he attacked for the 3rd time, causing the ape to be cut on one side, blood flowing profusely. However, miraculously, the wound quickly healed. 9-star turned to 7-star and said, "Damn it, honey, you go eat first. I'll come after I kill this little brat." He was burning with rage as he growled, "Brat." Immediately, he also used teleportation. Both he and Lin Qiu became engaged in an equal fight. 9-star charged forward and punched Lin Qiu in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. He roared, "Die for me." The blow was so strong that Lin Qiu's face contorted in pain. He immediately used his spear to stab straight at 9-star's arm, but it was blocked by him. 9-star looked at his bleeding arm and said, "Ha ha ha. Let's see if your spear is more powerful or my fist is more powerful." He used his right hand to counterattack with a fiery fist, sending Lin Qiu flying far away. He was knocked back a long distance. The flames also grew longer as a result. The affected forest trees fell flat. Sparks flickered on their trunks, and smoke and dust filled the air. From within that smoky fire, Lin Qiu, transformed into a rabbit, struggled to stand up, coughing violently and repeatedly. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked ahead. 9-star scornfully said, "Human, not a bad weapon. Hand it over obediently, and I'll consider sparing your life." Lin Qiu wiped the blood from his mouth, anxiously thinking, its recovery speed is too fast. If I had this ability, could I continuously kill spirit beasts? He immediately used teleportation. A second later, he appeared right in front of 9-star. Lin Qiu shouted loudly, "Here's the weapon. Take it, monkey." The spear directly pierced through 9-star. However, 9-star seemed completely unharmed, and even dodged. This shocked Lin Qiu. It turned out that by using the void space spirit skill, 9-star had become intangible. Not only that, 9-star swung his arm. In an instant, he used a fire attack, striking Lin Qiu directly and causing severe injuries. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and cursing inwardly. "Damn it, my skills can't inflict damage on it, but it can attack me. If that's the case," he carefully calculated. Right behind him were Qin Zhen, Chen Long, and Quang Hu. fiercely fighting with 7-star. Lin Qiu raised his voice, calling for everyone's attention. After attracting all the attention to this side, he quickly instructed, "In a moment, I'll create an opportunity for you. You must launch a fatal strike." Everyone responded in unison. Understood. 9-star, hearing this, charged forward. He didn't forget to show his contempt, saying, "What nonsense, relying on you insects." Lin Qiu furrowed his brows tightly and taunted, "That's right, just relying on us. Come on." While searching for something in his bag, as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a black furry ball forward and shouted, "Little black bug." In no time, a blue dragon appeared towering before it, letting out a sky-shaking roar. Junjen used the dragon awe skill to suppress them, causing the group of monkeys to suddenly freeze in place. Seizing this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, she shouted, "Now's the time. Everyone attack." Following Junjen's command, magic attacks flew straight at the 7-star monkey. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, it screamed in pain. 7-star was wounded all over its body, even taking a shot through the head. The remaining one fearfully begged, "Don't, please." Seeing this, 9-star gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you?" Lin Qiu didn't wait for him to finish and immediately charged forward. Seeing this, the monkey leader activated his skill and roared, "I must kill you." Affected by the golden spirit energy streams, Lin Qiu's speed slowed down. He said, "Kill me." After saying that, Lin Qiu immediately summoned a space gate and laughed. "Perfect timing to test my baby's new form on you." A golden lightning spear appeared from the gate. He gripped the spear handle tightly and thrust forward quickly. As he thrust, he closed his eyes and thought, "The recoil is too strong." Then with a boom, he was forcefully pushed into the rock behind him. The wound on his head bled continuously, and at the same time, the spearhead disappeared. Everyone shouted, "Lin Qiu!" Then quickly ran over to rescue him. Only 9-star stood dumbfounded, asking, "Did this kid just commit suicide?" Not realizing that a space gate had appeared behind him at some point. From within the gate, vortexes of electricity emerged, silently attacking. It only realized when the electric current had ended its life by piercing through its head. After defeating the enemy, the electric current changed direction. It flew straight to where Lin Qiu was unconscious, then finished with a thrust between his legs. This scene frightened Junjen, who called out to Lin Qiu. Chen Long kept exclaiming, "That was close to ending his bloodline." Then she quickly went to help him, but before she could act, Yi Meng appeared and warned, "Don't touch him. He's severely injured. Moving him carelessly could leave lasting damage. Leave it to me." After being treated by Yi Meng for a while, Lin Qiu gradually regained consciousness, groaning. Seeing this, Junjen ran to hug him and said, "Lin Qiu, you're awake. How do you feel?" He sat up and comforted her. "Don't cry anymore, Junjen. I'm fine, aren't I?" Then he turned to ask Yi Meng, "What about those demon monkeys?" She replied, "They're all dead. Here are the spirit pearls of the 2 demon monkeys." He reached out to take them and remarked, "These 2 are spirit pearls with the void space skill." With his internal injury recovery ability, his body suddenly felt strange, which surprised him. This energy is automatically healing my internal injuries. Could it be that besides the original spirit skill, it also carries the demon monkey's recovery skill? To confirm his thoughts, he picked up a knife. He seriously cut his hand a few times. Yi Meng asked, "Lin Qiu, what are you doing?" Looking at the recovery speed, he silently confirmed, "Although it can't compare to the immortal demon monkey, it still recovers very quickly." Then he clenched his fist and thought decisively. "Plus, having just acquired the void space spirit skill, my survival ability has increased significantly." In a strange cave, a mysterious creature was taking shelter. Thinking back, it sensed that energy was an opportunity to break through to the supreme level, but it immediately reminded itself, "Be patient for a few more days. Just be patient for a few more days." His face clearly showed disappointment as he sat leaning against the rock behind him, his voice revealing a lack of enthusiasm. "No more drawing. No more drawing. These days, I've only been drawing useless skills. Things like husband nurturing are of no help to us right now." The system, annoyed, insisted, "You had to draw this. These life skills in the world outside the spirit realm are all abilities to make money." Hearing what the system just said, he appeared even more dejected and poked at the screen, saying, "You said it yourself. Outside the spirit realm, can we draw something more reliable today?" It shouted, "Stop poking. A skill is awakening." Announcement. Night level skill body enhancement. 9527 excitedly announced. Congratulations, test subject. You've received the night level skill body enhancement. Would you like to enhance now? At that moment, his face finally showed interest as he replied, "Wow, it really came out. Enhance. Enhance right now." 9527, hearing the command, immediately provided information, checking the test subject's current physical quality, equivalent to Diamond 5-star. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a big level up." Chen dampened his excitement with a reminder, "Don't be too pleased. Let me give you some advice. Recently, let Xiaohei settle down a bit. You guys have been noticed." He paused, confused, and asked, "What do you mean by noticed?" It gradually disappeared, leaving him with just 2 words to understand. His eyes slowly shifted into a contemplative mode. He became more focused as he pondered over recent events. Something that could make 9527 give a warning must be a threat to their lives. Come to think of it, no spirit beasts have bothered us lately. This is probably thanks to Xiaohei. The only ones left that could pose a threat to us are probably those 2 martial spirit beasts. Seemingly having figured out the main issue behind 9527's unusual behavior, he turned around and called out, "Everyone, come here for a moment. I have a suggestion." Everyone looked at him with some confusion. He stood tall with his arms crossed, serious, taking on the air of a leader as he presented an idea. "Everyone, for the sake of winning the competition, I propose that we take the initiative to attack and hunt down diamond-level spirit beasts." Chen, hearing this, was a bit bewildered and exclaimed, "Actively hunt them down." He patted Xiaohei's head, his eyes showing determination as he confirmed, "That's right. Moreover, from now on, we'll try our best not to let Xiaohei take action anymore. This action is partly to train ourselves." His eyes showed excitement as he continued, "On the other hand, I have a plan called Diamond's Nemesis." In a deep corner of the forest, the shadow wolf was cloaked in purple flames that enveloped its muscular body, creating a form both mysterious and majestic in the clear midday weather. It stood high, looking down at the shadowy figures of animals below, which were hazy and indistinct, their forms unclear, but the craving had overwhelmed reason. It didn't care about what was happening and instead displayed a greedy expression. Excited, it mused that it hadn't eaten meat for 2 days. This happiness came too suddenly. Without thinking much, it quickly rushed down, issuing a challenge, "Be good and become my food." It landed safely. At that moment, what stood before it was actually a pride of lions, which seemed to be looking at it as genuine prey. The leader scratched its nose in disgust and called out, "Finally, one has arrived." Unconsciously, the shadow wolf couldn't help but feel something was wrong. From behind, a white-haired girl suddenly rushed in, shouting "Spirit Multiplier Field." It instinctively glanced back, thinking "Oh no," and immediately tried to teleport, but things didn't seem to go smoothly. As it remained motionless on the ground, it was confused, not understanding what had happened. Why couldn't it teleport? At that moment, he also charged at it, carrying a spear. It panicked, unable to do anything, and could only stand there gaping. He, like an arrow, rushed forward and stabbed its hind legs once. It howled in pain. His face couldn't hide the tension as he called out, "Brothers, meet. Today's barbecue is here. Charge." Hearing the order, Comrade Tu Veen, holding a knife in each hand, along with the king of the jungle, quickly rushed forward with excitement. The situation suddenly reversed, as its previously greedy expression suddenly turned to one of despair, as if it had just been doused with cold water. Just because it was ganged up on, everyone rushed forward, all excited and chanting about barbecue. Everyone charged in together, creating an atmosphere so intense it was suffocating. The outcome was clear as it lay unconscious, sprawled on the ground. Tu Veen kept staring at the gem in his hand, seemingly deep in thought about something. But in the end, he was the one holding all the gems in his hand. He glanced to his right, seeing a majestic and imposing lion. Then he quickly turned to his left and encountered a burly bear. Suddenly, a hazy figure slowly approached. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. The bear beside him whispered, "My lord, that's it. It's a giant white fox." Its majestic form was like a forest god, its pure white fur glistening under the firelight. Each step it took exuded a strange authority that made everyone marvel. The atmosphere became stifling. Everyone tensely prepared to rush forward and attack. Suddenly, he spread his arms to stop them, signaling everyone to halt and not attack first. His voice rang rang out, full of seriousness but also not lacking calmness. The white fox suddenly growled, looking at him and asking, "Who is the leader? I have something to say to you all." He stood up straight, with determined eyes. He looked straight at it and replied politely but no less decisively, "It is I. What business do you have with me?" Suddenly, it looked at him with wide eyes, not hiding its astonishment, and anxiously asked, "A human can become the leader of spirit beasts, and even use the language of spirit beasts. How can you?" He felt irritated, looking at it with annoyed eyes and interrupting, "Why are you asking so many questions? If you have something to say, say it." Hearing this, it bowed its head and sincerely apologized. "I was too abrupt. I represent the diamond-level spirit beasts to negotiate. How can we coexist peacefully?" He rubbed his chin, full of doubt. What benefits are there in peaceful coexistence? It slowly transformed back into a black fox and honestly revealed, "I offer intelligence about the spirit beast stealing true martial arts in exchange. Currently, there are more than 2 such spirit beasts." Its words just now made him suddenly realize something. His expression gradually showed excitement. His eyes lit up as if looking for a great bargain. "This is quite interesting, but just this information is not enough. How many spirit pearls can you offer?" Hearing his question, it immediately replied, "I can offer 30 pearls for the trade." But his face showed dissatisfaction. "That's a bit low." Realizing the other party wouldn't let it off easily, it reluctantly answered, "At most 40 pearls. We can't offer any more than that." However, his bargaining demeanor seemed to show that he wasn't an easy person to deal with. His face turned serious, and he looked at it with an authoritative air, saying, "I see you don't understand at all." Then he pointed his spear directly at its face. The pressure emanating from his eyes made it freeze in place. "I can slowly kill 40 of you without any major problem. Or would you like to be the first?" His eyes were as sharp as a knife, seemingly exerting intimidation. "As for the intelligence, I don't believe you all have such tough bones. How about we use you for interrogation?" Hearing this, its face immediately changed color, fear gradually becoming apparent. Realizing it could hardly resist, it had to concede and replied, 54 pearls. That's all we have. We really don't have any more than that." Hearing this, he finally lowered his spear, showing satisfaction. "That's more like it. You should have said so earlier." With the negotiation concluded, he gestured towards the lions behind him and instructed, "Add one more condition. After I leave, you are not to harm the group of spirit beasts that are my subordinates." Upon hearing his words, they were all moved to tears. "My lord, you even think of us, although we've realized you're human." It sniffled beside him and swore eternal loyalty. "My lord, in the future, whatever you command, we will certainly brave any danger. We won't refuse." Hearing this, he was quite pleased and smiled, patting its head to reassure it. "No need for that. From now on, we're all brothers." The black fox beside him looked at him and replied, "This condition is not a problem. I didn't expect there to be humans who care for spirit beasts." He looked at it and declared, "Then the deal is settled." Then he lifted the curtain, gesturing, "Let's go inside to discuss the intelligence in detail." Everyone gathered around the round table inside the tent. Now he continued the earlier conversation by asking, "Earlier you said there are now more than 2 positions." It held a paper in its hand, looking thoughtful, then informed that currently in the inner circle, there are not just 2 true martial arts level bosses. Recently, a third one has appeared. Looking at that paper, it explained further that the Void Rat, being good at flattering the Demon Dragon boss, was given a special promotion. He looked at the image of the rat, showing disgust and thinking, "Damn, even a rat can rely on flattery to become a true martial artist." But he spoke up again, asking, "Let me ask, what kind of spirit beast is the Void Demon Dragon?" Hearing this, it honestly replied, "Although everyone calls it a demon dragon, actually, to tell the truth." It became hesitant, looking at the image of the snake on the table. It continued, "It looks more like a winged serpent." "Absolutely don't say I told you this. The boss hates it most when others call it a snake." The black fox's voice was somewhat apprehensive as it reminded him. He couldn't hide his curiosity and stared intently at the snake's shape, thinking to himself, "This image is of a flying serpent." Then he turned to the black fox and asked, "Last question. Why don't the spirit beasts in this spirit realm go outside?" Hearing this, it seemed a bit evasive, avoiding his gaze, hesitating as it recalled, then answered, "This issue. Well, It's already been over 55 years ago. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, interrupting the story. It turned out he had ordered popcorn from 9 years and 2 months ago. He held the bags of popcorn, looking expectant, and said, "Oh, take your time telling the story. I have enough popcorn." It widened its eyes in confusion, looking at him intently. Then it picked up some popcorn, sniffed it curiously, and asked, "What is this?" As he put popcorn in his mouth, he tempted it, saying, "Eat it, and you'll know." Hearing this, it closed its eyes without hesitation and quickly tossed some popcorn into its mouth. Its eyes suddenly widened in unexpected surprise. It grinned with delight, praising, "This is some kind of heavenly delicacy." He heard this but didn't respond immediately, as he was still interested in the upcoming story, and urged it on. Hey, don't get carried away. Hurry up and tell the story. Focus on the main story." Its eyes filled with nostalgia as it explained that these things were all heard from its fox mother over 55 years ago. Spirit beasts could freely enter and exit the spirit realm. The story begins at that time when spiritual energy was scarce outside, but there were always spirit beasts curious about the outside world. After all, everyone was of the spatial type. When bored, they could simply return. But one thing is, my second great-grandfather once left the spirit realm and seemed to cause a disaster outside. Encountered a master and was killed. He died shortly after returning. It was from that day on, a human came to the spirit realm. That person must have been of the extremely rare sealing type. He completely countered our spatial abilities. One person defeated all spirit beasts deep in the realm. Since then, we no longer leave the spirit realm. That powerful human was apparently named Zhu Feng. Hearing the black fox tell the whole story, he was quite surprised and exclaimed, "Zhu Feng, the first ancestor of my country. That Zhu Feng." The fox turned its face to the sky, hugging the bags of popcorn, showing disinterest as it said, "Now you know. The intelligence has been shared with you. I'll go back to get the spirit pearl for you." Its last words reminded him of something, making him anxiously call out, "Hey, don't leave so quickly." Then he flashed a mischievous smile, put his arm around the fox's shoulders, and suggested, "I have a deal you'll definitely like." It tensed up and said, "What are you doing? I'm an upright fox. I don't do things like selling my body or soul." He crossed his arms, showing disapproval as he replied, "What are you thinking? I just want to sell some food. You can buy them with spirit pearls." The naive fox asked, "Is it the crispy, sweet cooked food I ate earlier?" As if right on cue, he brightened up, his face beaming with joy. Holding bags of popcorn, he introduced them like a multi-level marketer. "That's right, not just popcorn, but also potato chips, fried peanuts, and many other things." Hearing this, it showed interest and exclaimed, "That's great. All these things are delicious." He switched to sales mode and explained clearly, "One box of popcorn costs 1 platinum-grade spirit pearl, or 10 gold-grade spirit pearls. How does this price sound to you?" The craving had overwhelmed its reason, causing it to nod in agreement. Accepting this price, it said, "It's completely acceptable." He mysteriously recruited it like a true MLM agent. "I'll give you a special privilege. If those diamond-grade spirit beasts buy 10 bags, I'll give you one for free. What do you think?" The offer was too good to refuse, making it exclaim in disbelief, "Really?" Not only that, he offered even more. "As long as it's a spirit beast, if you introduce over 100 platinum spirit pearls, I'll give you a piece of true martial-grade spirit beast meat." It obediently sat down, visibly drooling at the thought of the outcome. Ending the recruitment, it left in extreme excitement with a bag of food on its back, but not forgetting to remind him, "I'll be back. You must wait for me here. Don't run away." But his expression at that moment was one of extreme delight, laughing loudly in satisfaction. "Haha, we're going to get rich. We'll definitely win this competition." Chanchin behind him looked at him with some admiration. "As expected of you." As time passed, everyone finally set up a sales stall. He stood behind, constantly urging his comrades to work harder. "Customers are coming soon." Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard from the front, causing everyone to stare wide-eyed. From afar, a pack of tigers and a black fox came rushing in. They were growling as if to say, "That fox said there's delicious food nearby." The whole pack of tigers, like a swarm of bees, rushed chaotically towards the stall. Kwang Hu, holding bags of popcorn, said worriedly, "What should we do?" Lin Qiu, "Those diamond-grade spirit beasts are about to come here. We're afraid there won't even be crumbs left." Hearing this, he confidently grabbed a megaphone and reassured, "Don't panic. Watch me." He used his small body to shout loudly into the megaphone, "What's all this fighting for? Everyone shrink down and line up one by one. His voice was so authoritative that they had to obey and slowly shrank in size. The void tiger remarked in a deep voice. Quite the attitude. It approached the stall, but not before glaring at him threateningly. If it's not delicious, I'll destroy your stall, he calmly replied. Don't worry, satisfaction guaranteed. Receiving the signal, it pulled out a bag from thin air. In a dramatic moment, it calmly poured out all the glittering spirit pearls onto the ground, creating a dazzling scene. Then without hesitation, he collected the spirit pearls back into the bag, and gently handed over 3 pieces of spirit beast meat. Seeing the generosity of the partner, he immediately, without hesitation, stood in a proud posture and shouted, Tiger Lord generously spends 308 spirit pearls, receiving 3 pieces of true martial grade spirit beast meat. Hearing his announcement, it grunted and put the meat in its mouth, but not forgetting to remind, 3 pieces of meat cost so many spirit pearls. I want to see if it's worth it. As soon as the meat entered its mouth, it awakened with eyes wide in amazement. The fire within it suddenly flared up. It looked at its body and kept praising excitedly. Wow, this true martial grade spirit beast meat is delicious. It's truly delicious. This caused all eyes to turn towards it, filled with admiration and desire. Everyone was curious and exclaimed in amazement, is it really true martial grade spirit beast meat? It's so delicious. I want to try it too. Give me 500 portions for 700 spirit pearls first. In front, hurry up. And so, one by one, they lined up neatly to make purchases. He excitedly announced, supplies are sufficient. Everyone please line up to buy. If you don't have spirit pearls, spirit ores are also accepted. Time flew by quickly. When the last customers had left, only the owners remained, lying on the ground sighing as if they had just been through a tough battle. Today's sales have finally ended. It's killing me, Kwang Hu exclaimed, lying sprawled out exhaustedly. I never thought we'd stay selling in the spirit realm for a whole day. At that moment, Chanchin approached with 2 cold drinks in her hands. Her smile was like a warm ray of sunshine in the dry sky. Good job. How was the harvest today? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. He walked over to the tent, his eyes showing a hint of pride as he grunted mysteriously. Harvest. He gently pulled back the cloth cover, revealing thousands of spirit pearls inside emitting a brilliant light. Looking at them, he informed, today, we've earned at least 3 to 4.000 spirit pearls, platinum grade spirit ores and other spatial spirit pearls. Too many to count. She looked, her eyes fixed on the spirit pearls, unable to contain her amazement. So many. Kwang Hu beside her also kept marveling. This must be everything from the spirit beast's homes. Even faster than robbery. The young man behind also chimed in, excited and unstoppable. If we continue selling like this, the number of spirit pearls we'll have will be the highest in the world. The scene suddenly paused for a moment, as if time had stopped to honor him. The wind gently brushed by, along with the thoughts surging within him. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes gradually becoming determined, and decisively said, starting from tomorrow, I'm not going to sell anymore. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of bewilderment. They gaped, exclaiming, what? Countdown to the excitement of the true martial spirit beast's robbery. One day earlier, Lin Qiu crossed his arms and closed his eyes in thought. The spirit beasts approached, along with the red-haired young man who asked, Sir, why did you call us here today? Suddenly, he announced loudly, I declare that from now on, the spirit beast army will be disbanded. He then waved his hand, dismissing them. Hearing this, the spirit beast sadly pleaded, No, sir, what has happened? Are you planning to abandon us? He scratched his head, thinking further, seemingly realizing the misunderstanding. Lin Qiu shouted loudly, Quiet, what are you all thinking? Listen to me first. He then quickly explained, I've realized that after you all joined me, I stopped using my brain. Do you know what tomorrow is? The true martial boss is going out to hunt you. If a large group waits here without dispersing, what do you think will happen? They'll catch us all in one go. Moreover, the spirit ores are still in your spatial storage. After this is over, I'll find you all. After hearing the explanation, they obediently left, saying, Sir, we'll disperse for now. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the spirit realm. The young man beside them also waved goodbye, saying, I have a good relationship with the Void Lion. I'll go with them. He also raised his hand, waving goodbye and reminding everyone to hide carefully and not starve to death. A moment later, Kwang Hu approached Lin Qiu and asked, What about us? Should we also find a place to hide? As soon as he finished, Lin Qiu turned and replied, Next, I plan to split our forces into 2 routes. Everyone will take one route to find a hiding place, while Xiao He and I will take another. Jen, hearing this plan, immediately objected. No, you can't go alone. It's too dangerous. But he scratched his head and reassured them. Don't worry, I have spatial abilities. Going alone will be the safest. Going with everyone would actually hinder me. Zhang Li, standing behind, spoke up. Lin Qiu, I think you should reconsider. Yi Meng also questioned, asking, why not hide with us? They won't discover us. But before she could finish, Jen stepped forward to stop them. There's no need to persuade him anymore. Lin Qiu has already made his decision, and we can't change it. Please step aside for a moment. I want to talk to him privately. Seeing her being so understanding, he felt touched and thought. Jen was given back her personal space. She sat down on the ground next to Lin Qiu. Jen said sadly, you're hiding something from me, but I don't want to pry. He immediately assured her, Jen, I won't play with my life. I'm not going to do anything dangerous. As if she could read his mind, Jen said, you're not good at lying. Lin Qiu, can you take me with you? Hearing this, he knelt down, gently patted her head and said, I'm sorry, but I agree with you that I'll definitely return safely. Then he awkwardly continued, after all, I still have many things unfinished. She asked, confused. Many things. His face became excited as he replied, you still owe me a kiss. I haven't married you and had a bunch of kids yet, so nothing will happen to me. Those words made her blush as she replied, you're awful. Who wants to have children with you? He continued to tease, if you won't have them, there are many others lining up. And she gradually got angry, clenching her fist and threatening, you dare. Suddenly, he gently loosened her hand and said, I don't dare. Then he tenderly lifted and lightly kissed her hand, saying, I've agreed with your uncle and aunt that I'll marry you. I've promised to bring you happiness. I will definitely fulfill these promises. The sincere promise touched Jen's heart. She emotionally called out, Lin Qiu. Immediately, he stood up and said, therefore, no matter what happens, you must hide well and wait for me. She replied, don't worry, you must be careful and stay safe. I'll wait for you. Lin Qiu instructed the spirit beast on his shoulder. Little Black, it's time. We can't hide anymore no matter what, so let's show off a bit. And it happily agreed. Alright. Suddenly, Little Black transformed into a blue dragon. He grabbed his spear and charged forward, saying, let's go. Little Black let out a loud roar. Sitting on the dragon's back, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. Little Black, speed up. Their display was seen by Antony's group. Someone, feeling annoyed, spoke up. That brat is too arrogant. Damn it. In this world competition, I'm afraid the cold country will rank first. These past few days, we basically haven't found any spirit pearls. But Antony mysteriously said, they won't be able to get first place. The man turned and asked curiously, could it be that the mist country? You guys have some trump card. He smiled mysteriously again. Haha. I can't say now. You'll know in a few days. In the sky now appeared the image of Little Black flying, carrying Lin Qiu standing on top. At this moment, he looked at the system and said, 9527. Awaken a skill today. Then he bowed his head, clasped his hands, and said with a coquettish expression, you've seen that I'm being hunted. Please let me break through to the diamond level. Hearing him say this, the system irritably shouted, host, your face is getting thicker by the day. It continued, awakening skill now. Obtained S-rank skill, Golden Core Armor. After using Golden Core Armor, it will form a golden support. Your defensive ability will increase to the maximum. Hearing this, Lin Qiu's face brightened up and he said, finally, I have a powerful support. 9527. I love you to death. Hearing him say this, the system irritably responded, so nauseating. Goodbye. After saying that, it disappeared. Standing on the dragon's head, he continued, it's dawn already. Let's start the action. Lin Qiu opened the door and pulled out an item. It was a banner with the words breakfast on it. Lin Qiu wrapped it around Little Black's 2 horns. After finishing, he said happily, the first step is to attract attention and draw hatred. Lin Qiu then took out another item from inside the door. He grabbed a megaphone and coughed a few times to test his voice. Then he shouted loudly, soy milk, fried dough sticks, boiled eggs for sale cheap. Just 1 platinum grade spirit pearl and you can buy them. Come and get it. Don't miss out. The dragon carrying him flew in the sky, attracting the attention of the animals below. A fish in the water asked curiously, they're still selling breakfast now. although I really want to eat. We should hurry and escape first. A bear on the shore quickly replied. That's right. Wait until the true martial arts masters arrive. We won't be able to run anymore. As soon as the bear finished speaking, the other animals quickly left. Lin Qiu, standing above, looked down and said, Tisk, a bunch of cowards. I was hoping to make some pocket money on the side. He suddenly turned around and made a surprised sound. Behind him was a group of monster beasts including space rats, void dragons, and space spiders, flying somewhere. Lin Qiu looked in that direction and thought to himself, the direction those three are heading is where Zhen Zhen and the others are hiding. He sat down, patted Little Black gently and said, Little Black, quickly draw the hatred of those three true martial artists. The dragon nodded in agreement. Then it took a deep breath. After inhaling, it shouted loudly, You three pieces of trash over there. Come here if you dare. The void dragon turned its head and growled, thinking to itself, that's the aura. The chance for a breakthrough has come. Lin Qiu jumped off Little Black and ordered, Little Black, hide in my bag. Hearing him say this, Little Black quickly shrank itself and crawled into his bag. Lin Qiu jumped down to the forest below and said, Let's run. You too. Having been insulted for no reason, they looked towards the direction of the sound and wanted to rush down. The scene changes to the forest below, where Lin Qiu was hiding with absolute concealment. He gently opened the space door and passed the megaphone through it. The three monsters were still outside searching for his whereabouts. The megaphone had now appeared next to them. The space rat spoke up. Lord Void Dragon, there was a spatial fluctuation here just now. The provocateur must be nearby. The megaphone then emitted a sound. Void Dragon, you big idiot, come catch me. Hearing this, the Void Dragon quickly turned its head. Lin Qiu's megaphone continued to say, Chase after me. If you can catch me, I'll let you. After saying this, it laughed loudly. It pointed at the megaphone and asked, Who told you to do this? Hearing this, Lin Qiu quickly replied, Void Dragon, you big idiot, come catch me. He grabbed the megaphone and angrily said, Can't you understand spirit beast language? I'm asking you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qiu interrupted loudly. As soon as he said Void Dragon, you big idiot, he angrily bit the megaphone into pieces. The Void Dragon spat it out to the side and said to his subordinate, What kind of toy is this? It's so hard to swallow. Old rat, do you want to eat it? It rushed forward and bit the megaphone, cheerfully saying, Soaked in the boss's divine saliva. The taste is really different. It's delicious. At this moment, Lin Qiu was standing behind a nearby tree, frowning as he observed. He looked at them and thought to himself, Why haven't they left yet? My stealth skill is about to wear off. He had run out of ideas. Then he transformed into a white rabbit. The Void Dragon smelled something and shouted, Who's there? Lin Qiu, in his white rabbit form, smugly rushed out and said loudly, Lord Void Dragon, wise and mighty, handsome and imposing, this little beast has come to report to you. Lin Qiu looked at the dragon while pointing forward and said, Just now, there was a huge black dragon carrying a human in that direction. Then he hesitated as if not trusting you. Then, using his claws to create a long wound on his face, he raised his voice and questioned, Where did you come from? Did you really see the black dragon? Lin Qiu put on an embarrassed look and replied, This little beast would never dare to deceive the great Lord Void Dragon, who is so handsome, dashing, and awe-inspiring. The dragon, pleased by these flattering words, took out a diamond spirit bead and gave it to him, saying, From your praise, I can see that you are very honest and good. Once I catch them, I will definitely reward you generously. Then it immediately flapped its wings and flew away, not forgetting to order its subordinates to listen to this little rabbit. Hurry and chase after them for me. The blue rat staying with Lin Qiu approached to threaten him. That rabbit, you need to be smarter. Only I can flatter the master. Don't let it happen again. Lin Qiu nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Looking at the monsters flying in the sky, he screamed internally. So scary. Finally tricked them away. Taking the opportunity, he created a space door called Renyi Gate as he stepped in. He chuckled and muttered, Those three bosses are gone. Now it's time for step 2 of the plan. Robbery. Hee hee. The big dragon flew a long distance with its subordinates. Suddenly, it felt something was off. They had been searching for so long. Could that black dragon be faster than him? Suddenly, the figure of a large monkey standing on the ground caught its attention. At the same time, the monkey also spotted them and immediately recognized the boss Chen Wu. As soon as the big dragon landed in front of Monkey Bro, he begged, "Please don't eat me, Your Excellency. I have an old mother and young children to care for. Please spare me." The dragon then interrogated him. "Stop with all this nonsense. Have you seen any black dragon?" Hearing this, Monkey Bro pointed forward and reported, "Yesterday, I think I saw again a black dragon and a human together." The spirit beasts around all called him Rabbit. The dragon immediately thought of Lin Qiu and little black blue on his shoulder. It shouted, "Not good. We've been tricked." It immediately gave the next order, "Split up and act. Don't worry about other humans and spirit beasts anymore. Focus all efforts on capturing that dragon and rabbit." The monster subordinates responded, "Yes." They all left together. In another part of the forest, Lin Qiu was using absolute stealth behind a tree trunk, carefully observing the surroundings and thinking, "The demon dragon's lair should be in this direction." Looking at the guys on the ground, he worriedly thought, "Why is the Water E team here? Could they also be planning to rob the place like me?" The group included Bear and the deputy leader of Water E, transformed into a swan, and Katatusa. Seeing this, Lin Qiu also descended to the ground. As soon as Katusa saw him, he asked Lin Qiu, "Why are you here?" He casually retorted, "I was about to ask you the same thing." Bear, the team leader, aggressively replied, "Why should we tell you? I'll tell you why. We're here for the lair of the high-level spirit beast Wu Sao." The swan and others hurriedly shouted, as if trying to stop the team leader. Lin Qiu smiled upon hearing this and said, "What a coincidence. Me too. How about we work together?" Katosa covered the bear team leader's mouth with his hand and scolded, "Can't you keep anything secret?" Then he coughed a few times and replied, "We can work together, but let's be clear. We split it 90-10 based on headcount." Seeing the unfair offer, Lin Qiu objected, "In that case, I'd rather do it alone. If you really want to cooperate, let's make it 50-50. Katusa, dissatisfied, said, "That's not very good. We have more people after all." Lin Qiu pointed to his magical bag. "I have a space system that can hold many treasures." The swan's attitude suddenly turned sour, and it firmly said, "I know you have a space system, but we have a diamond-level expert." While picking his nose, he retorted without backing down, "I have a space system that can help you all escape at crucial moments." Katusa, determined to win, said, "We have battle formations that can greatly increase our combat power." Lin Qiu, equally unyielding, added, "I have a space system." Sensing the tension, he suggested, "How about this? He and I have a duel. If I win, it's 50-50. If he wins, it's 90-10. The swan looked at Bear team leader and scornfully asked, "With your level, you still want to fight our team leader?" Seeing this, Bear team leader gritted his teeth and put on a threatening pose. He boasted, "Ha ha, did I hear that right? With that weak body of yours, I could knock you down without breaking a sweat." Katisa chimed in, "Kid, you can't rely on your space system to dodge." The bear calmly continued, "Go ahead and hide. I'll still." But before he could finish, Lin Qiu immediately attacked. Caught off guard, Bear team leader could only open his eyes wide in shock. With a thud, he was neatly thrown to the ground. Lin Qiu even applied an arm lock, making the bear cry out in pain. "I was wrong. Ouch. I give up. I give up." He smiled and asked, "Well, how about that?" Katosa came forward to shake his hand and said, "You won. Let's cooperate happily." Watching Lin Qiu help Bear team leader up, he was full of doubts, wondering about this kid's background. How could he so easily defeat our strongest team leader? Lin Qiu gathered the group together and announced a 30-minute rest break. Then he distributed food among them. Katusa gratefully said, "Thank you for sharing food with us." He replied, "If we're cooperating, there's no need to be stingy." Lin Qiu looked around at the group before him and curiously asked, "Tell me, are you always in animal form? It's phase 3 now. Doesn't seem too dangerous." The swan quickly explained, "Not really. We change back to human form when resting." Hearing this, Lin Qiu suggested, "Why don't you change back to human form now?" Immediately, they dispelled their animal forms and reverted to their original state. At this moment, he suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, you're not wearing any clothes." However, they were already enveloped in transformation smoke. The swan teased, "What's wrong? Little brother?" A woman's body, completely naked, appeared before his eyes. Katusa kept teasing, "Never seen something like this before." Don't tell me you're still a virgin. He tried to stop his nosebleed but to no avail. Still, he managed to retort, so what if I'm a virgin? You guys are being too casual about this. The bear laughed and said, little brother is quite honest. The swan lady approached Lin Qiu and bluntly asked, want big sister to help you become a real man? However, seeing no lust in his eyes, he firmly refused. Don't even think about it. I'm not someone you can touch. He even kindly threw a towel to Katisha, making her gasp in surprise at the young man's indifferent attitude. She continued, looks like your heart belongs to someone else. The bear put his arm around Lin Qiu's shoulder and said cheerfully, it's rare to see our Katusa interested in someone. Hearing this, the swan lady blushed angrily. Team leader, what are you saying? After the whole group reluctantly got dressed, the bear team leader seriously ordered everyone to rest and regain their spirits to prepare for the heist. Everyone shouted yes, in unison. 2 days later, they arrived at the cave entrance. Lin Qiu squatted down in front of this large cave entrance. After examining it for a while, he spoke up, if I'm not mistaken, this must be the lair of the void rat. Lin Qiu took the lead with a flashlight, guiding the group inside. Bear brother excitedly said, haha, spirit pearl treasure, here we come. Katusa quickly reminded him, hey, keep it down a bit. Suddenly, as if seeing something, he was startled. How come? The cave was overgrown with vegetation. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing of value. This made Bear brother pull his hair in frustration and shout, damn it, where are the spirit pearls and mountains of treasures? In contrast, Katusa calmly asked, what do you guys think? Is it possible that the space-type spirit beast hid all the treasures on its body? Lin Qiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and softly agreed, it's possible. Bear brother exclaimed in frustration, then what's the point of searching? Do you want us to find them and fight? Seeing the other's disappointment, he quickly consoled, alright, don't be so down. We still have 2 more places waiting for us to rob. Katisa standing nearby also agreed, that's right, team leader, pull yourself together. Let's go to the lair of the space wanderer. After observing for a while, Lin Qiu spoke up, this structure hasn't collapsed, which is contrary to normal construction. Right behind that lady, who was loudly reminding the other members, what are you looking at? Our goal is to rob the place. Lin Qiu touched the rock wall and remarked, it's all built with spirit minerals. No wonder it hasn't collapsed. Suddenly, Bear brother carried a large rock from somewhere. He enthusiastically showed it off to the group. Look everyone, this is also made of spirit minerals. Let's take it. It's very valuable. Katusa seriously questioned, did water get into your brain? How are we supposed to carry that? Lin Qiu looked at Bear brother, pondering. These home decorations suggest that this space wanderer seems to have visited the human world before. Another member of the group suddenly exclaimed, team leader, we've found the treasure. He lifted up a blanket, revealing 6 glowing spirit pearls. The whole group gathered around, rejoicing. Wow. Only Lin Qiu asked, is this all? Just these few spirit pearls? However, he then said, alright, this will do for now, and turned to walk out with the others carrying bags of loot. He returned to studying the map in his hand. Troubled, he said, we got too little from these 2 places. The last one is the lair of the demon dragon. We must dig out some good stuff. On the map, a location was already marked. They raised their hands and shouted in unison, cool lady. In no time, they arrived at the designated cave. In front of the entrance, which resembled a tiger's mouth, everyone looked incredibly small. Lin Qiu looked at the map, then at the scene before him, and spoke, the demon dragon's lair must be here. They entered in single file. Before their eyes, many crystals were glowing. Looking at these wonders, Bear brother couldn't help but exclaim, wow, these are all top-grade items. He quickly gave orders, everyone, start working. All of you, go find spirit pearls. Anything below platinum, don't bother taking. Act quickly. Katusa immediately agreed. While the others were already eagerly at work, Lin Qiu held a spirit mineral stone in his hand, excitedly saying, we've struck it rich. Besides spirit pearls, there are supreme spirit minerals here. While they were busy celebrating, the system also issued a warning. Warning, enemy forces will arrive in 5 seconds. Lin Qiu froze in place. He looked up at the system constantly alerting danger and became extremely confused, frantically asking what was happening. Lin Qiu angrily put the items in his bag. Damn it, we can only harvest this much today. Suddenly, a snake roared. Its roar echoed all the way to Lin Qiu's location. Everyone who heard this roar became very frightened. Lin Qiu told everyone to get out of the way as he ran straight ahead. ahead. Then he immediately used Ren Yi Men to open a different dimension. The short-haired girl saw this and was confused about Lin Qiu. The white-haired man shouted, "What's going on?" He ran off by himself. The bald guy immediately scolded, "That coward Lin Qiu. Is he using us as bait?" The brown-haired one added, "What do we do? The demon dragon is about to return. It's on the snake's side." Lin Qiu jumped out of Ren Yi Men and saw the snake behind him. He felt really unlucky. Damn it, why did that stupid dragon come back? I have to run quickly. Suddenly, the snake noticed Lin Qiu running behind it. The one running away is that rabbit. You're definitely dead. After saying this, it immediately chased after Lin Qiu. The group was standing at the cave entrance, preparing to face off against the snake. Suddenly, the white-haired man saw it leave and was very confused. The short-haired girl suddenly realized, "You've misunderstood him. He's using himself as bait." After saying this, she hoped Lin Qiu would definitely be safe. Lin Qiu immediately used Ren Yi Men to transport the snake to a different dimension. It noticed Lin Qiu's spatial fluctuations suddenly disappear and stopped. Lin Qiu was using an invisibility technique hiding behind a boulder. He peeked at it, thinking, "That winged snake, please go away quickly." After a while of sensing, the snake couldn't detect Lin Qiu's breath, so it decided to stop searching. Then it flew away. Lin Qiu was surprised it gave up so quickly. Suddenly, the snake in the air opened its mouth wide, gathering spiritual energy. Then it used an air bullet technique. It shot directly at the boulder where Lin Qiu was hiding. Seeing this sudden attack, he panicked. "It's over." The boulder immediately exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Lin Qiu was nowhere to be seen. The snake flew over to check and found that Lin Qiu was truly not there. It then roared, "All spirit beasts, listen to my command." Immediately, a flock of eagles flew in. The snake ordered all spirit beasts to search for traces of humans. "If you find anything suspicious, report to me directly." The spirit beasts immediately obeyed. "Yes, boss." After all the spirit beasts had left, Lin Qiu peeked out from behind the boulder. He felt that the recent event was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a monkey used a detection technique to search. Lin Qiu sensed it and immediately used the void space technique. He thought to himself, "Luckily I received the void space skill earlier. Otherwise, I'd be done for." Lin Qiu saw that all the spirit beasts had been mobilized, and he hoped everyone else was safe and sound. On another side, while Zhen Zhen's group was resting in a cave, the spirit beasts began flying towards them. A bird suddenly cried out loudly. Hearing this sound, Zhen Zhen immediately woke up. She immediately warned everyone that spirit beasts were attacking. "Jia, open the domain." Jia complied at once and reported, "Spiritual vehicle activating." Why did the spirit beasts suddenly become violent? At this moment, Zhu Yuan spoke up. "In any case, everyone should prepare for battle now." Zhu Yuan continuously attacked the bird. Zhu Chen reassured everyone, "Hang in there, everyone. We just need to hold on for 2 more hours. Once the spiritual vehicle restarts, we can get out of here." A crow, seeing that Zhen Zhen's group wasn't simple, decided to go report back to the snake. Zhu Chen immediately created a barrier and rushed towards it. "Good, only you're left," he said, then immediately attacked the crow. The crow fell to the ground motionless. Zhu Yuan said proudly, "As long as we don't encounter any true martial level spirit beasts, lasting another 2 hours will be simple." Zhu Chen smiled. "Job done." Zhen Zhen wondered how Lin Qiu was doing. Suddenly, 2 more spatial gates opened. A giant snake emerged from the gate, causing everyone to panic. "It's the Void Dragon." As soon as the snake appeared, a crow flew over and reported, "My lord, these people are very powerful." Hearing this, it immediately asked Zhen Zhen's group, "Are you accomplices of that rabbit?" Then a pack of tigers rushed to surround them. Zhu Chen worried, thinking, "Damn, we're surrounded by them." Zhen Zhen's group immediately got into a defensive stance. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan shouted for everyone to get down. Then, he immediately used the omnidirectional immortal pillar technique. Zhu Yuan continuously attacked the spirit beasts with 6 energy strikes. The spirit beasts were hit without being able to retaliate. In just a moment, all of them had been eliminated by Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan worried, thinking, "Over 130 shots fired. Hopefully we can control them before that." The snake observed from above, wondering, "Do all humans have such weapons now?" Then, it ordered the rat and the ghost to hurry up. They obeyed and attacked. The ghost had now targeted Zhen Zhen. It smiled cunningly. On this woman, there's a special aura left when spirit beasts of our clan die. Then it exhaled a white mist. I see now. How detestable. Daring to kill spirit beasts of our clan. Then it said to the rat, the others I don't care about, but leave this little girl to me. The rat laughed with glee. Haha, your taste is a bit strange, but suit yourself. All I need to do is kill. After speaking, they immediately charged forward. Zhang Li rushed up to use magic to block them. He immediately used the spirit technique 10,000 images. A group of ice people immediately appeared. The ghost sneered. Is that all? It then touched an ice person and used spatial banishment. But the ghost's technique had no effect. Suddenly it realized that its spirit power had become ineffective. It turned out that Doan had used a domain to bind the ghost's spirit power. The ice person seized the chance to knock the ghost far away. The ice person's strike was so powerful that when the ghost collided, it created a small explosion. Zhang Li rejoiced. Success. Let's keep dealing with them like this. Suddenly Doan spoke up. We can't. Their spirit energy is too strong. I can't hold on much longer. The ghost, after being attacked, was unharmed. It rushed to bite the ice person to pieces, then attacked Zhang Li. You little brat, how dare you hit me? The rat gloated. Chit chit chit. If you use this skill to punch, it might hurt a bit. Ha ha ha. Then the ghost went to strangle Zhen Zhen. As for you, stinking girl, I'll kill you first. Suddenly the snake spoke up. Wait, hand her over to me. It then approached Zhen Zhen, set her body on fire and loudly declared, you rabbit, from now on, as long as you don't show up, I'll kill one person every 5 minutes. Zhen Zhen endured the pain and called out to Lin Qiu. These guys are too powerful. You absolutely must not appear right now. Lin Qiu had also discovered that his group was being attacked by demon dragons. The lion standing beside him worriedly said to Lin Qiu, whose side? We absolutely cannot go. The 3 Gen Wu leaders are all there. Xiao He had transformed into a blue dragon and was flying above Lin Qiu's head. Xiao He said, Big bro, it's useless. Lin Qiu insisted. No, I must go. Xiao He said, I can see that the demon dragon's real target isn't you, but me. Lin Qiu jumped onto Xiao He. He said, if that's the case, then let's go and wipe them all out together. Then Xiao He carried Lin Qiu and flew away. On the other side, Qin Junzhen's group had been completely subdued. The group including Zhu Shen, Jia, and Jiu Ciyuan were trapped in separate spatial prisons. Qin Junzhen was being controlled by the demon dragon outside to be used as bait. The demon dragon spoke up. Time is almost up. It seems that rabbit doesn't care about you anymore. Then the demon dragon raised its claw to Qin Junzhen's head and started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Qin Junzhen provoked the demon dragon, saying, ha ha, it's good he doesn't come this way. You won't get anything at all. The demon dragon was furious. As it prepared to strike Qin Junzhen, it cursed. Damn girl. Qin Junzhen closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, waiting for death to come. Tears appeared in Qin Junzhen's eyes. She gritted her teeth and prayed in her heart. Lin Qiu, please don't come. We'll meet again in the next life. Just as the demon dragon's attack was about to land, it was suddenly blocked by a spear. Lin Qiu and Xiao He had returned just in time. Lin Qiu stood in front of Qin Junzhen to protect her. He said, sorry, I came back late. Qin Junzhen was shocked. Qin Junzhen's face showed pain as she cried and scolded Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, why did you come back? Lin Qiu hugged Qin Junzhen to comfort her. Our promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. How could I not come back? Qin Junzhen was moved and leaned into Lin Qiu's chest. Qin Junzhen sniffled and said, Hick, don't leave me alone again in the future. However, Lin Qiu hugged Qin Junzhen and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I can't promise you that. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qiu used spatial banishment to send Qin Junzhen into the prison with the rest of the team. Qin Junzhen and the others in the team were surprised. Qin Junzhen hurriedly called out, Lin Qiu. At this moment, Lin Qiu was outside facing the demon dragon. He made a proposal to the demon dragon. The demon dragon asked, what kind of deal? Lin Qiu, with a serious expression, stated the terms. This time, I won't run, but before I die, You are not allowed to attack those in the spatial prison. Qin Junzhen, inside the spatial prison, heard these words and cried out in anguish. No. Lin Qiu. Xiao He transformed into a small dragon and perched on Lin Qiu's head, glaring fiercely at the demon dragon. Hearing Lin Qiu's proposal, the demon dragon said, "Ha, very well then." But in the demon dragon's heart, it was now targeting Xiao He. The demon dragon thought, the feeling is getting stronger. If I eat this black dragon, I can break through to the supreme level. Qin Junzhen took out a bottle of medicine. Then she threw the medicine bottle out of the spatial prison to Lin Qiu and reminded him, this medicine can greatly increase your strength for a period of time, but the side effects are severe. Use it carefully. Lin Qiu caught the medicine bottle and replied, thanks. Seeing this, the demon dragon said, you have so many toys. Did you escape last time because of these things? Lin Qiu shrugged and smiled, saying, it's a long story. It all started on a night 18 years ago. The demon dragon, not interested in Lin Qiu's story, interrupted and ordered Man Yu and Void Mouse, don't waste time anymore. You too. Deal with this brat. Man Yu and Void Mouse replied, yes. Lin Qiu said to Xiao He, Xiao He, you hide inside first. After Xiao He disappeared, Lin Qiu used beast transformation, revealing rabbit ears, preparing to attack. Void Mouse jumped up to attack first. Void Mouse's face was full of anger as he said, brat, you dared to flatter the boss in front of me before. I'll kill you. Lin Qiu immediately used the golden swap skill. As he turned, a shield appeared around Lin Qiu, rendering Void Mouse unable to do anything. Right after that, Man Yu suddenly appeared behind Lin Qiu. Man Yu prepared to strike. Man Yu's hand, full of sharp claws, successfully grabbed Lin Qiu's shoulder. Lin Qiu immediately used spatial exile to escape from Man Yu's claws, giving Lin Qiu no time to rest. Void Mouse appeared and used a spatial blade to attack Lin Qiu from behind. Lin Qiu looked back. He noticed Void Mouse's action. A thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. Although he had detected Void Mouse, in this situation, it was difficult to dodge. At the critical moment, as Void Mouse was about to land a hit, Lin Qiu managed to use void space in time. Void Mouse's sharp claws slashed through empty air. Lin Qiu successfully avoided Void Mouse's attack, preserving his life. Lin Qiu's face showed panic as he had just found a way out of certain death. He thought with fear, luckily I had the void space skill. Otherwise, I would have died right here. Man Yu, seeing what just happened, laughed and said, it's the void space of the immortal demon monkey. This skill consumes a lot of energy. He won't be able to keep it up for long. Void Mouse still didn't let Lin Qiu off. He continued attacking relentlessly. Lin Qiu felt a bit helpless and thought, their combined attacks are too strong. At this moment, Man Yu appeared behind Lin Qiu with a vicious smile, preparing to strike, saying, kid, you're still too green. Lin Qiu only had time to look up in shock. Lin Qiu took a full hit from behind by Man Yu. His whole body flew straight to the ground, with a thud where Lin Qiu fell. It created an impact with dust billowing everywhere. After Lin Qiu was attacked by the demon dragon's subordinate, thick smoke immediately appeared. From within the smoke, Lin Qiu emerged coughing. Then, he took out a syringe containing a red liquid that Da had given him and immediately injected it into his arm. He watched as the syringe slowly pumped into his arm. He said with determination and resolve, at this point, it's all or nothing. After Lin Qiu injected the drug Da had given him, his power immediately erupted, spiritual energy surging outwards. The demon dragon's subordinate, the mouse spirit, seeing this, was extremely surprised. It marveled to itself, oh, he's got some skills after all. Then, it rushed towards Lin Qiu at lightning speed. It said to Lin Qiu in an angry tone, let me give you one final blow. You sycophantic rabbit. Seeing this, Lin Qiu quickly reacted. He immediately took out his spear, ready to continue fighting. Then Lin Qiu instantly thrust his spear towards the mouse spirit. Hey! As the mouse charged in, it received a thrust from Lin Qiu, causing it to painfully spurt blood. The other subordinate of the demon dragon, Man Yu, seeing this, was extremely frightened. His expression surprised. He quickly cast a spell in the air to create chains of spiritual energy to control Lin Qiu. He shouted to the old mouse. He seems to have suddenly gotten stronger. Old mouse, don't fight him in close combat. Attack him from a distance. Immediately, the spiritual chains created by Man Yu rushed towards Lin Qiu, binding him tightly. The mouse spirit, after taking a hit from Lin Qiu, was still eager to fight. Seeing Lin Qiu bound like that, it took the opportunity to flash a sinister smile, its hand channeling spiritual energy to attack. Squeaking, the mouse spirit immediately used its spiritual energy to attack Lin Qiu, creating countless slashes of energy rushing towards him. It laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, let's see how you handle this. Lin Qiu remained extremely calm and composed. Suddenly, he shouted, gripping the spiritual chains tightly and pulling them towards himself. Come on. Manhwa was completely surprised by this. Astonished and perplexed, he blurted out a single huh. Instantly, Manhwa's spiritual chains were controlled by Lin Qiu. Being bound by his own spiritual chains caught him off guard. Lin Qiu swung forcefully, pulling Manhwa into the air. He was now extremely panicked, screaming loudly, "Ah!" At the same time, Lin Qiu used him as a weapon, spinning him around and striking the mouse spirit. Both were hit so hard they spat blood and lay motionless on the ground. The demon dragon looked at his two useless subordinates lying scattered on the ground and became furious. He spoke up, criticizing them in a contemptuous tone. You two wastes, can't even defeat a mere platinum rank. Immediately, the demon dragon began casting some sort of spell. He continued, I'll have to handle this myself. In an instant, the demon dragon teleported behind Lin Qiu. Its imposing presence put immense pressure on him, causing him to grit his teeth and frown with a panicked expression. As it closed in on Lin Qiu, the demon dragon's massive tail swung towards him. Lin Qiu couldn't dodge in time, so he instinctively raised his hands to block, thinking to himself, too fast, can't avoid it. With just one tail whip from the demon dragon, Lin Qiu was sent flying far away, skidding across the ground to the point of creating sparks. Before Lin Qiu could stand up, the demon dragon quickly appeared in front of him with lightning speed. It looked at Lin Qiu with a fierce expression, speaking to him in a threatening tone. Brat, hand over the black dragon, and I might consider sparing your lives. Hearing this, Lin Qiu looked up at the demon dragon with defiant eyes. He spoke in a mocking tone to the demon dragon. Aren't you ashamed to call yourself a dragon? Little black one, my dragon is the real deal. You're just a snake. Upon hearing Lin Qiu's words, Manhwa immediately panicked and asked the mouse spirit, Brother, did that rabbit just say what I think he said? The mouse spirit, seemingly frightened, replied with certainty, he's definitely dead now. The demon dragon's expression immediately changed, its eyes turning blood red. It spoke with an extremely angry tone. After all these years, someone still dares to call me a snake. Suddenly, the demon dragon became enraged, its eyes blazing red. It opened its mouth, and the air around it began to swirl with abundant spiritual energy. It roared angrily, You damn rabbit. Then it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and furiously said to Lin Qiu, Prepare to die. Faced with this anger and immense power, Lin Qiu's body began to sweat, and he immediately frowned. His expression was full of panic. It seemed the pressure was too great, making it extremely difficult for him to face. Instantly, the demon dragon's attack created a massive explosion. It was earth-shattering, but fortunately, Lin Qiu quickly jumped to the side and managed to dodge in time. A huge, deep, fiery crater appeared on the ground after the demon dragon's attack. It was enough to show how devastating this blow would have been. Lin Qiu had managed to dodge the attack just in time, but was still scared out of his wits. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with extreme fear, thinking to himself, such powerful force, I'd be done for if I got hit. At this moment, Lin Qiu remembered what he had said to System 9.527 earlier. The system immediately responded, Understood. Leave the spiritual energy recovery to me. In its fury, the demon dragon frantically attacked Lin Qiu, but every strike from the demon dragon was swiftly dodged by him. Seeing that it couldn't land a single hit, the demon dragon was immediately astonished. It thought to itself, this brat seems to have infinite energy. The ground was now covered with countless deep craters left by the demon dragon's attacks. It continued to ponder, but it's useless. At this point, the demon dragon paused its attack. Lin Qiu took the opportunity to rest for a moment. His face was covered in sweat, his expression worried, mentally exhausted. He panted heavily while saying seriously, 100 uses of void space and countless teleportations just to barely hold on. The battle between a rabbit and a snake was becoming increasingly intense. Lin Qiu looked at the demon dragon, which was still flying in the sky in a fit of rage. He continued persistently. Just 5 more minutes. The spirit realm entrance is about to reactivate. The demon dragon looked at its 2 subordinates, its eyes red with anger, and said, "Attack together. Destroy him." The mouse spirit obeyed with a squeak. Suddenly, Lin Qiu's body became racked with pain, losing all strength, causing him to stand dazed. He was shocked to realize the side effect of the medicine was cramping. At this moment, Lin Qiu's body collapsed. He clutched his body in pain, his vision darkening. With an unwilling expression, he said, "Damn it, why did the side effects have to kick in now?" Suddenly, the black dragon poked its head out and said to Lin Qiu with certainty, "Big brother, I'm their target. Hand me over to them." When the demon dragon saw Lin Qiu standing motionless, it became extremely pleased. It smugly said to its 2 subordinates, "Even heaven is on our side. This brat seems to have suddenly become immobile." Hearing the demon dragon mock him like this, Lin Qiu became furious. He struggled to stand up, glaring at the demon dragon with hatred. He immediately countered the demon dragon's words. "What are you thinking? Heaven is actually helping me." As he said this, suddenly he channeled all his spiritual energy into his spear. He immediately pointed the spear towards the smug demon dragon group. He continued, shouting loudly, "It's me, Fatal Strike. 10,000 Saints Dragon King break." At this moment, Lin Qiu's fatal strike pierced through both the void mouse and the demon dragon, causing them to scream in extreme pain. The Manhwa, however, was quick enough to dodge this strike. The demon dragon, having just been hit by Lin Qiu, immediately roared in anger, cursing at Lin Qiu. "Damn you, cursed human." Lin Qiu's single strike had also killed the void mouse. Then, the space prison cracked. Chen and the whole team anxiously ran over, immediately calling out to Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu's face now looked extremely haggard. He was so tired he could barely breathe. He thought to himself, "I can't move anymore. This time, I'm really going to die." Having been hit by a direct strike, the demon dragon furiously charged forward, attacking Lin Qiu with extreme ferocity. Suddenly at this moment, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky. Countdown to restart Lin Qiu, 3 seconds. Chains shot out from the vortex. Countdown to restart Lin Qiu, 2 seconds. Those chains then rushed towards and wrapped around the demon dragon's body. Countdown to restart Lin Qiu, 1 second. Countdown to restart Lin Qiu, 0 seconds. As soon as the time ended, the demon dragon was completely restrained by the chains. At this moment, Lin Qiu finally calmed down. He smiled happily and thought to himself, "It seems my life isn't at its end yet. These chains must be Zhu Feng's skill." The demon dragon, now tightly bound by the chains, was unable to move. It thrashed about in desperate anger, baring its fangs and claws, roaring, "Damn it, a little more, just a little more." Lin Qiu was now too exhausted to stand up. He lay down with the expression of a victorious warrior, extremely smug. He raised his middle finger and said to the demon dragon in a mocking tone, "What are you looking at, you rotten snake? Next time I see you, I'll skin you alive." Hearing Lin Qiu's smug words, the demon dragon became extremely furious and angry, but it couldn't do anything. It howled in despair, "I must eat you." Finally, it, along with Manhwa, was pulled into the spatial vortex and disappeared. After sucking in the demon dragon and Manhwa, the spatial vortex also gradually disappeared. Finally, it vanished completely. At this point, Lin Qiu was so tired he could barely breathe. He collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Seeing this, everyone quickly rushed over. They anxiously called out, "Lin Qiu, Lin Qiu." Then, Chen embraced Lin Qiu's exhausted body. He was now completely drained. She was extremely worried, her expression on the verge of tears. She hurriedly asked Lin Qiu, "How are you? Don't scare me like that." Lin Qiu lay in Chen's arms. He weakly responded, "I might be about to." Chu Shen and Gu Cun stood nearby. Thinking Lin Qiu was about to die, Gu Cun immediately started tearing up, blaming himself. "Damn it, it's because I'm too weak. Did we arrive too late?" At this moment, Lin Qiu, still lying in Chen's arms, put on a pained expression and groaned, "About to." Chen was immediately frightened and hurriedly said, "Don't." Suddenly, Lin Qiu drooled. With a haggard face, he continued, "I didn't finish my sentence earlier. I'm starving to death." Chen. Hearing this, Chen's face was filled with question marks, confused to the point of exclaiming, "Huh, Immediately, she felt like she'd been tricked and hit Lin Qiu's head hard, causing a large bump to form. Lin Qiu sat eating ravenously as if starving to death. He spoke while eating. Eating spirit beast meat quickly restores true qi. Chen Chen stood behind him, angrily saying, "You scared us to death. In the future, can you please not pant while talking?" Suddenly, while Lin Qiu was eating, Quang Hu appeared from somewhere, bringing some glittering spheres and said, "Uncle Lin, these are spirit pearls from the void rats." Lin Qiu saw this and responded, "Great." Then Quang Hu pointed at the teleportation gate and hesitantly said to Lin Qiu, "The Ling Qiu teleportation gate seems to be closing soon. We need to hurry." Lin Qiu, upon hearing this, stood up and asked, "What? Say that again." Lin Qiu hurriedly ran off somewhere with a rushed expression. Seeing this, everyone wondered aloud. "Lin Qiu, where are you going?" Lin Qiu turned back and said, "Guys, please go out first and help me call Master Yu Yang to assist at the exit." The scene shifts to Wai Ling Qiu. At this time, everyone was gathering, anxiously awaiting their team's results. Numerous discussions could be heard. Why did our country only send 5 people out, and only 1 person came back? Hula country still has all our members. Dean Yu Yang Jie approached the group that came out with Lin Qiu and asked curiously, "Is Lin Qiu still inside?" Then Dean Yu Yang Jie, along with Chen Chen and Quang Hu, looked at the teleportation gate. Their expressions were very worried. He said, "What is this kid thinking? Ling Qiu will close in just 1 more minute." Suddenly at this moment, from inside the gate, a hand stretched out along with a cry for help. "Master, Master, are you nearby?" This scene surprised Dean Yu Yang Jie greatly, leaving him stunned. It turned out the arm belonged to Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu slowly poked his head out. He was holding some kind of bag in his hand. When Dean Yu Yang Jie saw it was Lin Qiu, he relaxed and changed his attitude from worry to joy. He was speechless with his disciple and said, "You little rascal, you finally came out." Lin Qiu, seeing Dean Yu Yang Jie, smiled and immediately handed over the bag he was holding and said to the dean, "Here, take this." Then, he ducked back in and threw out a few more bags before the bewildered eyes of Dean Yu Yang Jie. He said, "Master, please help me put these down. I can't fit them inside." Inside the spirit realm, Lin Qiu was now calling the animals to help transport items outside. He spoke while gesturing. "Quickly, Lion and Big Bear, hurry, call your brothers to move the goods out." The lion obeyed Lin Qiu, respectfully replying, "Yes, Master." "Everyone, be quick, take the spirit ores, treasures in the space and throw them outside." Outside the spirit realm, bags of glittering spirit ores were piled up in front of everyone. Lin Qiu used a megaphone to tell everyone, "Step back, don't get hit. If you get hit, you'll have to pay for it." The people standing below, seeing such precious spirit ores, began to discuss and admire excitedly, along with intense jealousy. "These are precious spirit ores, so jealous. This kid managed to bring out so many things." Then Lin Qiu turned to Dean Yu Yang Jie, pointed at the pile of spirit ores and instructed, "Master, these spirit ores, please help me arrange them properly and transfer them to the institute." Dean Yu Yang Jie replied with full confidence, "All right, you can trust me with this." While Lin Qiu was tidying up the spirit tools, suddenly Du appeared from somewhere and called out to Lin Qiu in a coquettish tone, "Lin Qiu, I wonder if our previous cooperation still counts." Hearing this, Lin Qiu immediately grabbed a bag full of spirit tools and turned to Du, saying, "Of course it counts. Now I'm giving these to you guys." Then he looked into the bag of spirit tools and said to XOA, "If it's 5 divided by 5, then it's a scene change." Nobita was acting as the judge for the scoring competition. Nobita put on a very serious face and said politely, "The scoring competition begins. Will the representatives of each team please step forward?" Dean Yu Yang Jie and the representatives from other countries stepped forward. Everyone's face showed a solemn and serious expression. Dean Yu Yang Jie asked, "Country M's Supreme Space System Master UCAC. I didn't expect you to come as well." He replied to Dean Yu Yang Jie, "I heard there's a lot of talent this year, so I wanted to come and see." By the way, he interrupted himself, putting on an extremely arrogant expression. He continued speaking with a cunning tone. "Bringing the championship cup back to our country with glory is our responsibility and duty that we cannot shirk." Hearing him say this, Dean Yu Yang Jie became angry. He slammed the table and declared, "How arrogant and conceited." Then Nobita said, Please, representatives from each country, place your spirit pearls on the table. First was the team leader from country E. He was carrying a very large sack on his shoulder. Suddenly, he placed the sack on the table. It turned out to be a large sack of spirit pearls. The table couldn't withstand the weight of the spirit pearls and immediately broke in half. He arrogantly said, "Your table is really too weak. It's just a few hundred spirit pearls. How can it not even handle this much?" Anthony looked at the pile of spirit pearls in front of him and thought, Country E's team has 285 spirit pearls, including 4 diamond grade ones. Looking at the pile of spirit pearls, Anthony disappointedly commented, "Is that all?" Then Anthony turned to Lam Tu, smiled and said, "Kid, want to make a bet?" Lam Tu asked back, "Oh, how do you want to bet?" Hearing this, Anthony rushed to Lam Tu and said, "Let's bet on who will win first place in the competition. If you lose, you'll give me everything you got from the spirit warehouse." Lam Tu heard this and laughed contemptuously, saying, "Haha, do you have anything valuable enough to bet with me?" Suddenly, Du stepped in to dissuade Anthony. "Anthony, don't compete with him. You can't win." Teacher Jia spoke up to stop them, but in his mind, he imagined a dark scene between Ya and Lam Tu. He thought to himself, why is Du helping him? Could it be that during the time he was captured, something indescribable happened? He imagined it but believed it to be true. Immediately, he pointed at Lam Tu and angrily shouted, "You lustful Lam Tu, I must beat you to death." Lam Tu didn't understand what was happening, so he stood there picking his ear. Ignoring his words, he indifferently replied, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly barking like that?" Then Lam Tu thought of the syringe from before, and he cheerfully said, "Let's do this. Du once gave me a test drug, and I found it quite effective. Let's use 10 vials of that drug as the bet. I'll agree to that." Hearing this, Anthony appeared happy on the outside and immediately agreed. It's a deal. But inside, he was extremely suspicious and jealous. He thought to himself, damn it, something really did happen between Du and Lam Tu. He even gave Lam Tu the secret test drug. As soon as the bet was made, Nobita immediately stepped forward to witness this bet. He said, "Alright, if you both have no objections, then the bet is established. Everyone here is a witness. Please bring out your spirit pearls." Anthony immediately took out his spirit pearl. With a calm face, he shouted, 20 platinum spirit pearls. Seeing this, Lam Tu wasn't to be outdone. 21 platinum spirit pearls. Anthony, not backing down, I'll add 2 more. 22 pearls. 22 pearls. Lam Tu, not wanting to lose, I'll add more too. Larger. 23 pearls in total. Anthony was stunned. He didn't know that in terms of spirit pearls, Lam Tu had already acquired over 1,000 from the meat stall in the spirit warehouse. Anthony quickly regained his composure, slammed the table angrily and shouted, 30 pearls. Lam Tu calmly said, "I'll add to make it 31. Anthony angrily scolded Lam Tu. "Damn it, are you playing landlord or what?" Suddenly, his expression changed. He reached into his clothes, smiled cunningly and said to Lam Tu, "Lam Tu, do you know, there's actually another rule. As long as you have a true warrior level spirit pearl." As he spoke, he pulled out a rare spirit pearl from his clothes. He continued, "No matter how many spirit pearls the other team has, it's useless. The owner of a true warrior level spirit pearl is automatically the winner of the world competition." Seeing this, Lam Tu scoffed and said, "Ha, you think you're the only one with a true warrior level spirit pearl?" Hearing this, Anthony became angry. He pointed at Lam Tu and said loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? You think you could defeat a true warrior level spirit beast?" Lam Tu then took out a large spirit pearl from his person and placed it on the table, his face full of pride. Everyone around was surprised to see this. Yu Kak Tu Dak, upon seeing Lam Thu's spirit pearl, immediately laughed scornfully. Then he stepped forward, picked up the spirit pearl and said, "In the entire diamond level spirit warehouse, there are only 2 true warrior level spirit beasts. Contestant Lam Tu, don't confuse gold with brass." Suddenly, he felt as if he had slapped himself in the face. His attitude changed from contempt to utter surprise. With a trembling voice, he said, "Wait, this seems to be real." Faced with Yu Kak Tu Dak's surprise, Lam Tu immediately spoke up to explain, "The spirit beast I killed wasn't one of those 2 true warrior level ones. It was a newly promoted void rat." Then he pointed at Ra and continued, "When we fought the void rat, Ra and Linda from Team Nookmo were also there." Hearing this, Ra and Linda sheepishly admitted that what Lam Tu said was true. Immediately, Dean Yu Duong Trak turned to Anthony, questioning him, demanding an explanation about the origin of his spirit pearl. Contestant Anthony, where did your spirit pearl come from? Please explain a bit. Anthony, hearing this, stammered and sweated, looking down at the ground, unable to look straight ahead. He said, "This spirit pearl of mine also came from a newly promoted true warrior level spirit beast. It was a void rat." After saying this, he turned to his companions and said, "Many people here can testify to this." His companions quickly chimed in, "That's right. It's true. We all saw it." But members of countries E and R didn't see it, and everyone started murmuring with suspicion. "Really? How come I didn't see it? Did you really defeat it yourself?" Immediately, Anthony's companion spoke up. "Ahem. If there are two true warrior level spirit pearls, then we should compare the quality of the two pearls." Hearing this, Dean Yu Duong Trak was utterly bewildered. Angrily, he said, "What rule is this?" Seeing his master like this, Lam Tu spoke up to reassure him. "Master, don't worry. Based on what they're saying, no one can take our first place." After saying this, he turned to Anthony's companion who was smirking as if he had some plan. He asked, "How do you intend to appraise the quality and value of all the spirit pearls?" Anthony's companion immediately replied, "That's right. We'll base it on the price. We can make a decision." Anthony's companion then turned towards Anthony, winking as if they had a plan. He thought to himself, "As long as the evaluation is slightly biased towards us, we'll win." Then he put his hand on his chin, pretending to be serious, and said, "Although they're all true warrior level spirit pearls, there will still be slight differences." Before he could finish his sentence, Lam Tu immediately interrupted him. He reached into his pocket, preparing to take something out. With a sly smile, he said, "There's no need to be so complicated." Then Lam Tu immediately pulled out dozens of spirit pearls. "You all doubt the value of our spirit pearls, right? I'm sorry, but I have many more." Seeing this scene, Anthony and his companions were extremely surprised and immediately exclaimed, "What?" Lam Tu continued, "If you still feel it's not enough, I have many more, but this table can't hold them all." Anthony looked at the shimmering spirit pearls before him and slumped to the ground, saying, "It's over this time." Lam Tu then turned to the surprised Nobita and said, "Referee, you can appraise them now." Nobita replied, "Ha ha. All right. Yu Yongja looked at Nobita and said, "It seems the winner has been decided. Other judges probably won't be needed anymore, right?" Nobita showed a sad face and hesitantly said, "No, not needed anymore." Immediately Anthony's accomplice declared with reluctance, "The champion of this world competition is first place, is the stuttering judge." Finally, he reluctantly announced Water Cold at this time. The electronic board also displayed 4 characters: champion Water Cold. Qin Junzhen quickly ran with everyone to Lin Qiu's place and congratulated him. "Great. We are the champions." The competition ended. Everyone boarded the plane to depart back home. Institute Director Yu Yongja asked everyone, "Have you all reported your safety to your families?" Kwang Hu happily replied, "Reported already." Qin Junzhen comfortably said, "It's finally over." Chu silently said, "The school has also been notified. They're all waiting for us to return." Kwang Hu looked at Lin Qiu and said shyly, "Uncle Lin, it's fortunate to have you. We were able to smoothly win first place in the competition." Then he recalled the past when he first met Lin Qiu. "When I first met you, I heard you were a low-level rabbit beast. I even looked down on you." Lin Qiu smiled and thought, "That's right. Myself from a year ago was still a low-level awakened one, easy to be bullied until I had 9.527. I defeated spirit beasts and enemies along the way, stronger than imaginable. Gained respect and top-tier resources." Suddenly Qin Junzhen grabbed Lin Qiu's hand and said, "Me too. Lin Qiu, your growth and changes along the way have given us great motivation." Then she smiled shyly and continued, "Although I don't know what difficulties we'll face in the future, with you here, I'll always feel at ease. I hope you'll continue to guide me more in the future." Lam Tu, hearing Tan Tran Tran's sincere words, was deeply moved. He said, "Tran Tran." Then he thought to himself, "Not only have I grown, but I've also brought strength to those around me." Suddenly, the system unexpectedly appeared and said to Lam Tu, "Ahem, although I've disturbed you, there's still something that needs to be done today." Lam Tu thought to himself, 9.527. Then it continued, "Host, do you want to awaken a skill today?" Lam Tu quickly replied, "That's right. Everything's not over yet. I still need to become stronger." Immediately, Lam Tu smiled and pressed the confirm button appearing on the system. He said, "Awaken." The system announced, "Awakening skill." Immediately, Lam Tu smiled and pressed the confirm button appearing on the system. He said, "Awaken." The system announced, "Awakening skill."